Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. One day closer to Texans and Cardinals on Sunday. Noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. Great to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne.
Texans, Cardinals.
Yeah, baby.
The Texas Cardinals. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, let's not go with that.
Nope.
Hey, why are you wearing a blue or purple dress shirt today?
I have a meeting after the show. You know.
You could be Prince's business manager.
I could.
I like that shirt.
Yeah, it's actually maroon. You know what it is? It's the shirt. Okay. It's maroonish. Yeah, it looks purple.
I'm purple blind. My wife ridicules me for this all the time.
Oh, really?
So like anything remotely close to purple, like if it's violet or something, I'll be like, what is that, purple?
Okay, we'll let the YouTube be the judge because we're on. Okay. You know, people can look at me on camera now. Is this shirt purple? Is it maroon? What color is this shirt that I'm wearing? I have a meeting after the show. This is the shirt that I have on in all the promotional Payne and Pendergast pictures.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It just sounds like classic radio guy dress wear. Did you see Raheel tweeted this like a month or two ago? It was basically the outfit that every radio host wears at anything where it's supposed to be kind of a business function.
Yeah.
And it's dress shirt, like untucked. Like that's what makes you cool.
Yeah, and it is untucked for those who can't see down below. It is
not casual button-up shirt untucked, but dress shirt untucked.
Not on black, like not dress pants, but like comfortable black, pants that kind of taper a little bit at the calf. They're not skinny jeans, but they're not they're not roomy either. That kind of thing. So
as long as I untuck it, I look like I
look hip.
Yeah.
I look totally hip. Yeah. No, it's this shirt's super comfortable too. Like the material it's made out of, it breathes nicely. This little stuff sometimes. So yeah, I have a little meeting. So I played dress up today. It's all good. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm good. I'm getting excited about this Cardinals game. I am wondering if this Cardinals team has been rejuvenated, not just on offense but on defense. Like in some respects, they just look like they got a shot. They got a shot in the arm last week, and it makes me nervous in a good way. The Texans, they started off as almost a touchdown favorite in this game, and now it's down to 5 points.
Yeah, the biggest I saw was 5.5. The biggest somebody told me, as far as the spread goes, is 6.5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we may have been misled by somebody, but it's down to a 5-point spread right now.
I got it at 4 yesterday.
4?
Yeah, I got it at 4. Maybe back. I may have moved the line, Seth. Me getting in on 4 may have scared all the books out in Vegas. That $50 I put down might have scared a lot of people. So they moved it up to 5.
This Texans defense, I would imagine for bettors, is probably a pain in the butt because they've had so many fourth quarter letdowns, and even in victories, they've kind of turned into a sieve sometimes, turning an otherwise good defensive performance into a scary one. And I could see that happening on any given Sunday, but particularly this one where Kyler Murray is just such a wild card.
Yeah,
factor.
Yeah, you don't have much to go off of except the win they had over Atlanta last week.
Yeah, I feel like the Texans are a definitively better team right this moment, and yet that defense just has it's broken down in the fourth quarter too many times.
I think this could be another high-scoring game. The Cardinals' defense is abysmal, especially against the pass. They're really bad. Their pass defense is awful. So this could be another This could be another game where if you don't have a ticket to the game yet, you're probably guaranteed 30 points if you go there. You're going to see another CJ Stroud masterpiece in all likelihood.
You know what it is? It's worth mentioning that it's it should be you've got two quarterbacks that are fun for various different reasons, but exciting quarterbacks to watch.
Yeah.
And a lot of intrigue behind Kyler Murray. I mean, there's a lot of decisions that will be made, and then also I think perhaps more importantly, if you think about the Texans potentially, depending on what the Browns do without Deshaun Watson, the potential that the Texans are picking in the top 5 again with that Browns draft pick. And what does it mean? You know, if the Cardinals decide that they want to take a quarterback somehow or what have you, then you know, there's ramifications from this victory.
Yeah. I think the Browns are 6-3. I don't think that pick's going to be any higher than like maybe 8 or 9, probably.
Yeah.
Like 6-11 is their worst case. If they lose out, they're 6-11.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, it's 6. Yeah, top 5 is never.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, if it's 6-11, that's still hovering around 10th. I mean, that's still a damn good pick. I did a lot of studying on the Browns yesterday. Studying's probably I'm probably overstating it. I was looking at their schedule, kind of looking at the division, some of the playoff possibilities. There's still a 50-50 chance to make the postseason, the Browns are, with this defense. You know, all the models that simulate the rest of the season took out Deshaun Watson, plunked in Dorian Thompson-Robinson. By the way, was going to be the starter. I think we were thinking it'd be P.J. Walker yesterday when the story came down about Deshaun being out for the year. It's going to be DTR is going to be their starting quarterback, the rookie out of UCLA. So, I think the Browns are actually, as much of a gut punch as that was for Browns fans, and we'll listen to some of the audio from our sister station in the next segment, their reaction to the Deshaun Watson injury. I think the Browns still have a decent shot of making the postseason. I think that pick with the Texans is probably best case in the teens somewhere. I saw a playoff projection on CBSSports.com yesterday, Seth, that has the Texans projected to be the 5 seed, and they currently have a 65.6% chance of making the playoffs, according to Sportsline.
65%?
2/3 chance that you and I are doing mid-January radio before and after a Texans game right now.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't even really allowed myself to think about whether I should plan something in January or not. Like, when should I take my vacation or anything? Like, I didn't think to use the playoffs as a barrier to me taking a vacation in January.
Yeah, man.
Other than that, like, okay, people are still listening a lot during the NFL playoffs in general to us, so it's not like it's an easy time to take off. But especially if the Texans are involved in it, then that's a no. If I take a vacation during the Texans playoff run. That's right. I said run. I didn't say appearance.
There you
I said
go.
Run.
There you go.
Then I'd be the worst person on earth in the history of anything.
Yeah. No, then we got to start reimagining our Januaries now, man, and someday our Februarys. You never know. How about this one? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, just as far as you had mentioned the Cardinals' defense, I just wonder, you know. The Cardinals' defense has been awful, but with the return of Kyler Murray last week, the Cardinals got a victory, but they held Atlanta to 70 yards passing.
Yeah, that was weird, especially considering Atlanta threw for about 300 against the Texans.
Right. So I just wonder if, man, there's a complementary football aspect going on here. 254 yards total out of the Falcons last week. I mean, they ran the hell out of the ball. And the Cardinals have a very bad rushing defense, the same way the Bengals did. So that's where it's good that, man, hey, maybe the Texans can run for a second consecutive week on a bad running defense, but also that, okay, there is perhaps something going on where the Arizona Cardinals defense is improving.
How about this? This isn't even a tiny little sign of progress. This may happen, and I saw this in multiple places yesterday. The tweet I'm about to read is from somebody named Brian Costello, who is the Jets beat writer for the New York Post, so a reputable outlet up there in the New York City area. He's their beat writer. He tweeted this yesterday, right after you and I got off the air, Seth. Something to keep an eye on. I think the Jets-Texans game on December 10th could get flexed to Monday night. Currently, Giants-Packers is Monday Night Football, so both games are at MetLife. So to move the Giants out of Monday Night Football, they have to move the Jets there. CJ Stroud makes the game attractive too. Logistically, that does make it easy. That everybody's traveling to the same place. You're just swapping out the two teams and doing the game that makes a lot of sense because Giants-Packers is going to suck. That's anything the Giants are the worst team in football right now.
You were talking to me about this off air yesterday. What's the lead time that you have to have on this for the flex?
It's normally, I believe publicly it's 10 days.
Okay.
Publicly it's 10 days.
The teams will know a couple days before that typically.
Yeah, the teams know which way the wind is blowing before the public does.
That is all of a sudden, you got to keep a hotel for another on a different night, and all of that. So, like, travel plans are kind of a pain in the butt. But, yeah, regardless of just even to get CJ Stroud in there, and the potential of an Aaron Rodgers. So, like, if they're 12 days out and Aaron Rodgers hasn't committed to coming back and playing yet, like, let's say, you know, he's still would they just do that on a gamble? Because, okay, the Jets at least aren't a winless football team or anything.
Yeah.
Versus, and a really, you know, a tough defensive test versus CJ Stroud. That alone might obviously be better than the existing matchup.
I think Stroud's the story. I think the Texans will be coming off a 3-game homestand in which I expect them to win at least 2. So they'll be very relevant in the playoff race. CJ Stroud will be very relevant in the MVP race. And I think, Seth, when you just boil it down, there's no skin off the back of the league logistically to do this. And Texans-Jets, even if the Jets are 4-7 or 5-7 at the time and kind of not even in the playoff hunt really, Jets-Texans with CJ Stroud is more attractive than Giants-Packers with Tommy DeVito and Jordan Love at quarterback. You know, it's just a more intriguing. Can't believe this is where we are with the Texans. This is what we're saying. The Texans have more marquee value than either the Giants or the Packers without question right now because of CJ Stroud.
Jets are 4-5. They're currently 13th in the playoff standings. Like there's from 12. The Chargers are 12th in the playoff standings. Lots of rumors that Bill Belichick will be next year's Chargers coach. Yesterday,
Yeah,
I don't know. Those are Diana Rossini's kind of got me second guessing everything she says because she's done that thing where you hint at things you're hearing and everything. And one of the things that she hinted at hearing before last week's game was that Ken Dorsey, there was no way his job was in peril because they really like Ken Dorsey there in Buffalo. And then like 3 days later, Ken Dorsey was out of there.
Her speculative game was a little tighter when she was with the worldwide leader.
I think the information was a little bit funneled to the appropriate people more easily.
Yeah, I think so. You know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe people are
Who's she with now?
She's with The Athletic now. She's not with ESPN anymore. She left ESPN.
You know, The Athletic, I'm actually kind of disappointed in some of them. Like, they were trumpeting themselves as like, hey, this is like old school, long-form journalism, this, that, and the other thing. The cool thing about The Athletic is they have actual editors. So writers, you know, kind of have their mistakes corrected and everything. But then in that nice article about CJ Stroud, even after it had been up for a month, it described CJ's father as prisoner turned pastor. And I'm like, so I'm reading this whole thing like, wait, did I miss something? Because I thought the story was, okay, their church work, and then he went to jail. So that even went uncorrected, which I try not to, in modern journalism, I try not to worry about little stuff like that because, again, there are no editors. But The Athletic was supposed to be different in that regard.
They were. We're paying for it. You know, it's not free. We're paying for it.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Getting closer and closer to Texans Cardinals. We'll be all over that today. Up next, Texans got more hardware yesterday. React to the Deshaun Watson injury up in Cleveland, including reaction from Deshaun Watson himself. We'll have that for you next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First and goal inside the 6. Stroud under center. Schultz in the backfield. And here's motion. CJ pushes the ball to Singletary. Right side run, and Devin is in. Touchdown, Houston. Singletary with the rushing TD. And the Texans are up 2 scores on Cincinnati.
Yeah, made it 20-7. That was Devin Singletary. 30 carries, 150 yards. Good enough, Seth, for the second straight week. A Houston Texan is your AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Old
like
motor.
Clockwork.
Yeah. If you had a Texans running back winning Offensive Player of the Week sometime this season, if you had that ticket, cash it and then make those Cabo reservations, baby.
The other thing, too, is that it gives CJ a game-winning drive with that field goal. CJ's got, just on Pro Football Reference, I think he's got 2 game-winning drives and 1 come-from-behind drive. They only call it a come-from-behind if you end up winning the game. Same thing in the game-winning. You can have a game-winning drive like you did in Atlanta, but then still lose the game. That doesn't count as a game-winning drive either. It's got to be the actual.
You have to win
down there in the yeah.
You got to win.
Yeah, the second part of that sounded kind of obvious, but I feel like honestly, Burrow should credit for a game-winning drive.
Well,
even though he lost it, if you're a quarterback and you go ahead with less than a minute remaining, I feel like you should get credit for a game-winning drive.
I do. As far as CJ goes, I really do. I in my mind, in the last what was that, week 5 Atlanta? So that would be the last 5 games, I guess. Yeah. In my mind, he's got 3 late clutch drives. In my mind, it's not CJ's fault that he walks off the field after executing a play that he drew up, by the way, to Dalton Schultz for that go-ahead touchdown against Atlanta. Yeah. It's not CJ's fault that the defense went out there and gave up a field goal afterwards to lose the game. So I give him credit for 3, Seth. In my book, He's got 3 late clutch drives in the last basically month and a half of football.
And Burrows, of course, would be a game-tying drive.
Game-tying, that's correct. Yeah. Here was DeMeco Ryans this week on Devin Singletary's performance last week.
Now you see the run game start to come to life there. And again, motor, outstanding game, outstanding performance by him. The way he ran the ball, the way he finished, still impressive. Right, sitting back, watching it again today, very happy with what Motor has done. It's encouraging to see just the way his style and the way he finished, the way he made guys miss. Right, when they had one-on-one opportunities, just impressive from all those guys.
He was really comfortable in that offense on Sunday. Devin Singletary was.
He was comfortable in that offense. I think getting him into a flow and having the offensive line, be able to have a little bit more clarity. And I think Bobby Slowick can be in more of a flow with Devin Singletary. He gets a feel for what he likes and doesn't like, what he's good at, what he's not good at. When Dameon Pierce comes back, I think they're going to have to be careful in just, how much they try to run a 2-quarterback system in which you're mixing and matching and perhaps sometimes putting a square peg into a round hole. Devin Singletary is very capable of doing it. And I guess the test won't be this week because the Cardinals are not a good rushing defense. But at some point here, they have to prove that they can do it versus a good run defense.
Yeah.
That's the only other side of it. But I think the other part of it, too, is both with the offense and the defense, there's things that happen in the first half of the season whenever you have a new coaching staff, and especially when you have a bunch of, new veteran players and new young players, that things just aren't that smooth for the first half of the season. Mm-hmm. If things are being coached right, things do start to click midway through the year. And I think we are seeing evidence of that on both offense and defense. Things just kind of clicking and falling into place.
Yep. Denzel Perryman had his suspension reduced to 2 games yesterday on appeal. So he appealed. I don't know who heard the appeal, if it was Thrash or if it was Derek Brooks. Whoever it was is a fine human being, a gentleman, and a scholar, because Denzel Perryman now only suspended for the Arizona and Jacksonville games. He will be back for Denver in Week 13. So there is that.
I wonder if James Thrash and Derek Brooks on a day-by-day basis are sitting in the same room with John Runyon, or if there's like an actual separation with them. If they're not, I don't like the idea of those two being all buddy, all Supreme Court style. I needed to be John Runyon sitting in his ivory top, and then those two, the actual human beings, realizing like, oh, this John Runyon's out of control.
Yeah,
I thought maybe Derek Brooks would have the cojones to buck it down to a 1-game suspension for 2 reasons. One, like, hey, Did we warn anybody that all of a sudden there were going to be 3-game suspensions? Like we're just going to go right to from 0 to 3-game suspensions? And 2, when an offensive player puts himself in the way of harm, as both the instances this year with Zach Moss versus the Colts and with Jamar Chase versus the Bengals, the offensive player put himself in harm's way, like a jaywalker leaping out into traffic. That you should get a little bit of lenience because of that. But I'll take the 2. I wish he would be back for Jacksonville, but he'll be back for Denver.
Yep. By the way, Dameon Pierce did not practice yesterday. Henry To'oTo'o did not practice yesterday. Nico Collins back practicing. Noah Brown did not practice yesterday. So among the
it sounded from D'Amico like a day-by-day situation with Noah Brown.
Yeah.
I didn't sound overly pessimistic about it.
No, I'm not super concerned about it. Deshaun Watson tweeted this yesterday at 6:13 a.m. Yesterday, so it's Wednesday.
Central?
Yeah, 6:13 a.m. Houston time, yes.
Okay.
Father, thank you that whether your promise is fulfilled in my life today or years from now, you will bring it to pass in your perfect time. Thank you that I too can say, God, give me this mountain. I declare that every giant, every obstacle that stands in the way will be conquered in Jesus' name. Prayer hand emoji. And this was the tweet that apparently I went back and listened to the first few. I went back and listened to the segments where the Deshaun Watson out for the season news dropped on our Cleveland sister station, which we'll hear a little bit of in a second. But this was, listening to them was the first I'd heard that Deshaun had been cryptically tweeting a couple of hours before the news got announced. Again, this is 6:13 a.m. The news came down just before we were doing headlines at 8 a.m. So they were a little freaked out the first hour of the show yesterday, and they were massively freaked out once the news came down about Deshaun.
You know, one thing that I never liked or appreciated about Deshaun Watson's tweeting habits, or honestly his generation in general, was the lack of citations when they quote people, whether it be Future the rapper or was that did he put the biblical verse on that?
I don't know that this is a biblical verse. I think this may be authentic Deshaun here.
Oh, really?
I think it might be. Yeah, maybe the God give me this mountain could be in there somewhere. I'm not a biblical expert, so I don't really know.
You're not?
Believe it or not, as much.
I feel like I was duped into taking you on as a co-host.
No, I know. As much Bible verse as I cite during this show, I'm really not an expert at it. Usually it's just me reading it from athletes. Yeah.
He tweeted that, or it was on his Instagram?
He may put it on the gram, too. It was
there it is.
To get on Twitter. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? There's ads showing up freakishly early in the feed right now, so I didn't have okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Father, thank you for that. Okay, I got you. So that's a prayer of some sort. I don't think he wrote the prayer.
Yeah, so he tweeted that at 6:13 a.m., 7:50-ish comes down about Deshaun Watson. Let's hear from Deshaun first. He met with the media yesterday in Cleveland. He is in disbelief right now.
Yeah, I'm still in disbelief. I'm still, like I said, just trying to process all the information that I've been getting since last night. It's tough. I've felt like we were turning a corner to really make a run, and I still believe we still will. With the guys in this locker room. I just wanted to be physically a part of it, on the field with those guys, and 6 weeks I was down and try to come back, and then 2 weeks later I'm back at it again. So yeah, it's tough to try to wrap everything around my head right now.
All right, so that was Deshaun. Everybody met with the media up there yesterday. The GM, the head coach, Deshaun. Yeah. It was a dark day for Cleveland yesterday, Seth.
It was, yeah. That's I do feel bad for Browns fans because they've been so conflicted about the Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, I believe that was a Joel Osteen prayer.
Oh, really?
That Deshaun plagiarized.
Cross-check?
Put on his Cincy, yeah.
Okay.
That's the only one that when I copied and pasted it, it shows up like 19 different Lakewood churches.
Oh, that's
and
funny.
Nowhere else with the exact quote. So I think that's a Joel Osteen original.
Okay.
And Deshaun just put it up there with no attribution.
Deshaun's got a whole new set of lawsuits coming. Plagiarism.
I want to see.
God, I just finished up the massage stuff, and now I'm getting hit with plagiarism lawsuits.
No, I feel bad for Browns fans because they've been in a world where a lot of them didn't know quite how to even handle the signing of or the trade for Deshaun Watson. We've had various people. I feel like a lot of football smart people in Cleveland have sold their souls as they've presented various bad performances by Deshaun and said things like, if you think this was a bad performance, you just don't know football. Well, like,
right.
I thought 10 for 40 for like 110 yards was bad no matter what, but I guess I don't know football. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. They tried so hard. They've bent over backwards, and now he goes and fractures his glenoid.
Yeah, his glenoid. I learned a new word yesterday, glenoid. All right, do you want to hear what this sounded like on Cleveland radio yesterday, Seth?
Oh, God, do I?
Yeah,
yes.
Here is Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. They're the morning show on 92.3 The Fan. We remember kind of what this felt like in 2017 when Deshaun went down with the ACL tear. That got announced while I was on the air in afternoons back then. Here was Cleveland radio yesterday. Call anybody.
This is the worst possible thing I could have heard. The worst possible thing at the worst possible time. Deshaun Watson's on injured reserve. Good morning to you. He's been placed on injury reserve with a shoulder injury that is going to require surgery. He had the ankle injury as well, but it's the shoulder, correct, that is going to require surgery. So Deshaun Watson is out for the rest of the year. The Browns are 6-3. We were in the middle of a fight for a division. We were dreaming about the division for the first time since 1989. You got to call anybody you can. Andrew Berry's going to be available at 10:15 this morning. He better be on the phone between now and 10:15 this morning. And then he better be on the phone afterwards. You better find a way to get Matt Ryan or anybody out of the booth. I don't care. I know how crazy and desperate I sound, but that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm at.
Seth, I learned this I learned. We'll hear a little more in a second. They are not into Dorian Thompson-Robinson taking over. They're not into P.J. Walker taking over. And this game on Sunday against Pittsburgh in Cleveland was, before Deshaun's injury got announced, this was shaping up to be like the Browns' home game of the decade. Like ticket prices through the roof. They just coming off that huge comeback win against the Ravens. So they're right there for the division right now, the Browns are. And so they are let me play one more. They're going to dark places right now.
You've been through this tug and pull. I got the Defensive Player of the Year. He's in year 7. I got Denzel Ward, where I think every year I have with him is a gift because he gets hurt a couple of times a year. I got Nick Chubb, who just had surgery yesterday. I don't know when in 2024 he's going to be back. Like, this is we're going to dark places here. So they got to go. Andrew's got to go find somebody. You got to get this figured out. Because I'm on the verge of speaking in tongues right now.
That was great.
I wish you would have started speaking in tongues.
Trust me, that would have made the audio clip.
If Deshaun were to speak in tongues, he would just rip it off of somebody else. And
right.
He's like trying to emulate Joel Osteen speaking in tongues. So Andrew Berry did speak, the GM, later. He said that they would sign a third quarterback, which I'm sure Browns fans just got to be ecstatic about. Like, okay, which unknown out there. Remember, you're past the trade deadline.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if somebody could ever pull some like extremely dirty pool of like if they've got a quarterback on their roster that the Browns would want. They're like a little wink, wink. Hey, we're going to cut this guy for considerations,
or
maybe
just put him. Just move him down to the practice squad and let the Browns pluck him from there.
Right, yeah. You move it, so you kind of just surreptitiously do that with a little bit of a brother-in-law deal on your next trade or something.
Right.
Probably. Now that I say that, I'm kind of ashamed of myself that I haven't thought of that before.
Hey.
I'm guessing it's happened a time or two.
You think?
Yeah. Like, okay, we can't trade for this guy, but if you let us know exactly when he's now. But you got to pick him up on waivers and all that.
Yeah.
He also Andrew Berry also confirmed that the $230 million is fully guaranteed for injury.
Yeah.
I'm curious about who asked that. Like, I feel like that feels like a rubbing it in type of scenario. Like, hey, Mr. Berry, I just wanted to confirm this was fully guaranteed.
Right.
Does that include this injury? Yes, we'll be paying him that $230 million, no matter how many games he does or does not play.
Mr. Berry? Yes, Sean Pendergast. Yes, Sean Pendergast, Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Is it true that you've shoved $90 million of the 92 that you owe Deshaun these first 2 years into future years, and you can't sign any free agents? Yes, and why is there a Houston person on our Zoom call right now? Hey, let me real quick, Seth. Let me play one more because there's a caller. This is a caller, Gerald in Young. CJ Stroud gets into the story.
This year in the NFL, quarterback play has been pretty bad with the exception of a few quarterbacks. And our defense is built to push through. So we're going to make the playoffs. I'm confident we're going to make the playoffs. But this has got to be a magical season in which Foles or DTR turns into a Stroud somehow. I mean, it's absolutely sickening. And the fan base has got to show up Sunday because Pittsburgh's coming into town and they don't give a damn. So we got to take the boots to Pittsburgh. We got to show up like never before. We got to support this team to 7-3 and then go 1-0 next week. And that's what it is. And Stefanski's built for this too. I've been on Stefanski for the last year and a half. He's built for it. The staff is built for it. Let's go, Browns. Beat Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Gerald in Youngstown. What do they do before Browns games? Do they ring a bell, or do they shoot off a cannon, or do they? They
light a tire fire. I think.
Do okay.
There's like a pyre.
Yeah.
Like they put like the mascot on top of a pyre made of tires.
Gerald in Youngstown.
It's a tire pyre.
Gerald in Youngstown needs to be the torch carrier to light the tire pyre on Sunday. Yes.
So the Steelers right now are 5th in the playoff standings. The Browns are 6th. The Texans are 7th.
Yeah.
I would feel like I think inevitably the Browns will have to topple over.
Yeah.
If they don't, I would sit back and applaud it. But for this week, I would like the Browns to knock off the Steelers.
Bring the Steelers back down a little bit because the Browns are eventually going to come back to our heads on that.
Because mostly, like the Ravens are likely going to win that division.
Yeah.
So this is all jockeying for wild card.
Bingo, nailed it, absolutely. All right, let's get to some headlines. We'll dig into the Texans injury report a little bit more than we did in this segment. We'll get to some awards, some hardware handed down to a former Astro yesterday. We'll get to that as well. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Zadok Jewelers. Listen to me.
Good to be with you on a Thursday. Quick text here. Thoughts of JJ hinting on the McAfee podcast that he might come back and play for the Texans. We'll get to JJ on McAfee this week at the top of the hour. He had a lot of other things to say on the McAfee podcast.
He had a lot of other things to say about that specific topic that were left out of things written about JJ.
Of course, yeah. 2023.
I got done in by something. It was an obvious joke on McAfee last week that, like, I saw the sound bites and clips, and I was like, I can't believe they're saying this. This is BS.
Yep.
And no. I fell for it. So now, you know what it does? I went and I watched the whole damn JJ episode or the whole JJ hour yesterday on the Pat McAfee show.
Very effective at marketing, absolutely. Yeah. Texans injury report. We'll get to JJ top of the hour. Texans injury report as far as who did not practice yesterday. Big names that didn't practice yesterday. Noah Brown didn't practice. Dameon Pierce, third straight week, he's not practicing. Henry To'oTo'o still in concussion protocol. Jimmy Ward's hamstring still has him out. Robert Woods, Laramie Tunsil didn't practice, but that's normal for the two of them on Wednesday to not practice. I would say...
Stay old.
Yeah. I would say if I were a Texan fan glancing at his injury report, the one that would pop out just because he's been so good the last two games would be Noah Brown, but D'Amico Ryans didn't sound overly concerned about Noah Brown's injury yesterday.
Yeah. That's Nico looked really good. I just saw a clip from Drew Doherty had tweeted out a picture of him during warm-ups, just kind of bouncing around and leaping and doing all kinds of stuff that I'd pull 3 hamstrings trying to do.
Yes, yeah. No, Nico's going to play on Sunday. I'd seen that report yesterday.
And by the way, just to be clear, Laramie's not old either. He's 29, but whatever. He gets his veteran Wednesday off every week.
Yeah.
So.
Well, to be fair to Laramie, he did have an injury where he actually missed games earlier this year. So
I know.
There was that.
But it's almost like a given. Like, well, Laramie, of course he won't. Of course he won't be practicing on Wednesday. You silly fool.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary, Offensive Player of the Week in the AFC. So the Texans take home that hardware 2 weeks in a row. Can't remember the last time, or if that's ever happened for the Texans. And Denzel Perryman's suspension reduced from 3 games to 2 games. At the NFL. So he'll miss the Arizona game and the Jacksonville game.
The one thing about Perryman being out that does concern me is that, it's nice to throw a spy on Kyler Murray every now and then. So Cashman, I think, is the other good candidate, but it's nice to be able to mix up who your spy is so they don't know for sure what's going on. And Perryman is one of the more explosively athletic guys in that linebacker room. So you lose that asset
for
aside
Kyler.
From all the other normal linebacking
That's
stuff.
a good, that's an unspoken wrinkle. I've not heard anybody bring that up. It's a really good point. Deshaun Watson out for the season announced yesterday by the Browns, right in the middle of our show, right around 8 o'clock yesterday morning. Here was Deshaun Watson meeting with the media in Cleveland today.
Yeah, I'm still in disbelief. I'm still, I said, just trying to process all the information that I've been getting since last night. It's tough. I felt like we were turning a corner to really make a run, and I still believe we still will. With the guys in this locker room. I just wanted to be physically a part of it, on the field with those guys, and 6 weeks I was down and try to come back, and then 2 weeks later I'm back at it again. So yeah, it's tough to try to wrap everything around my head right now.
Dude, he's been banged up this year, man. Ankles. This is the second shoulder injury on his throwing shoulder.
It's hard not to start questioning, exactly what I'm talking about, like an athlete in general. I don't know if this is where Deshaun is, but it's hard when you've been injured a bunch to not start questioning yourself whether you're injury prone, and you got to talk yourself out of it to some extent. And then with Deshaun, you have the added element, obviously, of his extended time off, all of the stress and scrutiny that went into that. Like the change in his relationship status, evidently. Like, there's a lot going on, I'm sure, in his mind right now. And you wonder, what version of Deshaun do you get next year? He took a while, he took a while to start looking like himself this year. And it's not a slam dunk guarantee if you're a Browns or just an observer of the NFL that, after a year off and getting shoulder surgery, not to mention all the other injuries, that he'll come in and he'll look exactly the way he did in, what is it, 2020? 2020 was the last time he actually looked like a good NFL quarterback?
Yeah. Think about that, Seth. By the end of this season, he will have played, going back to the end of 2020, he will have played in 12 of a possible 51 games. When you count him sitting out 2021, just sitting out, and then the suspension and all the injuries and everything else, it's been a wild 3 years for Deshaun. We'll get back to Deshaun. Let's make sure we get these other headlines in. Major League Baseball awards. Cy Young announced yesterday.
Framber?
No.
Oh, all right.
Garrett Cole.
For Pete's sake.
Garrett Cole won the Cy Young Award. So Garrett Cole finally breaks the seal, wins the Cy Young Award for the New York Yankees. I don't even know if Framber got any votes for the Cy Young this year. I know. Blake Snell wins
that felt cruel. I'm sorry.
Blake Snell for the Padres wins in the NL. So Blake Snell becomes part of a pretty elite group. I think he's one of 7 now.
Yeah, how many innings did he pitch this year? Was it like 32? Did he win it with like 32 innings pitched? Son of a man.
I didn't check, but he's one of 7 now to win the Cy Young in both leagues. He's won it in the NL and the AL. So.
He stole it from Verlander that one year.
That is true. Yes.
He pitched 180 innings this year. It seems like the year he won that before it was like 160 or something. But it was still way less than Verlander had pitched like 220 innings that year.
Verlander's a horse. Absolutely. Speaking of pitchers, Lance McCullers. He's going to be hosting the Houston Seth. Circle that. January the 30th. It was announced 713 Music Hall. Seth, you've of course been part of that presentation the last several years, including last year with Alex Bregman. What kind of performance does McCullers have to live up to based on, because you were as behind the scenes as anybody with Bregman last year. You were on the headsets. You could hear all the machinations going on behind the scenes.
Bregman was very calm, cool, and collected. He almost had like a Dean Martin vibe to him, where he's just like it was no sweat. Everything was easy, and just kind of he was able to exude his natural personality. I think Lance is a little bit more fiery in some regards. The one thing that I noted just listening on my IFB or whatever they call that thing, my little earpiece, was that there were a couple times where I think Bregman didn't realize what a tizzy it throws the production into when you try to make changes on the fly. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces, like where cameras are set up and everything. So I'll tell Daniel Gutierrez, who's in charge. He took that over now this year, just to maybe make that part of like the pre-production indoctrination
instructions. Yeah.
And real quick, since we are still talking about pitchers and Lance McCullers, Blake Snell has only ever pitched 180 innings. Twice in his career, both times he won the Cy Young. He's like Sean. The most innings he's pitched in his non-Cy Young years are 129 innings pitched. He's like, and everything else has been 129 1/3 innings or less. And like in his 2 Cy Young, he's pitched 180 innings, which is still low. But most Cy Young. What is baseball doing? How are you so wantonly and brazenly encouraging this era of
load management?
The best athletes hardly playing their sport at all? What the hell?
Blame the writers. The writers are voting for these guys. What are you doing, writers?
Baseball writers are the worst, except for the ones that I know.
Yes.
But other than them, they're the worst.
Yep.
They're so stupid and pompous.
All right. That was headlines. Draymond Green suspended 5 games, by the way, for putting a chokehold on Rudy Gobert. Payne and Pendergast. I finally saw that. I'm like, wow.
He only lightly choked him.
True.
It wasn't. I feel like they didn't take into account the gentleness of that chokehold.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. J.J. Watt was on Pat McAfee. He weighed in on the CJ Stroud MVP conversation, NRG Stadium, and the cut that's making the rounds on my knee. I can't believe how many people got worked up about this yesterday, but we'll play it. We'll play it for you. That's JJ on the Pat McAfee Show. We'll do that next. First, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the owner.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
No big surprise. Throw J.J. Watt into the mix of people that are on this CJ Stroud. I'm not even going to call it a bandwagon. That would imply that there's just some sort of whimsical nature to it. This is for real, man. I think CJ is sustainable. He's playing at a super high level. Here is J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee Show. Texans got a franchise quarterback.
I mean, I think it's an unbelievably exciting time. They have got a franchise quarterback now who not only plays the game at an unbelievably high level, has legitimately put himself in the MVP conversation, and he also does everything the right way off the field, the way that he goes about his business, the way that he handles his teammates, the way that he is in the community. So when you have that combination and you have the head coach, who's an extremely smart, diligent, young head coach who's leading the team in the city the right way, I mean, you put these pieces together, it is an unbelievably exciting time.
That's the biggest difference to me, Seth, the thing that JJ cited there at the end. It's not about CJ. I mean, it is about CJ, obviously. But as far as the feeling, the fans coming back around, because we've been down this road before with a young quarterback who has taken the league by storm. You know, in terms of how this rookie year has a lot of similarities to Deshaun Watson's rookie year, aside from the fact that Deshaun got injured and his season ended. But those 7 games of Deshaun felt a lot like these 9 games of CJ Stroud felt. To me, when I'm out talking to people that are kind of like feeling their way, the average fan feeling their way about getting back on board with the Texans, the biggest difference to me is that people love this head coach, and they just didn't like Bill O'Brien. Like, even when this team was good, there were Texan fans who were backing away from the team because they just did not like Bill O'Brien. They love DeMeco Ryans.
It was always just he was miscast in a lot of ways as a Houston football coach.
Yes.
There's that book I had read about Bill Belichick. It's better to be loved than feared, or feared than loved, whatever. Yeah, better to be feared
Probably
than loved.
feared, yes.
Yeah, that makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
The title was something like that. Yeah. But there was a little snippet in there about how Bill Belichick kind of poked fun at O'Brien for going to Houston, like he wasn't going to fit in there or something. And then he made like the classic, some joke about cowboy boots or something. And I think there was probably more reality to that than perhaps Belichick even realized. So, yeah, there was that. And I think that the DeMeco part, it's above and beyond. It's not like he's just different than Bill Belichick. Or it's not that he's just different than Bill O'Brien. It's that it's very, very rare that you have an NFL coach who specifically says he wants to go to the city that he's coaching in. Like that, you know, obviously there's the team dynamic, but that also his wife is from here. And then you have, you know, David Culley was the exact opposite, which is it's a city that has an NFL team. That's what I like about Houston.
Yeah. Yeah,
it was
one of 32, yeah.
Yeah, one of 32 teams.
I stopped simply because there's 32 of these in this league.
Yeah, that was very different than DeMeco's press conference.
I took this job because it is nondescript. It is no different than any other job. No better, no worse. It's just a thing that I do. It's like a pillow that a dog
Have
humps.
you seen the pay raise?
This is, yeah. Hey, dog, why are you humping that pillow? It's a big, soft, fluffy thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even my favorite pillow.
It's one of 32 pillows in this room right now.
Pillows in this house.
Yep.
So, yeah, the fact that DeMeco actually wanted to be here, that the team has a history with him, that the fan base has a history with him, that's a lot. And then his actual personality is one that's easy to want to pull for because he tends to. He's no nonsense in the most laid back way possible, and so it's really cool. Like he's all business, and yet at the same time, none of the annoying stuff that goes along with a lot of people who proclaim themselves to be all business.
Yeah, he does, without having ever seen that side of him that the players all talk about behind the scenes, because they talk about a guy who is very detail oriented, very discipline oriented, and in some ways different than the guy that we see in press conferences. Although I think he's pretty no nonsense there too. The balancing act I'm impressed by with him.
Yeah, well, I think to be clear, the problem is this is the problem. People hear that a coach is detail oriented or strict or has high standards, and they automatically in their mind envision a coach who's yelling and screaming and tearing into people all the time. Some of the toughest coaches I've ever had are like the nicest. You know who's described as the guy that has the hardest training camps in the NFL? Andy freaking Reid.
Yeah.
And it's because he's got high standards and he holds people to them. So it's not a matter of a guy that yells. A lot of times guys who yell and scream a lot are actually like the least disciplined coaches because they're all over the place. They're erratic in their personality. Just simply holding guys to high standards, which is what D'Amico does. I think it doesn't have to be that his personality is any different while he's doing that. It's just it's hard to appreciate what it's like being coached by somebody like that until you do it.
Yep. Here's more J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt's prediction, NRG Stadium is about to get back to being the old NRG Stadium.
CJ asked for the fans to show up this week in a big way at NRG Stadium. I think that we're about to start to see the energy in Houston reach the old school levels, like the exciting levels. It's going to be a fun time down there, man.
My prediction is this. I do think it'll be loud on Sunday. It was loud against Tampa Bay. And as you pointed out, Seth, yesterday, as long as the diehards are in the building, when it's appropriate to be loud and the team is giving them something to be excited about, which this team undoubtedly has for most of this season, especially recently, it'll be loud in there. It was super loud against Tampa Bay. I think it's going to be loud again on Sunday. As far as how the crowd looks, ticket sales, things like that, I would guess this game is going to be pretty similar to Tampa Bay. That said, if they win this game and they're 6-4, and if they win this game, doesn't matter what Jacksonville does this weekend, if they win this game, Week 12 against Jacksonville here will be for the division lead.
The thing about the last couple of years with the fan and what have you is really, for a team that's been around for 2 decades or so, this was the first time that the attendance, the paid attendance, actually took a hit. If you look back through previous years, most years Houston would be somewhere between 8th and 11th in paid attendance. That doesn't mean that everybody shows up, but they count how many tickets are bought, right, et cetera, et cetera. So they'd be 8th through 11th in good years and bad years. 2013, they were 11th in attendance. So it was just more of a function of the stadium size that they weren't any higher than that. They were sold out all those years. Then in 2021, all of a sudden, you don't count 2020, but 2021 when things got really dark, they plummeted down to 17th. In 2022, they plummeted. They were at 19th. So this was the first time where people actually voted with their feet. They actually chose not to attend games or not to purchase tickets because of all the stuff that was going around. And I don't think it's just so easy to immediately pull yourself out of that. Although this year, lo and behold, they're 9th in paid attendance.
Are they really? Okay,
yeah,
well, that's a win for the Texans right there. I think it's going to be loud on Sunday. Seth, I'll tell you, I was just thinking about this during the break. One more reason I want them to not just win this game, but I want them to win it convincingly. If you're looking for reasons to get fired up about the Arizona Cardinals, it's about as hard a team to find history with or even in the moment to get fired up about because it's not a very good team. There's very little history with the Cardinals. But I would remind Texan fans, ones that were, do a lot of reading online about predictions and for the Texans coming into the season, that when they made that trade with the Cardinals to get Will Anderson, and then all the mock drafts started coming out for next year, who were the first 2 teams in all of those mock drafts picking? Well, the first 2 picks were for the Cardinals because one was going to be the Cardinals and the other pick was going to be the Texans. These were undoubtedly, without question, going to be the 2 worst teams in football. This Week 11 matchup was going to be the polar opposite of the Super Bowl because these are the 2 worst teams. The Cardinals have turned out to be one of the worst teams in football. A little pluckier than I thought they would be, and they've got Kyler Murray back, so they're a little more dangerous, but they are, by record, one of the worst teams in football. The Texans are not. And that's part of the reason I want the Texans to take the Cardinals to the woodshed is to remind everybody from before the season how stupid they sound right now. From just plunking the Texans down next to the Cardinals lazily without taking into account they're going to draft a quarterback, they're going to have a new head coach who's considerably more capable and connects with the players better than these previous head coaches that they've had, and that they've got young pieces and that they've got money they can spend, all those things. They ignored that. They need to be reminded. Texans need to blow these guys out this weekend.
Part of it, too, I think, is it also helped, without people even consciously realizing this, people had built up the Texans as such villains in so many ways that I think a lot of people needed it to be that it couldn't possibly have also been that, hey, maybe Lovie Smith and David Culley shouldn't have been the coaches long term. Nobody made an argument for David Culley and arguing about how the Texans shouldn't have fired David Culley. Not a single person ever said so where should David Culley go next? Not Not a single I Googled it. There was nobody. All the people, every single person that said, like, I can't believe the Texans fired David Culley. Not a single one of them said, you know who's a good candidate for this other job? David Culley. Yeah.
Where to next for David Culley?
I can't believe the Texans fired this coach, who I will not recommend for any other coaching jobs.
Exactly.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's
100%. Otherwise, it's just you're just playing imaginary football. Nobody's going to pay to see that.
Yeah, it's 22 guys just running around.
You ever watch a football game without a football? That's what they do in, like, mental hospitals.
Yes.
Like, we can't trust them with a football.
Right.
So just go ahead and let them play a game of imaginary
22 guys
football.
just running around right now. They're playing football. Just there's no
flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah, they're playing football. There's no football though. Here's one more from J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show. This is the one we had a couple texters. Hey guys, did you see J.J. Watt? If he comes back,
it's not those. Don't make fun of those texters. This is the way it was presented in the news. So it's not their fault.
Fair enough.
Not their fault.
Here it is.
Oh my God! I think I just heard JJ wants to play football again.
Yeah, either the Lions or the Steelers.
Oh my God!
Pick your poison.
Yeah. You think I would go to? I mean, if you think about it, use our brains for a second here. If you're going to go somewhere, obviously you speak about Pittsburgh because my brother's there. But is there another team that's playing incredibly well right now who's got a quarterback that's crushing it?
I got one for
got
you.
a lot of connections. Like, I mean, let's use our brains.
Yeah, I got one for you.
I'm struggling.
I got one for him. No,
I can't think of
I
it.
got one for him right there.
I think D-Buck could probably.
Right down there. There'll be a guy right next to you too who I was about to ask you about with Sheldon Rankins. 98 just had a.
There you go.
Had a J.J. Watt-ish game.
Okay.
Yeah. So JJ would go on to talk about how he hasn't been running at all. Like this is what he always goes back to. Like, guys, I haven't been running at all. The one thing he did say, though, was that his brother asked him. He was working out with his brother the other day. He didn't specify which one. And he said, the brother said, why are you squatting this much? Like, what are you doing? So, like, there is that. But JJ continually says, I haven't been running. Like, I couldn't come back and do this when I haven't been running. So I think, honestly, as JJ sat there talking to Pat McAfee and his cohorts, I do not think that JJ had a single thought in his head about coming back and playing. I do wonder if it has planted a seed where he might just maybe casually time himself in a couple agility drills or something. Maybe just see, okay, I've got a standard for, like, okay, how fast am I compared to what I was at my peak? That he might do that, and that if all of a sudden a team that who was that asked the question about Sheldon Rankins?
I forget. I don't know who. It was not Pac-Man Jones. It was whoever they had that day.
He said D. I thought he said D-Buck.
Yeah,
so I don't know who that is.
T-Buck. Maybe it's Terrell Buckley. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Which, by the way, like, in asking about. Meanwhile, Malik Collins is probably sitting at home, like, "Hey, whoa!
Bro.
What about? Yeah, I'm playing next to Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that's funny.
That feels like Collins. That situation is kind of like whoever was. Remember when Tom Hanks in Castaway comes back to Nashville and his ex-fiance is married now? Her husband was probably Helen Hunt. Helen Hunt's husband was probably like, "Yo, bro, what the hell?"
Yeah, he was. He did everything he could to keep Helen Hunt from talking
to
Tom
I don't
Hanks.
think he did. He let her. He just went upstairs so she could hang out downstairs and talk to him.
Right. I mean, he couldn't totally keep her from talking to him. That would have been. But
did he try to keep her from talking to him?
He tried to put she was crying and she tried to run back in to talk to him, and he kind of because Tom Hanks saw it all through the window after he talked to her for the first time. She leaves, goes back out to the car with the guy who played Big on Sex and the City, and that's her new husband, and he's got his arm around her, and she's crying, and she wants to run back in, and he grabs her and goes, no, and puts her in the car. Very domineering, really? Very controlling, yes.
Oh, I didn't remember that part.
Yeah.
I thought she just calmly said tough luck, Tommy.
Well, they did.
Tough luck, Tommy boy. She's a Titans fan, so I hate her. I hate her so much.
She was a Titans fan.
She's a stupid Titans fan.
Yes, that was back when
she's and at some point it might really happen. We're gonna keep wearing those Oilers jerseys.
Yep.
Get it. I love two men. I abandoned you because you were lost at sea for 3 months.
How long do you think she looked for him? Like a week, maybe?
I'd say a week. Yeah. I think that relationship was a little rocky to begin with, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
Engaged, but it was he was married to his job.
That's one of those movies I saw from beginning to end once. and I liked it enough where if I'm flipping around the channels and I'm bored and it's on, he's already on the island and he's already started to go wackadoo and he's befriended the volleyball and things like that on the island. I'll sit and I'll watch it from there on.
But you're not going to watch through the whole, like, him berating the Russian FedEx workers or anything like that?
No, did that happen at the beginning?
It was one of the more interesting product placement deals in history, because in which, like, okay, FedEx was prominently featured. Their plane goes down. A bunch of people lose their packages. A FedEx manager is berating these Russian-born FedEx workers or wherever they were. Like, there was a lot of stuff that was kind of dodgy for FedEx.
Yeah, it's like FedEx owed Hollywood a favor or something. Hey, this is how we're going to portray you. No way, man. I'm not doing that. Look. You lost $2 million in a poker game, Arthur Smith's dad. You owe us. Okay? All right? Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. QB power ranking. Man, the QB power rankings this week. I'm starting to get a little nervous about this. I'm not going to lie. When I saw this yesterday, yes. I'm starting to get a little nervous about the old CBS QB power rankings they drop every Wednesday. We'll let you hear why next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. You can bring
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right, CBSSports.com does their QB power rankings each week. CJ, when he was first starting to ascend right around end of September, early October, thought it was pretty cool when he was kind of hovering around 10 or 11. Like, wow, this is early, and it's only been a month, but he's been very, very good, no doubt about it. And then these last two games, and given the way they ended, with CJ generating points at the end of the game to go win games for a team that's in the playoff hunt now, that nobody expected to be in the playoff hunt this season, that's really elevated him significantly, as we know. He's in MVP conversations. He's on the odds board. He's fifth on the odds board that I look at for the MVP. He's doing awesome. He's great. He is number one in CBSSports.com QB power rankings. This is not an MVP. You know, if the season ended, this is who the MVP would be. This is the power rankings are based solely on which quarterback is playing the best right now in the NFL. It goes like this: CJ Stroud 1. I'll just give you the top 5, Seth. CJ Stroud 1, Jalen Hurts 2, Patrick Mahomes 3, Lamar Jackson 4, Josh Allen 5. Josh Allen, who was rough.
Josh Allen's
on
still
Monday.
at 5. Yeah, that's interesting. A guy that leads the league in interceptions. I feel like Josh Allen is in a sweet spot right now where he's under scrutinized because he's the Buffalo Bills quarterback, and yet in some regards overhyped because his highlights are really good.
Yeah.
So I think people see his highlights, but they don't think about the Bills all that much. Where and Stephen A. pointed this out the other day, like very transparently, saying like, look, the reason Josh Allen gets a pass and Dak Prescott doesn't on his interceptions is because Dak Prescott plays for the Cowboys, okay? But likewise, then it gets annoying, too, though, that when Dak Prescott does anything remotely good, people are acting like he should be the MVP. No, Josh Allen should not be the 5th best-ranked quarterback right now. But I also think that CJ, if you're doing it on the sum total of the season, I don't think CJ should be the number 1 quarterback right now.
I don't either. And is it weird that this makes me more nervous than the MVP talk with CJ Stroud?
Yes, it feels very flavor of the month.
Some subjective power ranking here.
Yeah. No, this is exactly what D'Amico was warning about yesterday in his press conference, in talking about what he talks about to his players. It's like, hey, they're going to love you, they're going to hate you. You can't ride the wave of being a media darling because at some point you're going to be the media and the media enemy, and the media is often incorrect on all of that. And even when they're correct, you shouldn't listen to it because it screws up your whole flow. So I feel like CJ right now is getting a whole lot of attention for what he's doing as a rookie and all of the hurdles he's overcome. It's also just a naturally good story because it's the classic, wow. You know, Bryce Young was the consensus top guy, and you had this S2 test. You know, it's a victory. It's a victory against the standardized test world and all of that.
Yes.
So you got an underdog story somehow coming out of a number 2 overall pick who went to Ohio State, and yet somehow it's easy to paint him as the underdog, so people love that.
It's victory against big testing. Hey, you know this.
Yeah, it's
big tobacco, big alcohol, big testing. Yes.
The majority of humans feel that at some point they've been unfairly labeled by standardized testing.
Yes.
So you can sit here and be like, yeah, you see that? Your Stanford achievement test?
That's right.
Go pound sand, nerds.
CJ is your patron saint, no doubt. By the way, Deshaun Watson, 12th on this power ranking. This was written before it was announced he's going to be out for the season yesterday. Bryce Young, 29th right now. For whatever reason, that Dave Tepper video, which I believe was from around draft time, because multiple clips have come out from the media session Dave Tepper had at some point where he was really open about why they drafted Bryce and what they had going on with the Bears and how the Texans were involved. For whatever reason, the last 2 days, this clip of Panthers owner David Tepper talking about the proposed, he calls it a 3-way trade with the Texans, the Bears, and the Panthers. He talks about that unraveling. That was making a lot of rounds the last couple of days.
To go up to 2. And it was a 3-way trade with Chicago. And we were going to go up to 2. And the Texans were going to trade up to 1. Chicago was going to be down to 2, and we were going to trade with Chicago. And so we were waiting. We had that trade kind of arranged on Wednesday, I think, Scott. Is that the timeline? I think
Wednesday.
And so, we waited. You have to appreciate it. Like, I come from a world where you do trades, and I don't love when trades don't happen right away. So I'm driving Scott crazy. I have to apologize to Scott for this, by the way. I'm saying, what's going on with these guys? This doesn't feel right. What's going on? And so Wednesday goes, Thursday goes, we get into Friday, and the Texans changed their mind about the trade, about doing the trade, the three-way trade. We got in the afternoon, it's Friday afternoon, and, Scott talked to Poles, and basically he got a value that he would accept for us to move up to 1.
And I think that was that's my guess is that's probably where DJ Moore got thrown into the deal, the wide receiver. But I think my takeaway from that, Seth, is when David Tepper, and granted this audio is from several months ago, I'm guessing it's making the rounds now that maybe David Tepper likes it out there because he's like, hey man, we just wanted to go up to 2 and we would have taken whoever, and hey, we would have wound up with CJ Stroud. It's just luck of the draw. My big takeaway with this is that deal got done because David Tepper is admittedly impatient. It's his nature. I want trades to get done very, very quickly.
What's going on? This guy that's had multiple coaches in just several seasons.
Yeah. Very impulsive. And
He's
so
Dan Snyder.
Yeah, very, very impulsive. So let's just do the deal with Chicago. Give them what they want. Let's move up to 1, and let's move on. And this is what's funny. When he talks about Friday, he's like, Friday rolled around, and we still don't have a deal yet. And he's talking about like the clock is ticking on this thing, you know what I mean? And that was not the Friday before the draft or anything. That was Friday, March 10th.
Right.
Now it was the Friday before free agency, so maybe you want to know what your quarterback situation looks like before you head into free agency, so I'll grant him that. But still, like you're this amped up on Friday, March 10th to have to get the deal done.
I think that the other thing, too, that keeps getting reported about this, and I don't think John McClain has helped matters at all because I think John did one of those things where he kind of threw out his opinion and people I don't think it's his fault. I think he put out his opinion about how the Texans were going to draft Bryce Young. That's his thought, and people are treating that like it's a report. I like the thing that people forget when they report all this is the actual timeline of the matter. Like that trade, the Panthers traded up on March 10th. The quarterback pro days weren't until March 23rd. So that was 2 weeks before. Bryce Young's was March 23rd. CJ Stroud's was what, the day before that?
The day before,
so,
yep.
Yeah, so this was a couple weeks. And, the Panthers would go on to send pretty much their entire front office to both those pro days plus Will Levis's pro day.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico Ryans was hired, I think, on the last day of February. And
last day of January,
last day of January.
Yeah.
So about 5 or 6 weeks before this, and the combine weeks prior. I think that at that point there were a lot of teams, or at least the Panthers and the Texans, genuinely felt like, okay, we like both these guys. They seem to be pretty obviously top 5 type candidates, but we want to be sure we take our time with this. So it doesn't matter one way or the other, because the draft is a crapshoot in a lot of ways. But I do think that it's, again, just as it was very easy for people to start reporting that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback at all, now those same people are saying, well, they were going to take Bryce Young, and they just got lucky.
Let me ask you about this. Because they may have taken Bryce Young. Who knows? And I know,
Right.
and a lot of people are making excuses for Bryce Young. Let's acknowledge that. Oh, his line stinks. He's got no weapons. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. They put this all-star coaching staff together for him that includes Josh McCown and Jim Caldwell and Thomas Brown and everybody else, Frank Reich. Perfect dream team to nurture a young quarterback. It's not working right now. What do you think?
Frank Reich is going to take back play calling duties.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. So that's really going to help the young quarterback, yo-yoing play calling duties. What do you think Bryce would look like if he were playing for the Houston Texans right now?
I do think that in some regards, the way Bobby Slowick has operated is very much the same way Kyle Shanahan has operated, which is they've got a defined template for how you go about developing a quarterback. Where they've got kind of a paint by numbers system for, okay, here's this first step, and there's a syllabus. A syllabus is the word that I would use. And I don't think necessarily a lot of coaches are necessarily like that. I think there's a lot of stuff they want to install their stuff, but they're not as methodical about developing the quarterback. So I think Bryce Young would probably look better. But I don't want to take anything away from what CJ. I don't think he would look like CJ Stroud.
No.
Because CJ Stroud's doing a lot of stuff that's like more advanced than what Brock Purdy was doing last year. It's not just as simple as, okay, well, this is the system. Let's remember, Trey Lance was a rookie in that system and was completely lost and didn't know what the hell he was doing. So I think the biggest thing that's happened between those two is that, okay, I do think Bryce Young would look better in this Texan system, but like every negative from Bryce Young's report has showed up. Whereas with CJ, every negative he's addressed, and and like there's negatives in every scouting report, whether they're good or bad players. It's just that CJ has shown that he's able to overcome those negatives, whereas Bryce Young, they've been the exact thing that is bothering him.
Dude, CJ he drops bombs downfield, man. He's just it's aerial assault. I mean, he is something else. Bryce probably be fine in the end. We'll see, and I think he definitely would look better here. But man, he ain't CJ Stroud.
And let's remember, like you said it, you used the word all-star group of quarterback coaches. Okay, Thomas Brown who ended up being the offensive coordinator, was just not a defined offensive guru or quarterback guru or anything like that before. He'd been in the Rams system, but he was an assistant head coach and running backs, but he wasn't this proven Andy Reid type guy. And then Josh McCown had never actually been a full-time coach before.
Right.
That's the clownish part of all of that, is that people were excited about Josh McCown the same way some doofuses were excited about Josh McCown in the Texans front office.
The head coach,
Yeah, he'd never actually coached before.
Right.
He'd never had a job.
Yep.
That's like hiring the kid that's got the 4.0 to come work for your company because he was a really good student in high school, in college, but then you find out, this guy actually doesn't know how to be a good employee.
The Texas A&M job is open right now. They fired Jimbo Fisher earlier this week. If there was one coach I was waiting to hear get asked about the Texas A&M opening, it was definitely this one. You'll hear it. We'll do headlines at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock, the 8 at 8. We do it all next. Yingling flight. Had a couple yesterday, Yingling flight.
SportsRadio610
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So, little college football. The A&M job is open right now. For those who want to apply for it, Jimbo Fisher. It pays $76 million when you suck. That's what the job pays. If you get this job, you're going to suck for a few years, and they're going to ask you to leave, and they're going to cut you a big cardboard Publishers Clearinghouse check. They're going to show up on your door, the AD and the school president with a huge cardboard check for $76 million.
Hey, what's the most? What sport is most emblematic of the great bastion of free enterprise and capitalism that is America? Oh, college football. It's all about Americana. How's it all work? Well, the employees are only allowed to make so much money in the form of tuition. Now, they can go off and make money on their own, but you're only, and then the one manager, one single guy will make millions and millions and millions of dollars. Oh, wow. Is it when he does really well that he gets rewarded? No. No. He actually gets paid even more if he sucks.
To leave. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with college football. Everything's fine.
Dude, he had Jimbo, before we get to Coach Prime here, Jimbo apparently, from what I've been reading, he had no offset language in that contract either. Like, if he were to go coach at another school, he gets all, like, it doesn't apply.
That new school doesn't have to pay like it doesn't take money away from Texas A&M's
what they owe him. Like A&M pays him the $76 million, and Jimbo could go be a barista at Starbucks or go be the czar of college football making $20 million a year. And it doesn't matter. He gets all that money. None of it is offset from the A&M money that he's getting. It's crazy.
Maybe we could see if he's interested in doing like a nighttime show at Sports Radio 610. Like 9 p.m. to midnight or something like that.
That'd be fun, yeah.
Take calls, kind of,
Take calls,
chop it up with people.
Go on message boards and just yell at people who are talking about him on message boards.
Do whatever Stephen A. is doing on his now. It's like giving out romantic advice,
sex advice.
I like it. That's one. I think it's a gimmick he does now. I think it's a bit that he does routinely, giving out like love advice.
Well, his studio is very conducive to it. If you've seen the studio, it's like it's a lot of purple. It's very, the lighting
for
is
his
very,
radio show.
Yeah, well, or the podcast, whatever he's doing. Where we played the audio from it last week. Yeah, it's very. The only thing it's missing is a little like Barry White playing real low in the background. It's got that kind of vibe.
Last week he had what food should you eat before having a romantic interlude, and then last night I saw a clip of him answering the question, what song is best for a romantic interlude?
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's tired of the sports world and he just wants to get into being like that. Like
he's bored. He's
like
bored
a Dr. Drew / I don't know. Yeah.
So here's Coach Prime. Deion Sanders, he was asked at his press conference this week, hey, thoughts on the A&M vacancy?
Stephen A. Smith, Texas A&M, he said primetime Deion Sanders in the SEC.
So it's controversial when Stephen A. talks?
No, but he says that needs to happen. Just your thoughts on the Texas A&M coaching vacancy?
I want to win. I want to win a game. So you think I really do sit down and think about that kind of stuff? Like what strikes me about that, about myself, that you guys really think I sit down and say, yeah, Stephen A., yeah. Hey, come on, I'm good. Like, we got to win. Let's focus on this week. And we play Friday, so we lose a day of practice, so we got to focus.
I like that most coaches will deny any interest in a job like that. I like that he shames the media in the process as well.
Well, shames the media, but also didn't give a definitive no now, did he? He said, do you think I'm worried about that? Do you think I think about that? There's a way to go about it where you can be totally focused. Well, who knows what your agent is doing or who they're talking to.
Fair.
Or if you realistically, I don't want to entertain that right now until it reaches a certain point. So I feel like he gave that was without giving an outright no way, I'm living here forever, doing whatever the hell Tom Herman told his kids where Ed Oliver still hates him. There's a way to just to shift it. He moved the goalposts on the conversation.
I got one more from him. Do you want to hear it? And we can assess. We can further assess after this. This is Coach Prime when he was asked, "What do you tell parents in recruiting about your future at Colorado?"
I tell them what I told them when they came. I'm here. Like I tell them my mother's here, my sister's here, my dog is here, my daughter's here, three of my sons are here. My other daughter comes during every home game. We're here. I get mail here. Paying taxes here. pay taxes here. I'm sorry. I'm here. I don't hear that. I don't hear that. Maybe our recruiting staff hears it, but I don't hear it. I'm too
Very
honest.
much, again, present tense. All present
tense.
tense. Oh, sorry, I missed the last part. What was...
Yeah, no, don't worry. He was at the very end there. He basically said, "I'm someone who tells the truth," which is
well, I think he did tell the truth there. It was all very present tense.
He does get his mail there, right? Yeah.
He didn't make any promises about
right.
Said he pays his taxes there. I guess he has his taxes withheld there. He hasn't officially paid his taxes
right.
there
I was just
yet.
going to say.
He's had them withheld, right?
You could accept the A&M job tomorrow, Deion. The IRS and the state revenue department in the state of Colorado, they're still coming after your money. You know,
he might be paying quarterly on his whatever his endorsement earnings are or what have you. So, but whatever it is, he's speaking very much in the present tense, which I do not begrudge him one bit. College coaches are in a tricky spot. Like, unless you are genuinely coaching at your dream spot and that's where you want to coach the rest of your life, you have to walk that tightrope. And I think Deion's method is, because he can get away with. He's got the charisma to pull it off, where he can kind of low-key shame the media as they're answering the question and not directly answer the question, except people are fooled into thinking he answered the question.
I think it's safe to say, I feel very safe in saying this, I do think Deion Sanders is going to be back at Colorado for at least one more year, because it sounds like Shedeur, at least as of right now, is going to stick around for another year. Who knows, what the draft grade looks like for him, and if Deion, if Shedeur wants to go pro and Deion says, all right, well, you're an adult, it's your choice. Every question about Shedeur, his son, who's the quarterback, every time Deion gets asked about it, it's we.
Yeah.
He refers to the two of them as if they're the same person, which I find very interesting. I wonder how much in lockstep his son is, because he can't transfer again. Shedeur can't. Like, if Deion were to go to A&M, and his son wanted to play with him, well, he's screwed because he's got to sit out a season because he's already transferred once from Jack to Colorado.
So, the question really might not be as much about what Deion wants to do as much as what does Shedeur hear from the draft advisory committee, or what kind of feel they get for how high a draft pick he'd be. And there's a big difference. There's a good chance you're going to go in the second round as a quarterback. And you feel like, I could get myself up into the top 5. That's a huge difference in money. Some of the thinking is like, hey, get into the NFL as soon as possible because that first free agency deal or that second contract is where the big money is. That's true, but you also got to prove that you're an actual bona fide NFL quarterback when you get there. So when it comes to the guaranteed money, which is the money you get in the draft, I think it would make sense for Shedeur to, if he's getting a second round grade, to go ahead and come back for another year to Colorado.
I agree with you. Have you seen Quinn Ewers at Texas? He's been dealing with some injuries, but when he's been in there, he's been having a decent season. And he's someone who's widely thought to be a first-round talent if he were to come out. According to On3.com, Quinn Ewers reportedly, quote, 90% on returning to Texas for another year, which is interesting on two fronts, Seth. And I know 90% is. If McLean were here, he'd be like, oh, nice report, 90%. That's could go back to school, which is true. But let's entertain the hypothetical here of Quinn Ewers, who I've seen in mock drafts throughout this season as, he's been picked as high as in the top 10 in some of these mock drafts. He's a very, very talented quarterback. He was one of the top recruits in the country coming into college, went to Ohio State for a bit while CJ was there, and then to his state of Texas. I think this is interesting on two fronts. The article that I pulled up on this points out that Ewers makes a bleep ton on NIL. He makes a lot of money on NFL, probably more than he'd make as a day 2 pick, which given the injuries and the depth of this quarterback class, he might be a second-round pick right now. So this is truly a case. If he were to go back, this is truly a case where NIL is kind of making an impact, presumably, on some young man's decision to stay in school for another year, which is very, very interesting to me. That's
how much is that? What are the figures you've seen for the estimates on Quentin on yours?
I've not seen that. I'm guessing he's a 7-figure guy easily as the quarterback at Texas.
He's got one deal with Metabilia, one deal alone that pays him $1 million.
Yeah.
So it's his money is approaching. They think that his money. And this was last year, was approaching the $4 million mark. So, it's big money. Yeah. And I think that's where, I would love it maybe in the offseason, if CJ Stroud ends up discussing frankly how much money he turned down to return to Ohio State. Because remember, like CJ didn't commit until the last day.
End, yeah.
And the speculation was that, man, Ohio State has that huge trust of non-university people for that NIL that we're throwing all kinds of money at him. I'd love to find out exactly how much money it was, because whatever it was, it's gonna get surpassed. Whether it's with viewers or anybody else. That'll be whatever that date is this year, the cutoff date for those guys to commit to the draft. That's going to be a big one, man. And for yours, Stroud was going to be a top 5 pick, almost certainly, until all that S2 claim stuff came out. Yeah. He had no reason to believe he wasn't going to be a top 5 pick. For guys that it's much more up in the air, like if Will Levis was still at Penn State or somewhere like that, like what would that have been? It could have been crazy.
The other angle to this Ewers thing is, okay, what happens to Arch Manning? Arch Manning, number 1 recruit, part of the
Colorado
royalty. Yeah, maybe, right? He goes
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome. And unseats Shedeur Sanders.
No, if Shedeur came out.
Oh, and then Arch went and played.
And then Arch went to Colorado.
Dude, the Mannings and the Sanders combining. Holy smokes.
That's where, how much money Arch Manning could make. With those two marketing minds combined, between Deion and Peyton and Eli, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I feel bad that I put the uncle in there first, or the two uncles. Well, yeah, because what's his face doesn't have a marketing
Cooper,
mind.
Cooper is Arch's dad, the third Manning brother. Dude, I'll tell you what. I am here for an Arch Manning transfer portal episode. If Arch Manning puts his name in the transfer portal, that's going to be massive news.
Meanwhile, Longhorns are irate, shaking their fists at the radio. So it would be a fun experiment, but I don't want to. I would hope. Okay, now let's remember too. Eli, like before you think well, Arch would never do that. His uncle Eli forced his way out of San Diego. Known cesspool
with huge help from Arch's grandfather, his namesake Archie.
Yeah,
Archie Manning was a big driving force behind making sure Eli didn't get taken by the San Diego Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you what I am glad that CJ Stroud has saved us from, because as long as we're bringing up names like Quinn Ewers and Shedeur Sanders, Albert Breer in his Monday article, his big takeaways, one of his takeaways, says, while we're there, it's worth mentioning that the race for the draft quarterbacks is starting to heat up. He was talking about teams Albert Breer was talking about teams like the Giants and the Raiders and all these teams that could be in the mix for Caleb Williams, blah, 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 blah. He says Caleb Williams' junior year demands more inspection. His counterpart at North Carolina, Drake May, has been steady in the number 2 spot. Guys like Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, Quinn Ewers, Riley Leonard, Shedeur Sanders have all been raised by scouts to me. I'm going to tell you, Seth, right now what I'm so glad C.J. Stroud has rescued us from is that they just rattled off 9 guys who, if the Texans were still looking for a quarterback, we would be talking about all 9 of these guys heading into the draft. And 2 of them are going to work out at most. And to sit here and have to worry about the Texans landing on a spot with a class, especially once you get past Caleb Williams, who everybody view, if you draft him and he's a bust, nobody's blaming you. Everybody thinks he's going to be amazing. Having to figure out, we're picking 11th. So is it Michael Penix or is it Bo Nix? Because chances are neither of them work out. I am so glad that we are saved from having to figure out the success rate of first-round quarterbacks for a while.
Right, yeah, and it's just such a damn. I was just looking at this one where Houston's picking Robinson, edge rusher out of Penn State, with the 24th pick.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that you can get excited. The best part about picking in the bottom half is that you don't worry as much about the position. At this point, going into next year's draft, without even talking about where the strengths and weaknesses of the draft are, I might end up being more excited about second and third round picks, because that's typically where linebackers go. So if we start getting some off-ball linebackers there that go in the second round to be competition for Toa and those guys, I get excited about that.
That'll be fun.
The first round guy, edge rusher, Grenard's going to be... Anyway, okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yep.
Are we not going to do a daily mock draft like we did last year, Sean?
We'll see how we're feeling. Seth, we might be one of those teams that just the draft is, we don't have to rely on it as much now, because...
Draft is for poor folks?
Yeah. No, we probably... Oh, no. I'm sure we'll be heavy on the draft, people. Don't worry. When the time comes. But right now, we got a winning football... In fact, let's talk about this winning football team. in the 8 at 8. Top 8 stories to get your day going. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station.
One.
Texans injury report. I'm not going to get too worked up. This is what I've decided, Seth. I'm not going to get too worked up about who didn't practice on Wednesday. I'll be more worried if they're not practicing on Thursday or Friday, I think is what we've learned the last few weeks. I'm going to get more amped about who's back at practice. Looking right at you, Nico Collins, who was back at practice in a limited fashion yesterday, and it will be nice to have, presumably, the full complement of receivers back. No Tank Dell on the injury report either, by the way. No bib or back or anything like that.
I could have easily had seen that, like, oh no, they had to fly in a kidney from Switzerland or something to fix whatever got broken in him in that ridiculous hit, and he's just fine. Tank Dell, gangster.
Yep, gangster.
2.
Devin Singletary is your offensive player of the week in the AFC. Second straight week that the Texans have taken home that hardware. Of course, it was CJ Stroud. Could have just as easily been C.J. Stroud or Noah Brown this week. It was cool to see a running back get it. Texans getting the running game going for the first time this season. And Dameon Pierce, I will say this. I just said I'm not going to worry about who's out at practice on Wednesday, but Dameon Pierce has been out for the last couple weeks now. Could we see another 25 to 30 touch game for Devin Singletary on Sunday against the Cardinals, Seth?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I enjoyed early this week was seeing various Bills fans miserable about Devin Singletary being so good this year, or having done so well lately. It was one of those things where they can pile on, like they already feel bad about like how they blew that game versus the Broncos, and then did you see Singletary this weekend? What the hell? Can we do anything right? It was a little bit of that. Well, plus because remember the misery the Bills had at running back in that game was that Cook fumbled early on and then got benched like he was a sophomore in high school, which that's what everybody was saying at the time. Then he comes back in and fumbles 2 more times.
Dude.
Cook fumbled 3 times in that game. Once got lucky as hell that the ball bounced right back up in his hands. He was, there's something wrong about that game. That game almost didn't just get Ken Dorsey fired. That's the kind of game that was so sloppy and was lost so poorly by having 12 guys on the field after you had just won it with a missed field goal. McDermott, I think, may have come closer to getting fired after that game. It felt a lot like when Kubiak got fired after that Jacksonville game, really, where it's just such a mess of a game.
Yeah.
The owner says, well, screw this.
Yeah, that might be one that if they were 4-6 after that game instead of 5-5, you might be right. If they felt they had somebody on the staff that could still win football games this year, because at 4-6, you're not out of it yet. But you're definitely paddling upstream. But we say all that to say, Devin Singletary, congratulations, Offensive Player of the Week.
3.
Deshaun Watson met with the media yesterday. Deshaun Watson, right about this time yesterday, we were learning of Deshaun Watson's fate this season. Broken bone in his shoulder, a glenoid injury. A glenoid injury for Deshaun Watson, out for the year. So the Browns they got to figure some things out. One of the things they figured out yesterday is they're going to start Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the 5th-round rookie out of UCLA at quarterback, this Sunday against the Steelers. Good luck with that. Here was Deshaun Watson yesterday meeting with the media. He is in disbelief right now.
Yeah, I'm still in disbelief. I'm still, I said, just trying to process all the information that I've been getting since last night. It's tough. I've felt like we were turning a corner to really make a run, and I still believe we still will. With the guys in this locker room. I just wanted to be physically a part of it. On the field with those guys, and 6 weeks I was down and try to come back, and then 2 weeks later I'm back at it again. So yeah, it's tough to try to wrap everything around my head right now.
I was trying to refresh my memory about Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and remember, Browns fans were super excited. There were some people that were starting to say, forget Deshaun, we got Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
That's true. You're not making that up. That's true.
No, I'm not. In the same way that people were excited about Zach Wilson in the preseason, his rookie year, because, man, you're facing – so there is something there. So, that's what you know about those preseason performances. They're against backups and they're against vanilla looks, but there is something there. So I think the challenge for Kevin Stefanski now is, okay – what can we do to take advantage of the very best of Dorian Thompson-Robinson while scaling back his weaknesses? And we've got an awesome defense on the other side. So I wouldn't be surprised if, when given the full force of attention, that maybe they figured something out from Dorian Thompson's other struggles, that the Browns win more games than you expect over the second half of the season, without thinking that Dorian Thompson-Robinson is going to look all pro or anything like that. He can make plays with his legs. He can improvise a little bit, and I think they can do some unconventional stuff to get the most out of him.
If I were a Browns fan, I think this is what I would feel today. I think I'd feel a gut punch about this season. I would be incredibly worried about the next 3 years because you're on the hook for Deshaun Watson. Their cap is a mess, and they've taken most of this money for the 2 years Deshaun's been on the team so far. They've shoved $63 million of it into future years. So they're paying not just Deshaun's $46 million each of the next 3 years, but they've got money that they've given him for these 2 years that they've jammed in there like a credit card payment. It's a mess. They're not going to be able to re-sign guys. They're not going to be able to sign big-time free agents. They'll be able to do one or two, but not nearly enough to surround Deshaun if Deshaun's not himself. And it's the injury, Seth, that would have me most worried. We had a texter send in, Cam Newton was never the same after his shoulder issues that he suffered.
Oh, yeah.
That's what right. The nature of this injury would scare the hell out of me if I were.
You're exactly right there. I hadn't even really thought of that because you get too comfortable thinking modern medicine.
Yeah.
Everybody you get it fixed and then you're back, but it doesn't always work out that way. Matt Ryan, I remember though that Matt Ryan, they traded him with $40 million of dead money. It's going to be miserable if the Browns have to part ways with Deshaun Watson, but it's not like it's impossible or anything. But it might get down to the point where, okay, he's not good enough for us to keep carrying all this salary on the roster, and it's guaranteed, so we do have to get rid of him, and that's when it really, really hurts, is that you're going to have to swallow a whole bunch of money. But you have to deal with it one way or the other. It's gonna be a burden.
It's a mess. It's like it makes Matt Ryan look like you're cutting a 7th-round rookie. It's like to move him this year would be like literally almost taking up your whole cap. It's bananas. You'd have to find a team that's willing to take on the salary the next 3 years because it's fully guaranteed. It's a circus in Cleveland.
4.
All right, number 4 on the list here. Awards in Major League Baseball doled out. The Cy Young Award. We're going to hear about MVPs today, but the 2 Cy Young Awards handed out. Blake Snell in the National League, so he's now won one in the AL and one in the NL. Of course, won one back in 2018 with the Tampa Bay Rays. Garrett Cole has won a Cy Young Award.
For Pete's sake.
Yeah, for Pete's sake. Shout it from the rooftops.
For Pete's sake.
For Pete's sake. For Pete's sake, the voters finally came through like I've been wanting them to. For Pete's sake.
For Pete's sake.
So Garrett Cole, former Astro, and Blake Snell, former Astro nemesis, are your 2 Cy Young winners. Snell joins these players as players to win the award in both leagues. Gaylord Perry, Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, Roy Halladay, and Max Scherzer, all either in the Hall of Fame or definite future Hall of Famers.
I'm disgusted with these Cy Young voters over the Blake Snell thing.
So
Blake Snell, okay, so for the second time now, Blake Snell has won a Cy Young in a year where he pitched 180 innings exactly. Garrett Cole, just by way of reference, pitched 225.
A lot.
Over 220 innings this year.
He was a horse.
Verlander lost the Cy Young in a year in which Blake Snell pitched 180 innings, and Verlander was a horse and pitched 220-plus innings. But this is a kicker. So Blake Snell has won the Cy Young twice in years in which he pitched 180 innings. He's never pitched more than 129 innings in any other year that he's been in Major League Baseball. So he is just, every now and then he flirts up with a number of innings, and he's rewarded with the Cy Young for it.
He's opportunistic.
They are rewarding extreme load management to such a degree here that I am disgusted with it. Disgusted, baseball writers. You're pathetic. You're pathetic for doing this.
Framber actually did get some votes. I'm looking at the overall voting. He got a 4th-place vote and 4 5th-place votes. So the Astros streak of at least getting somebody on the board with some votes continues.
5.
All right, 5. Speaking of pitchers, Houston Sports Awards. Going to be on January 30th at 713 Music Hall. Lance McCullers hosting the Houston Sports Awards. Lance, who wants to be buried in the H, as he has said, is hosting the Houston Sports Awards. That, of course, the big thing with that is Warren Moon, Lance Berkman, and Cynthia Cooper going into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. But all the great performances that we've seen through throughout 2023 will be honored on that night. I'll tell you what, Seth, you know what gets a whole lot more interesting over the next couple years? The Houston Sports Awards, because it's basically been a coronation of the Houston Astros each of the last few years because the Rockets and Texans have been so bad.
Yeah.
But now, you've actually got legitimate competition here for things like
for
the
the
awards.
For the actual awards, not the inductees.
Yeah, for the awards. Yeah. CJ Stroud and D'Amico Ryans and, Ime Udoka.
Yeah, it's true. It's been pretty on the pro side of things. It's been
Astro.
It's been a lot of Astros. Yeah. Lance will do a very good job with it. I think the one thing about baseball players, to generalize, is, man, so many the good ones tend to be very meticulous in their preparation, and that shows up when you're hosting something like this. I told you last year, before I was doing my little part, I do like a couple little spots. I talked to Bregman beforehand, and Bregman, without looking down at his script or anything, basically reeled off exactly what I would be saying and who I was presenting and everything, and then he recited what he was going to say to intro, and then what he was going to say when they came back to him, almost exactly what the teleprompter was going to say.
Yeah.
So he's either got a photographic memory or he'd studied it pretty well and quite a bit to know exactly what was going on. And that one small part of the show in what is a 2-hour, 3-hour show. So Lance is. I would imagine Lance will be that same.
I think so too.
6.
That won't fall.
This is what I'm saying.
For 5.
This is what I'm saying.
Whoa, Draymond has got Gobert in a chokehold. This is ridiculous. Draymond Green should be done.
Okay, so that was the play-by-play of the Timberwolves and the Warriors a couple of nights ago. A game where one of these in-season tournament games, it's also a regular season game. Don't ask me to explain the in-season tournament. I'm sorry. But 2 minutes into the game, a game where Steph Curry was not playing, Draymond Green decided to grab Rudy Gobert around the throat when there was a kerfuffle on the floor involving Klay Thompson and a few Timberwolves. Draymond goes straight at Rudy Gobert from behind, grabs him in a chokehold. And I had not seen this yesterday, Seth, until late in our show. I didn't realize he just started drag head around the floor. Like he's grabbing him in a chokehold, but he's walking with Rudy Gobert's head underneath, on top of his elbow. Draymond got suspended for 5 games for this. I'm like, this feels a little light for walking up and grabbing a guy by the neck and dragging him around the floor.
Steve Kerr's explanation, Sean, classic, man. Steve Kerr, I want to like Steve Kerr so bad. And then he does things like this where his explanation for why Draymond put him in a chokehold was that Gobert had a hold of what's-his-name's throat. And that's why he put him in a chokehold. That was Kerr's explanation. Basically, 2 wrongs make a right. Yeah. Was his explanation on that.
Yeah.
It's pathetic. They're just so damn good. But other than that, he makes me so angry.
7.
All right, 7. Apparently, according to sources telling the Boston Herald, and according to Rob Gronkowski, actually, as well, Mac Jones, Seth, has lost the Patriots locker room. He has lost the locker room. There is no confidence in Mac Jones in New England. The project of trying to get Bill O'Brien to replace Matt Patricia and reclaim the Mac Jones that we saw under Josh McDaniels, Jones' rookie year, is a failed experiment. Mac Jones and his little tennis boy hissy fit personality are not jibing with his teammates right now.
Couple questions. One, had he once the locker room of those fellas? Did he once have them? Was that was Mac Jones? They looked up to him and was like, yeah, that guy's got a set of brass cojones.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, he was more successful as a rookie, but did they look at him as like the way the Texans look at CJ?
He screamed like a animal in a trap when he was carried off with an injury the one time, which was not a good look whatsoever. Yeah. Zero stoic nature to him at all on that. So I don't know how much respect he garnered when he was like,
Right.
You can't cry. You can cry because of emotional issues. You can't cry because of pain. It's not allowed. 2, Man, he and Bill O'Brien might be the most toxic mix I could think of. Like, both a couple guys who probably mistake a temper tantrum for toughness and just, like, who cannot control their own emotions. I got to imagine there were some teapot moments in that, in those meeting rooms.
Well, we saw at least one. We saw one on the sideline this past week. Right, and that wasn't the first one, you know. Isn't it crazy? Like, they were better under Matt Patricia than they are under Bill O'Brien right now. I mean, look, I think Bill O'Brien's a little overrated as an offensive coordinator. There are quarterbacks, Ryan Fitzpatrick, who have said, like, no, I learned a lot from Bill O'Brien. Like, that was actually where my career took a turn. So I'm not going to sit here and say, boy, he's the bottom of the barrel, he's the worst or whatever. I mean, this year, they're the worst. But the fact that they were better with Matt Patricia last year than they've been with Bill O'Brien this year, just not a great look.
Do you expect, the rumors are that Bill Belichick's going to go to San Diego? To the Los Angeles Chargers? Makes sense, or does that just sound like
any team hiring Bill Belichick at this stage to take things over? Like, I'm sketchy on any of it. You know, like,
I don't know. It would be the dumbest thing you could ever do, I think. I don't understand why a team would do that. Now, look, I didn't think it was a good idea for Andy. I thought Andy Reid should have taken a year off from coaching before he went to Kansas City. That worked out pretty well. But Andy Reid was also, 15 years younger than Bill Belichick is right this moment when that happened.
Yeah. 8. All right, last one. The mystery of who robbed the Colorado locker room when they were playing UCLA at the Rose Bowl several weeks ago has been, I guess, resolved to some degree. Prospective recruits to UCLA's football team from a high school in Riverside County have been identified by Pasadena police as suspects in the alleged theft of jewelry and cash from the Colorado locker room during their loss to UCLA in late October.
That's a rough look right
Case
there,
has been turned over to the juvenile division of the local DA's office. No arrests made yet.
Talk about a bad decision that might alter the entire trajectory of your life. You're just going through this. You're on the verge of being offered a scholarship, maybe to UCLA. Probably if UCLA is recruiting you, they've got a certain academic bar, right?
It's a good school, I know that.
Yeah. I think they've got a little bit of a higher academic bar, so you're probably a bright kid, and
it's a good degree for sure.
And boom, all of a sudden you're pegged with thievery. Not just thievery, but thievery of other athletes in their locker room while they're all game.
Thievery of the team of the most high-profile figure in college football in 2023. You know, like it couldn't have been like the Arkansas State locker room that got robbed. It's Coach Deion Sanders at the Rose Bowl.
The huge variable in all of this, of course, is, well, just how good was the recruit? Because if he's really, really good, we can look. Everybody makes mistakes, Sean. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah. UCLA was very clear, like, they weren't here on an official visit, okay?
Oh, they were not on an official visit?
No,
it was just that high school was touring the... who the hell was in charge of that tour? They're like, hey, go, feel free to explore the space.
Who's running security for the locker rooms, you know?
Well, that's what the other part I wonder is, like, usually
Inside
the lockers
job?
will have a locker, like an actual locker in the lock for the guests, or you can set your own... or it gives it as a key, you know, like in a hotel deal.
Yep.
So I don't know what those guys either left. I'm not blaming the victims here, but they either did like just too casually leave their valuables laying out, or it was like more of a break-in job than perhaps it's been revealed.
If you finally came face-to-face with your childhood crush and you finally had a chance to drop a pickup line on her, what would you drop on? How good would it be? We had an example of this happen on one of my favorite television shows yesterday. That is next.
How great a deal is this? If you get a
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. So Wheel of Fortune. I enjoy Wheel of Fortune. It's on at 6:30. I like to sit there and eat my dinner, watch a little Wheel of Fortune before whatever sporting event happens. Helps me exercise my brain. I mean, they're just such complex puzzles that they have on that show.
I don't know, man. I've got like some kind of learning disability when it comes to Wheel of Fortune. I'm really bad at it. Like really bad at it. So I don't enjoy watching it. I feel dumb when I watch it.
So if they asked you to be a celebrity contestant, which they're doing this week, they have Celebrity Contestant Week.
Yeah.
You would turn it down, or you would do it, or would it?
I would turn it down in a heartbeat.
You would?
Yeah,
even if it paid
I
you
wouldn't
a
even
lot?
have to think about it. Like, nope, I won't do it. I will not be your clown, Pat Sajak.
I'll give you $50,000 to do it. Now, would you do it?
No.
Okay.
God, no. My fee for being a clown is like $250,000.
Dude, okay. Yeah, mine is a fraction of a percent of $50,000 for sure. Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football, NFL Network. He is elevated to the level of celebrity where he qualified a Wheel of Fortune Celebrity Week celebrity.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Yeah,
cool.
He was on Wheel of Fortune earlier this week, and he revealed that, like many of us in that age range, I feel like Kyle's like right around you and me, Seth, probably somewhere either in between or maybe a little younger.
And he went to Princeton or something, didn't he?
Went to Princeton. He was on Days of Our Lives. He was an actor for a while. He was
on Days of Our Lives?
He was a character. He was part of the Kyriakis family on Days of Our Lives. Yes, he was a character on Days of Our Lives. Part of Jim Rome's production team for a while and now very successful on the NFL Network. He was on Wheel of Fortune and revealed that Vanna White was his teenage crush, so he dropped a pickup line on her. Let's judge. We'll hear the pickup line, then we'll hear Vanna's reaction and even Pat Sajak's reaction to it.
Pat, I'm thrilled to meet you, but Vanna, let's just put the cards on the table. I say this respectfully. You're a TV legend. My wife is here. You were my boyhood crush. I love you. For many years of my life, you were the puzzle I wanted to solve, and I am so thrilled to be here. Wow. Do you have any advice for me today, Vanna? Because I believe you control the board. I love you, Pat. To me, this is a Vanna show.
Well, thank you for those kind words. 5 vowels.
Okay.
Pretend like you're in your own living room, not here. Just concentrate on the puzzle board.
Yes.
Not me. Okay? Keep me out of it. Think of the puzzle.
Wonderful. I love it.
That's it.
You were the puzzle I wanted to solve? This is your line, Kyle?
It just came out. I didn't know that moment was going to happen. It just came out. Did I hit bankrupt on that, Pat?
So rate it. Give us a rating.
I feel like good with the ladies, you know. Sometimes corny is it's as long as you own the corniness, and it doesn't seem. I don't think it seemed cheesy. It seemed genuine. So because it seemed genuine, then if it were different circumstances, although maybe he was trying to engineer a little scenario somehow, maybe. Who knows? Who knows how these Hollywood types operate, you know?
He did do the thing where he pointed out, my wife's in the crowd.
My wife's is here. It's cool.
So it's
she's
okay
not
for
offended.
me to do this, yeah.
Which, you know, and that could mean multiple things. So, I would say I thought he handled that pretty well.
I do, too.
I was afraid. I started to cringe at first because I was like, all right, man. Like, without asking for permission to do this beforehand, it could come off either super creepy or just unprofessional or, like, disrespectful to Vanna White. But the fact that his wife was there and he talked about how he didn't turn it into, like, asking for a date or anything. He asked for her advice about playing the game.
Yeah, and you're the puzzle I was looking to solve. There's nothing bawdy about it or dirty about that. I mean, I guess you could make it that, I suppose.
He wasn't like... You were what I had before the internet came.
Right.
I had a sock named after you. Like, there's no, you didn't go there.
Yeah. So I think it's all in the delivery, and I think Kyle Brandt, I think he's really good on TV, and I thought his delivery was good. I thought he delivered it with the perfect amount of, I'm kind of joking around with you here, but. You know,
I'm a man, you're a lady.
I have needs, you may have needs. And
my wife is at least kind of sort of, she knows that, I don't know.
She's cool with me doing puzzles sometimes. Yeah.
Everybody's got a celebrity pass.
Yeah, man.
What happens if you're at Kyle Brandt? What if you're like, okay, What do you do if you've got a celebrity pass type situation, but then all of a sudden, like, your company hits big or something, and now all of a sudden you're in these circles where, so Kyle Brandt's always been in acting, so it's not like he and his wife would have had a celebrity pass,
right?
Because, like, obviously, like, you're gonna run into those celebrities. It's not that uncommon.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, what if though somehow you stumble into the business and you and your wife have celebrity passes, but now all of a sudden you're actually in that business?
Yeah.
And it would be as simple as kind of like going to the right party to run into that person.
Right.
I feel like there comes a point where you gotta put your cards on the table and say, hey, listen, let's can the celebrity pass.
This hall pass thing was very, very cute.
Yeah.
But we're in that world now. Boy, I never thought about that.
What percentage of celebrity passes do you think would actually stand the test? If say if I find out my wife goes out with her girlfriends one night to a casino and Brad Pitt's sitting next to her at the casino.
Is that her
table.
pass? Is that?
Yeah. Well, we've never actually talked. That would be.
Yeah.
Like if we did.
Yeah.
Like, would I be? Well, like, how would I handle the fact that I don't think I'd handle it all that well. I don't think I'd be like, well, hey, it was your pass.
Yeah, dude.
Nothing I can do.
Right. Like Woody Harrelson in Indecent Proposal didn't handle it well, and he actually got a check for $1 million to allow it to happen.
That's even worse, though, because then you've turned your wife into a whore. You know, it's one thing when you wife out, then it's hard to come back from that.
You're a pimp for your own wife. Yeah. $1 million is a pretty good profit margin on that transaction, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's not like you're turning tricks. Hollywood and Vine.
You've turned her out into being a high-class call girl.
Right.
And yet still, you've done that.
And she did actually leave Woody Harrelson for Robert Redford in the movie.
She actually liked him.
Yeah.
That's the hard thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Spoiler alert.
I think I'm trying to, now let me go through the machinations of this. Because this is the thing you got to remember, too. It's like, it's 1 o'clock and Brandy's not back yet. What the hell's going on? And then you call or text, and the text comes back. Sorry, met Brad Pitt. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, okay, and then you got that. No, there's no way in hell that's working. No.
Hit that again.
Sorry, making fun of you with Brad Pitt.
That's Brandy's evil laugh. I love that. You know what would be a lot of anxiety? You know how sometimes when you text people and you can see that they've read the text, but they don't reply to you? That'd be a tricky one there. Like, she's out late, you text her, hey, where you at or whatever, and it says like read 10:35 p.m. and then if like 2 o'clock rolls around, you still haven't heard anything.
What if you get the pocket
She ran
dial?
into Brad Pitt.
Dude, what if you don't even know anything, but you get the pocket dial and you can recognize Brad Pitt's voice?
Oh, yeah.
And your wife is giggling at something funny Brad Pitt said.
That sounds a lot like Billy B. Ball movie.
Oh, I'm getting the stomachache already. Oh, I'm getting the stomachache. Oh, it's a hypothetical stomachache.
You are right now?
Yes. Oh, it's the worst.
I feel like Seth thinks there's like a 5% chance this could happen, and he's getting a stomachache about the whole thing.
I was talking to a former teammate of mine about that once when he was talking about his college girlfriend who he just couldn't break up with her, but it was over, and he was having all kinds of relationships with other people on the side and everything. He just couldn't wait for, was just waiting for the right moment or hoping that she would break up with him, and then he found out that she was actually messing around with this other guy, and he's like, and immediately, oh, my stomach, oh, why?
Not a good feeling.
How?
Oh my God.
No. How could she do that to me?
This too shall pass. You'll get over it.
I'll get over the hypothetical betrayal my wife did with Brad Pitt.
With Brad Pitt.
someday.
You'll be okay by the end of the show. Do you have a game
What
show?
does he have that I don't? Don't answer that.
Yeah, don't answer it.
Don't answer.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, I don't want to know. Do you have a game show that you would go on if you could? Like
Boy, that's a tough one. I'd like to go if
I think you'd be fun on The Price is Right. I will tell you that.
Price is Right stresses me out too. All those game shows stress me out. I might go on the what's the blind dating one there? If I were single, I might enjoy that one. The one there where you're behind a screen and you talk.
Oh, well, there was the dating game back in the day. Love Connection?
The
one
dating
with Chuck
game,
Woolery?
yeah.
The
The one you
dating
talk
game.
about making whoopee. Yeah. Or is that on the newlywed
that's
game?
the newlywed game.
Newlywed. They were allowed to talk about making whoopee on the newlywed game
Yeah,
because it
kids.
was about married people.
Yeah. Look it up. Urban Dictionary, making whoopee. Wheel of Fortune, I would definitely go on Wheel of Fortune. I would definitely go on Price is Right and hope that I get Plinko as my pricing game. You know, where you drop the chips. I like Plinko a lot.
Oh, you know what I would love to do? My favorite would be to be one of the celebrities on Hollywood Squares.
Oh, yes. You'd be good at that, I think.
Yeah, I'd love that. But I guess then I'm not actually competing, but I'm on the game show.
Yeah. They don't do a lot of that anymore. Like that was big back in the day. Remember Match Game? It's all celebrities.
It is because those celebrities were also like under lock and key by the studios they worked for.
Yeah.
Right? They worked them like dogs. like
poor Charles.
Like, you're going to do 29 different guest appearances this week.
Poor Fannie Flagg. She's on like 7 different game shows, like looking at her watch with a cigarette in her mouth, like, how many more of these do I have to do?
All right, you've read your lines now. Get off. You've got a relay race to go to on celebrity, whatever that was.
Okay, somebody texting, Seth, what if Brandy sees 2 of her celebrity crushes at the same time? Put your text machine away, okay?
There aren't 2 celebrity passes either.
Right.
It's only one celebrity pass.
That's it. That's it. Stop it already.
Which doesn't actually exist anyway, but still.
A's will be moving to Vegas, confirmed. Breaking news. I've not seen that breaking news, but this
really?
is... Yeah. So pour one out for Garrett Heinrich, our good friend, the only Oakland A's fan that I know, like literally on the face of the earth.
So apparently the bold protest of trying to fill up a third of the stadium with protesters by buying tickets didn't work.
So close. It was so close.
like Oakland.
Yeah. How are you going to show ownership that you mean business? By showing up, of course.
So what was Oakland? Oakland's twice lost the Raiders. They've lost the Warriors. They've lost the A's now.
Yeah.
Am I missing one?
Professional teams? No.
Yeah.
No.
Man,
no.
that
There's
sucks.
several other reasons why Oakland is not a great place, but yes, those are all the sports reasons.
What's wrong with Oakland? I've never been to Oakland.
It's a tough town. It's rough.
It's just like, is it very industrial? Is it like it's kind of just there's not like a nice part of Oakland that you go to?
Not that I know of. Although I feel like every big city has at least some nice part there somewhere, but it's not. Yeah, it's just it's not overall a really nice place. I think there's a lot of crime, things like that. So Oakland A's looks like, according to a texter, RIP. Not a big surprise. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday.
It's official. Oakland Athletics moved to Las Vegas, unanimously approved by MLB owners, according to Bob Nightingale.
There you go, man. Vegas. They're a basketball team away from being a 4-sport town. It's crazy. All right, Texans rookie class. This plays into a question we got about Nick Caserio earlier. Texans rookie class, how are they stacking up right now around the NFL? We have that for you next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from San of loss. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Rookie stock report. The ESPN.com NFL experts collaborated on rating this rookie class. Your Houston Texans have 3 of the top 9 rookies in the sport of American football, according to ESPN. CJ Stroud is number 1, far and away. He's number 1. Jalen Carter, number 2. I'm curious to get your reaction to this, Seth, as to where the other Texans rookies stack up here, because I know there's a lot of people that are maybe understandably, waiting for all these Will Anderson pressures to turn into sacks. He's got 2 sacks on the season so far. So CJ being number 1, no big surprise. Jalen Carter, number 2. He's a heavy favorite for Defensive Rookie of the Year right now. Eagles. Devin Witherspoon has been really good for the Seahawks. He's 3. Puka Nacua, the wide receiver for the Rams, at 4. Jordan Addison, wide receiver Vikings, 5. Tight end for the Lions, number 34 overall pick, so early second round. He's the 6th-rated rookie. Will Anderson Jr., 7th among all rookies right now. I think that would probably surprise some Texan fans, that he's that high up on both sides of the football.
That high up on both sides? You mean the number of rookies or Will Anderson?
Will Anderson being rated the 7th best rookie in the NFL right now, period, on either side of the ball. I think Texan fans would be like, wow, that surprises me a little bit. He's been I feel like he's been good, but he hasn't been great this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of for the most part, when you see people arguing and debating on social media or on talk shows or anything, you're going to see the extremes. And there's some people that want to argue that, if Will Anderson doesn't have 15 sacks this year, that he's a bust. There's other people that want to act like he's the best rookie who's ever lived. And the fact of the matter is he's been very, very, very good against the run. He's been effective as a pass rusher, but for a couple reasons he doesn't have the sacks. Some of them not his fault. Some of them are where he just needs to refine a few things about his pass rush. But, he could easily – Jalen Carter right now has 4 sacks, But because he's an interior defensive lineman and because, honestly, some of his plays are so – absurdly dominant that the highlights look so awesome that I think he gets a little bit more of the adulation despite not racking up gaudy sack numbers. Now, he's an interior defensive lineman, so if he were to get, he's got 4 sacks right now. If he had 8 on the year, that's actually pretty damn good by non-Aaron Donald, J.J. Watt type of standards.
Especially for a rookie, too, yeah.
But I think Will Anderson is way closer in a lot of ways to breaking out than even people that appreciate him would probably think or expect. One of the things that's happened is that teams have been able to get rid of the ball pretty quickly versus the Texans, so because there's options downfield. So even when Grenard or Will Anderson or one of the interior guys has a really good rush, a lot of times the ball is just coming out too fast. And there's nothing you can really do about that. But obviously, Grenard has more sacks than Will Anderson. They're both getting double-teamed a bunch. It's just Grenard's a little bit more refined in some respects than Will Anderson right now.
Yeah, Anderson, what Matt Bowen says, his acceleration jumps off the tape, his ability to bend off the edge, his pass rush win rate ranks 3rd in the NFL. The arrow's pointing up on Will Anderson based on what I see on the tape.
The other thing, too, about Will Anderson compared to Jalen Carter would be just the total number of snaps. So one thing that happens with pass rushers or defensive linemen in general is that the fewer snaps you have, you tend to be way more productive per snap because you're just defensive linemen's legs wear out fast because it's a brutally physical, lots of energy expended. So the total number of pass rush snaps that Jalen Carter has right now is 204. He's got 47 run defense snaps. That seems weird. They must only be putting him in there. And whereas Will Anderson has 261 pass rush snaps, 147 run defense snaps. It's like he's played more football. So in that regard, he's more valuable to his team overall than Jalen Carter has been. But Jalen Carter has just done it with a little bit more pop. Jalen Carter is also playing alongside some genuine hosses.
Teammates are legit. Yeah. No disrespect to the Texans, but that Eagles front seven is maybe the best in football.
Yeah. I don't think there's as big a gap necessarily between Jalen Carter and Will Anderson as the highlight reels and a lot of the adulation would suggest.
Makes sense. How about Tank Dell being the 9th best rookie in all of football? Period. Offense, defense, 9th best rookie, according to this report card on ESPN. Tank Dell, wide receiver, Houston Texans.
Yeah, Tank Dell, I think Tank Dell's an interesting one because I think there are a lot of people in the drafts community that were really intrigued and excited about Tank Dell, but he's so small. And I guess just because he played at Houston, which isn't as big a deal for receivers as it might be for some of the other positions, everybody was holding back a little bit. But I feel like there's a lot of people that are saying, I told you so, because they knew they were excited about Tank Dell, but they still didn't want to put the cojones on the table and flat out say that he was going to be better than a lot of the guys drafted ahead of him. For all Carolina wants to whine and gripe about how apparently their talent isn't as good. You could have done something about that. You did draft a wide receiver before Tank Dell. Mingo there.
Mingo, yeah.
In the second round, a full round Dell. So one of CJ's embarrassment of riches is a guy that he got in the 3rd round this year.
Yeah, we had a texter. We had this couple texts yesterday, and 9619 texted in today. What would you guys give Caserio as a report card for this season? What would you grade Caserio as the GM for this team right now? I think this year we're just basing it on 2023, and I know that it's more than that. He's the one who's basically built this roster. but it's hard to give him anything less than an A or an A- for just this past offseason, the draft plus the free agency class.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been no really big whiffs in 2023 by Caserio so far.
I guess what you'd have to say is, all right, if you felt like this had a chance to be a really good team, then should you have or could you have been more aggressive in free agency? That'd be the question I'd have. Is exactly, maybe I don't know. It's grading GMs based on one season is dicey at best, because you try to grade guys based on like their past 3 years. But yeah, I mean it's it's almost like you got you drafted CJ Stroud, and it's a bit of a crapshoot drafting quarterback. Nick would be the first one to tell you.
100%.
You don't know how these guys are going to be, but he drafted CJ Stroud, so it's hard to give anything other than an A, because that's by far the most important. It's like if you take a class that's like great, it's 90% of the grade is the final, and 10% is like all these different assignments and everything. The quarterback is so important that 90% would be based on how you do with the quarterback. He found a franchise quarterback. It looks like he found a franchise quarterback, so I give him an A based on that.
Yeah, I think the Texan fans that are super fired up about where they are right now probably give Nick a really good grade. I think the ones that still feel kind of, bunged up from how the last few years went probably look a little closer at the Derek Stingley Jr. and Kenyon Green picks right now. I think if Derek Stingley Jr. turns out to be able to stay healthy and he's a high-level cornerback, and if Kenyon Green comes back just to be an average offensive lineman, then it's hard to find a ton of holes in how they've gone about rebuilding this team the last 2 years. That's the big one right now for me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest flaw that Caserio had, in a lot of respects, was something that he hadn't, I don't think really any way of knowing about, but was just how twisted a lot of the dynamics were in the front office when he took the job. And the day he showed up at work was the day that he found out that the quarterback wanted a trade, and then he found out a couple months later, actually like 3 months later, that quarterback was also the subject of a whole lot of inquiry about an off-field issue. So it was so dysfunctional from the get-go, and it took a while to unwind all of that stuff. I still think he doesn't get enough credit for getting the trade package that he did in Deshaun Watson,
especially now.
Oh God, yeah. But I mean, it was the only. And remember at the time, I was angry at the time when that trade was the only reason people were saying that it wasn't, because some people were saying it wasn't enough for Deshaun Watson. The only reason they were saying that was because there had been erroneous reports that it was going to be like 4 first-round picks. And so it ended up being a little bit less than some people had set in their minds. But it ended up being way, way more than most people had predicted for most of the duration of that ordeal.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me that I remember when people were critical of the trade was it didn't include any current players. I think that was a big rumor, too. They're going to get all these draft picks, and they're going to get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, and they're going to get the Delpit kid from LSU. They were going to get 3 pieces that could immediately upgrade the defense kind of thing. And it ended up just being a bunch of draft picks, which is great. It's worked out. It's worked out very, very well. It helps that you found a quarterback now who's 9 games into a career where it looks like he's going to be better than Deshaun Watson.
The other thing, too, I guess, the 2021 draft, he didn't have a first or a second round pick. And I remember I was getting into a discussion with somebody just last year, before the 2022 season, who was saying, who's he brought in? He hasn't drafted anybody. And this was before we had seen anything from the 2022 draft class. In the 2021 draft class, you had nothing but 3rd through 6th rounders.
Yeah.
I guess, though, if we're going to grade that, looking now in hindsight of the 2021 draft, Davis Mills, Nico Collins, Brevin Jordan, Garrett Wallow, Roy Lopez, all taken in the 3rd through 6th round. Your chance of hitting on a 5th rounder is about 20%. Mm-hmm. Your chance of hitting on a 6th rounder is about, I believe, somewhere between 5 and 10%. The Nico Collins pick alone in the 3rd round might be the saving grace of that draft, because that might have ended up being a really, really good draft pick once he actually got a good quarterback. The biggest question is, okay, should you have wasted or burned a third-round pick on Davis Mills?
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe it's not wasted or burned. You know, if they're able to flip him for a pick in the offseason. I think it's TBD still on the Davis Mills and how that factors in. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Texans. What has the Deshaun Watson injury done to the Texans' percentage chance of making the postseason? And legit talk about something that really this time of year you only talk about with good teams, and they're talking about it with the Texans. We'll tell you what it is next. But first, speaking of good, Dr. Ben Salento, really good
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was just looking online at some of the reports about it being official. Oakland A's are moving to Las Vegas. I will say this. I've not read any of the articles to see when the move is actually taking place, when they move to Vegas. But that does mean, Seth, that now there is a Las Vegas team in the same division as the Houston Astros. That makes for some fun road trip. That's a whole lot more fun. No disrespect, Oakland. It's a whole lot more fun to road trip to Vegas for 3 days for baseball than it is to road trip to Oakland for 3 days.
And it also doesn't Las Vegas like not abide by daylight savings or something? Are they in Mountain Time part of the year?
I don't think they are. I think you're thinking of Arizona. Yeah, I think Vegas. Vegas, I think, is Pacific Time all year. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
pretty
all
sure.
Right. So we still have that to deal with, but at least they're doing it in a fun place.
Yeah.
Now there is this. I always these dry climates seem to wreak havoc with pitchers when they try to the ball gets slippery in their hands. And I know it's not as bad as it used to be because they use the humidors before each game, but I feel like it still does affect them a little bit. So that's something that pitchers have to adjust to.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's an angle I hadn't thought of yet. You're deep thinking this thing right now.
That's right. Damn it. That's where Brent Strom could have helped out.
You're here for
whatever
the
little
pitchers.
tricks he has, especially now that he's been out in Arizona.
Yeah.
He knows about dry climates.
Does he ever? Does he ever? CJ Stroud, he's learning about humid climates. As he's pointed out a few times, anytime he gets asked, how's things going in Houston? How are you adjusting? Well, the weather's pretty hot. Here's CJ Stroud, who the other thing he's adjusting to is people talking about him being not just in the MVP talk, but being the MVP of the league. How does he keep a level head despite all the noise from the outside about how awesome he is?
I'm really hard on myself. I'm honest with myself. At least I try to be, and even when I try to give myself leeway, my coaches don't allow me to. So it's a great balance that we have, and when we watch film, we're just brutally honest with each other, hold each other accountable. I feel like I'll make some plays, but it's some things that I still need to get better on for sure. And I feel like it's everybody every week. This game it keeps you honest and it keeps you humble. So it's a humbling game, and it makes you really look yourself in the mirror and see, did you prepare the right way? Did you do this the right way? Because everything will be tested on out of So it's been cool to be able to be in the talk, but just like they love me this week, they hate me the next. So I don't try to look at that stuff. I try to stay even keel and just stay on the straight and narrow, and just work really hard and make my teammates around me better. So.
It's as he talks about that, I think about the relationship between him and Bobby Slowick, and I think they're both kind of just brutally frank and honest people, probably when it comes to talking about playing football. But I can't stop thinking about Bill O'Brien screaming at Mac Jones on the sideline, or Bill O'Brien screaming at Tom Brady on the sideline, and how. Just like how much extra BS there is sometimes in coaching. Like, remember when Bill O'Brien got into it with Tom Brady? You saw how that happened. Like, O'Brien went to Brady, pointed out the mistake Brady had made. Brady said, yeah, I know. And Brady knew he had screwed up. And then O'Brien felt he needed to go back and reaffirm, to explain exactly why Brady had messed up and what the issue was. And Brady said, yeah, I know. It just turned into a whole lot of ego and anger and stuff that doesn't help anybody.
Yeah.
Just complete nonsense. That's the kind of crap where guys convince themselves they're tough or they're hard asses or whatever. And no, you lack discipline.
Yeah.
And if anything, if there's one thing I could say about Bill O'Brien as a coach, he lacks discipline because he can't control his own temper.
Yes.
And his own anger, and it's not beneficial. So you lack discipline in that moment. If your anger ever gets in your way of you doing your job, you lack. I think both CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick, I think they are supremely disciplined in matters such as that. There's times where you got to suppress your own ego. You have to suppress whatever feelings you might have about it to just go out and get the job done. And I think I think CJ can handle hard coaching.
Yes.
And some young quarterbacks can't.
Yeah. Dude, of all the people you felt like you needed to go back and reaffirm, Tom Brady. Of all the people Bill O'Brien felt like, I got to go back and remind him, no, I know you said you know, but I'm going to make sure you know that you messed this up. Tom Brady.
I can't remember what the situation was, but it was Brady clearly made a mistake and he knew it. As he's walking off the field, he knows it. He knows he screwed up. And like the issue in that moment is not to point out that you made the mistake or whatever. It's like, okay, how can we fix it? What do we need to do? Anything like that. But some people just can't move on, and they got to let their ego get involved, or they gotta let their temper take over. And it's a bad way to try to operate in a high performance industry.
You know, it was funny, Seth, watching the video clips of Brady talking to CJ Stroud on Brady's podcast.
Yeah. And
when the parts where Brady got to the portions of the podcast where Brady is giving advice to CJ about things like, being maniacal about your details during the week, making sure that the people in your inner circle know that this is your job, you're not some form of entertainment for them. You could visibly watch Brady getting agitated, giving the advice, because he's probably thinking back to times where he's had to deal with those things before.
Yeah.
And you could see his demeanor change in giving the advice, about the part, like how you have to be the one that's setting the tone for all the details there. Like, if I'm not the one who's setting the tone, then who's going to set the tone? It was fascinating just to watch Brady's demeanor on that podcast, let alone the message he was giving to CJ. That was pretty cool. Deshaun Watson is now out for the season. CBSSports.com has run or Sportsline.com, which is part of CBS, has run their numbers, the simulations on the rest of the season for what the 14-team playoff field is going to look like, according to the computers. We know the computers always just have this thing nailed down. Chiefs number 1. These are the seeds. Chiefs 1 seed. The Ravens the 2 seed. Dolphins the 3 seed. Jaguars the 4 seed. Those are the 4 division champs. So the simulations right now say Jags are going to win the division. The very first wild card team, your Houston Texans, the 5 seed. Says the Texans pulled off one of the biggest upsets of Week 10 when they beat the Bengals, and it came with a huge reward. The computer now thinks that Houston is going to make the playoffs. 65.6% chance of making the postseason, according to this highly trustworthy computer of Sportsline.com.
Look, the quality of victory, if we're the BCS, is pretty damn good.
Absolutely.
I mean, you've beat some playoff teams. You've knocked one team out of the playoffs in the Bengals.
Yeah.
Strength of schedule.
Yeah.
The College Football Playoff Committee will respect that and reward us accordingly. And, look, we don't get to choose the schedule. The schedule is a part of a formula. But I think the fact that the Texans are 5-2 in the last 7 games is the big deal. The 2 over the course of 7 games. And you started off that stretch by beating the Jaguars. I know that, that Jaguars team was different. I think the Jaguars team has evolved just as the Texans team has evolved. That's why next week's super interesting. I don't think the Texans are at a point yet where they're going to be looking past anybody. I think there's so much youth on this team, and there's just I think D'Amico does a good job of that I don't – like, honestly, I don't know if there are enough guys on this team who would even know that there's any kind of, like, a grudge match against the Jaguars, or that they feel like a rival to them because they haven't played them enough times. Even if they've been on the team a year or two, there's only so many guys here that have faced the Jaguars multiple times in multiple years. So I think this week will be approached with the perfect amount of preparation and seriousness, especially because Kyler Murray is Kyler Murray gets your attention.
Yeah, I agree. I think Kyler Murray, him playing in that game might actually benefit the Texans from just a focus standpoint. Browns 6, Steelers 7. That rounds out the playoff field, Seth. So the computers think that the Browns defense and whoever they're plugging in at quarterback is good enough to make the postseason in the AFC. And when you look at their schedule the rest of the way, they're 6-3. So they've built up a nice cushion here for themselves. I mean, you're going to lose a starting quarterback, lose one that hasn't played all that well with you still winning 6 games this year, and B, have a good defense like the Browns. I don't think the Browns are winning the Super Bowl. I could very much see them still making the postseason, though.
Yeah.
You go 4 they go 4 away against a schedule that has some wins on. I mean, they play Chicago, they play the Jets. They've got a few other games. They play the Rams, which is a winnable game. There's 3 or 4 wins on that schedule for the Browns. Much as we hate hearing that as Texan fans, because we, A, want the Texans to make the playoffs, and B, we want the Browns' first-round pick to be as high as possible.
It's the expanded playoffs are weird because I feel like I still hold the playoffs in the same lofty esteem that I did when they had 6 teams in the playoffs, and yet now it just the more I look at the standings, it feels just like adding that one spot cheapened it a whole lot. Just because the teams that are in the frankly, I don't like the fact that the Texans are like right there in the playoffs with a 5-4 record. Like, I feel like it needs to be something that you have to really stretch and strive for a little bit more. But we've got all these teams that are like one win away from being in the playoffs with losing records, and it's just I know there's no going backwards on it. I got to reestablish my expectations, I suppose.
Selfishly, I'm here for it because it's one more week of pregame and postgame work. So, looking at it purely from an income standpoint.
Well, no, but as far as okay, but from a fan standpoint, it's exciting anytime you can be in the tournament.
Yes.
But I also,
especially what they've been through the last couple years,
Oh, no, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a little weird when you start looking at okay, we're right ahead of we're right there with the Bengals at 7-8, and then just behind are a bunch of 5-5 teams.
No, but
way down. So those 5-5 teams are right there, which means in the AFC this year, especially, almost everybody except the Titans and the Patriots are just within one game of the playoffs right now.
It is pretty wild in this simulation, though. The teams that don't make it. The Bengals, Super Bowl aspirations. The Chargers, every year we're told that this is the year Justin Herbert gets them over the top. The Bills, serious Super Bowl aspirations coming into the year. Hell, even the Broncos, who gave Sean Payton $20 million a year, they're coming in on this simulation as the third worst team in the AFC. I mean, that's a lot of horsepower. The Jets, I mean, granted, that no Aaron Rodgers, but the Jets were a team that coming into the season were planning on being in the Super Bowl conversation. Like, I get it. Like, the 7 seed does, by definition, it cheapens it. But the fact that you're the Texans and you're in this simulation, you're a few seeds ahead of teams like the Bengals and the Chargers and the Bills and the Jets and the Broncos is in the Colts, obviously, in your division is pretty cool. We got this text, Seth, from a listener saying, "Hey guys, can't we start something to get that Jacksonville Texans game changed to a primetime game to get it flexed into primetime?" It's not going to happen for that game. It's too late. It would have had to have happened by now, so it's not going to happen for that game.
Certainly not.
There is some chatter. There is some chatter about the Jets game in Week 14 in New York getting moved to Monday night. This is Brian Costello, who is the Jets beat writer for the New York Post, says this, something to keep an eye on. I think the Jets on December 10th could get flexed to Monday night. Currently, Monday Night Football that week is Giants and Packers. Both games are at MetLife Stadium, so to move the Giants out of Monday night, they have to move the Jets there. CJ Stroud makes it attractive, too. I don't know, they have to move the Jets and the Texans there. I mean, that's, they flex plenty of games that are in different locations.
They don't have to do anything.
They don't have to do anything. The last part where he says CJ Stroud makes it attractive, too, that to me is the big thing about flexing this game.
What's the date of that game?
December the 10th.
December 10th. So the date that had been reported about Aaron Rodgers was mid-December. And Aaron Rodgers, I'll give him credit, because at first on Pat McAfee's show, I thought he was going to start raking claiming that it was a false report or something about him being mid-December. All he did was he clarified it by saying that's not a set date. That's kind of like a timetable they'd like to go with. It could be earlier than that. It could be later than that, depending on how things go. I think the fact that he's confident and comfortable enough talking about that as the timetable makes me feel like he's going to try it for sure. It might be a disaster. He might go out there and re-rupture it immediately, but I feel like he's gonna try it. And I don't think he would be affected by the opponent or anything else like that. Maybe he'd be affected by the weather. Maybe he doesn't want to do it in cold weather. But there's a really good chance that it would be that Texans game that he would try to make that comeback.
The Jets are 4-5 right now, Seth. These are their next 3 games. They are at Buffalo this weekend. I imagine Buffalo is going to be a little angry this weekend. They are home for on Black Friday. That's the Black Friday game. They're home for Miami, and then the following week they host the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons are not a good football team right now. The Dolphins are lamb killers, and the Bills are a little shaky. That said, the Jets are 4-5 with Zach Wilson at quarterback. What if the Jets? What if the Jets go 0-3 in those games and they're 4-8?
Right. I don't think that he comes back. I don't think they risk it.
Yeah.
The Jets did beat the Bills once already this season.
They did. Yep.
Who are the other opponents?
At Buffalo, home for Miami, home for Atlanta.
And they haven't played Miami yet. So Atlanta is anybody's guess. I mean, Atlanta just had 70 yards passing versus the Cardinals last week. So I don't know exactly what's very easily could lose that game to the Fighting Zach Wilson.
Do you want that game? Do you want that game flexed?
Miami's lost hit some sketchy games too.
The Texans Jets. Do you want it
I want it flexed.
Yeah.
I want it flexed. Yes, 100%.
I do too.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to see. CJ hasn't had that primetime experience yet. I think CJ's kind of been, waffling his way through. Not waffling in a bad way. It's just he's just had to go through this experience of like, oh, the NFC South, wow. Oh, wow. The beleaguered Texans fan base, wow. It hasn't necessarily been a whole lot of the peak NFL experience just yet.
And for a guy who is publicly thirsting for it, right?
Yeah.
Like he has publicly said, I want more people in the stands at these Texan games. He wants the atmosphere at the games he's playing in to be more of what he experienced at Ohio State. That's what a Monday Night Football game would be at MetLife Stadium, I would imagine.
So the games that he's played so far that would feel like actual NFL games would be the Ravens for sure.
Yeah.
Is that it? I think that's it. That's it. Well, the Bengals game. The Bengals atmosphere is pretty. So he's had the Ravens game, which is a loud, fun place to play. The Bengals game. And that's it so far.
Yeah, his other road games have been Jacksonville and Atlanta.
Yeah,
and Carolina.
Right.
Yeah. So not totally hype places.
Not like crazy loud raucous environments, And it's not like it's just that's the way it's for the most part. It seems like the northern latitude places, unless the teams are good, are like the craziest places. So like the most close to Ohio State, and then teams that are having good seasons in the South tend to be better, and he hasn't quite had that yet.
We love for CJ Stroud, and there's nobody who loves CJ Stroud more than who we're about to hear from next, and the praise just keeps going higher and higher and higher. That is next. Bayway Ram.
Oh, boy. Bayway Ram. You know what I got?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you on a Thursday morning. Appreciate you tuning in. Texans Cardinals on Sunday, noon kick. Texans, as of right now, spread hovering around 4.5 or 5. So it got as low as 4. That's where I jumped on the train. So don't call me a jinx or anything if they don't cover the number, but number about 4.5, 5 right now. Kickoff at noon. Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. That's me and Seth on Texans Countdown. Then Clint Stoerner and I have you following the game on Texans postgame. Dan Orlovsky, Seth. Dan Orlovsky, who is proud of runs for president. Dan Orlovsky will be his campaign manager. That's my prediction.
He's in love with CJ Stroud.
In serious love.
I think he was amongst the first to really, really profess his love.
Yes.
Unabashedly. But he's like, it's cool because when he breaks down the film, he sees a lot of what he saw at Ohio State. And the biggest thing he was talking to Kevin Clark. I'm sorry, I'm out of breath.
Yeah. Okay.
I was sprinting when I realized I was making a coffee and it took a little longer.
It got away from you a little bit. Yeah.
I shouldn't be breathing this hard after just that sprint. But so he's on with Kevin Clark on This Is Football on ESPN.com. And he was talking about how Bobby Slowick is blessed to be able to work with a mind like CJ Stroud's?
I think with Bobby Slowick, their play caller, I think two things stand out. Number one, he honestly calls plays like there's not a single thing that young man cannot handle pre-snap, whether it's formations, whether it's shifts, emotions. Now, they don't do a ton with their protection management and or hots because their offensive line handles a lot of the pressures, the way they pass things off. But there's not much that he doesn't think he can't handle pre-snap.
Yeah, so that part was interesting to me because I guess maybe where I'd push it back a little bit is that, that first week they did a bunch of stuff pre-snap, and that was when they were having to burn timeouts to avoid delay of game. It wasn't like, oh, hey, we just jumped right in and this was an NFL offense. So that's been a work in progress. We saw a little bit of it after the bye week too. I think that they have had to I think there's a chance that maybe they were so impressed with CJ on the mental side of things early on that they felt like, hey, we can do anything. And then they had to realize, oh, wait, but we also do have a bunch of new receivers and new offensive linemen and a rookie quarterback and a rookie center and all of this. And it's going to take we got to be kind of careful and dial it back a little bit. But that's where it's intriguing because I don't think CJ was a limiting factor in that. I think it was just all the bells and whistles being incorporated all at once. It was a problem. But it gives you a kind of a glimpse into what Bobby Slowick thinks they can handle in the future.
Yeah, I just remember, look, to me this season is almost like there's a delineation with this season for me, Seth. There's the first two games of the year, and then there's everything that's happened since the first two games of the year, because those two games are such outliers, had some of those mechanical errors that you're talking about burning 3 timeouts with 8 minutes to go in the first half. This is what I remember from that Colts game in week 2, is I remember two things. One, them operating so slow in the second half while they were down by 3 scores, running the football, burning clock. The other thing that I remember, and maybe they were doing that because they were dialing things back a little bit, but the other thing I remember was walking over to Clint Stoerner at the end of that game. Clint and Ron, they sit down at the end of the row. We're at the press box, and I remember walking over to them in a game the Texans were about to lose by double digits and saying, CJ Stroud is not the problem. Feeling strongly about that after the Colts game. Like, this team has problems. I said the honeymoon was over in the post-game show that day, but CJ Stroud is not one of them. Like, you could see that you could see even just from week 1 to week 2 the advancements that he was making.
The other thing that Orlovsky talked about yesterday, or at least on this episode, was Kevin Clark asked a question, basically talking about a little bit of that old narrative of, is it like, how does a guy who comes from a place from Ohio State where there have been quarterbacks who have been disappointed, like, how does he manage to do all of this mental stuff? And Orlovsky, I think, pushed back against the narrative a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, it's going from like 5th grade, when you're doing basic math, and then going into, advanced algebra or whatever level we want to call it, like as a junior or senior, you're getting ready for college, and you're doing that jump in 6 months. Now, if you go to a really good school in 5th grade, maybe a private school, whatnot, and you got a good foundation, it helps that jump. And I think that's the reference to Ohio State when it came to, like, they ran real NFL concepts. Ohio State, they ran layered concepts, they ran progression concepts. So it wasn't catch and throw stuff that he did. So I do think that starting point is huge.
Yeah, and I think the point he was making there at the beginning was the jump from college to the NFL in general is like that, like from 5th grade right into college type stuff. But that, like, Ohio State does do a lot of stuff, and especially they did with CJ Stroud more advanced stuff than they might have done with other quarterbacks. I think some people thought that Ohio State must just be running like some version of the air raid, and because you had all these stud receivers, they're just out there on ISO routes, just doing and just getting free and open, and it was way more than that. So Stroud had a better foundation going into it than I think some people might have realized, and that's another thing that, like, obviously Nick Caserio and all those other guys, the part of it. As much as people are talking right now about, like, well, it looks like the Texans actually almost had the number 1 pick and they would have taken Bryce Young, or what happened if they, like, I think there's this assumption that any team that had number 2, this is where people are doing hindsight reasoning. There's this assumption that, okay, whoever didn't take Bryce Young would have taken CJ Stroud. Well, like, hold on a second. We saw him plummeting like out of the top 10 on some mock drafts because of the S2 cognition. So I think that whether it was the Panthers or the Texans, they do deserve some credit for still taking CJ Stroud number 2 overall.
Yes.
At least according to the pre-draft smoke, there are all these people that are willing to abandon CJ altogether. So it's just that's how much I think some of the narratives had run wildly and without abandon away from reality.
There was a quarterback that went 2 picks after C.J. Stroud. The only reason he didn't go 1 pick after C.J. Stroud is because the Texans traded up and got that pick. Hit 3 and drafted Will Anderson. So there was a quarterback taken, I'll say, right after C.J. Stroud that nobody criticized the Colts for taking anybody. But the Colts were not raked over the coals for taking Anthony Richardson.
No, Sean, you know what we haven't done enough of is remember the Colts tried to gloat about it, and others were accepting that gloating. They're like, well, the Colts wanted Richardson. They didn't want CJ, so they were really, really happy when it turned out that's who they were getting because they really didn't want CJ Stroud.
Right,
that part of it's kind of been lost.
Yes, Colts gloating. I'm writing that down to go back and find receipts on the internet this afternoon. I'm being serious. I am writing that down right now. Anytime we can trash the Colts, I'm here for it.
And then one more from Orlovsky about C.J. Stroud and how it helps Bobby Slowick with his play calling.
He does such an unbelievable job problem-solving post-snap. When you're the play caller, you have such a vast playbook because you're going, oh, well, I really want to call this, but, man, if they play this coverage, it's not great. Well, our guy will fix it. Our guy will handle it. He'll do the right thing with the football. He'll move the right guy in.
Yeah, sorry, I cut that one off a little abruptly, but but he'll move the right guy. He'll do, one of the examples he cited there was this is a little bit of pre-snap more than post-snap, but he talked about moving Tank Dell in motion on the play to Dalton Schultz on that final drive. He moved Tank Dell in motion, and somebody followed him, so he got a little clue about the coverage there. And then he realized that one of the defensive backs was out to the line of scrimmage. That guy started to bail out, and then came back and act. I always love when a defensive back is found out, because he starts to drop too early, he bails out, and then he's like, oh, no, actually, no, I'm blitzing. He got back up to the line. So CJ read that too and knew exactly what he was going to see and knew that he had time to throw to Dalton Schultz. That kind of higher level stuff of diagnosing pre-snap, but then also understanding exactly, okay, is this guy dropping? Is he going to blitz? Oh, he's not blitzing, but he's not going to be back into his zone nearly quick enough to disrupt this pass to Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I feel like as somebody who's, I'm a fan of the team. Obviously, I'm a host who covers the team, but more than anything, I'm a fan of the Texans. And I will say this, in this early part of the C.J. Stroud era that's been really cool for me, I don't know if other fans are into it this much. I feel like I've learned more about that aspect of football in the last 3 months because of all the breakdowns we've seen of how good C.J. Stroud is at diagnosing things, pre-snap, in play, all 22, looking at all the different things. That J.T. O'Sullivan stuff goes a little deep for me, but I still think it's really cool. Yeah. I feel like... And I'm someone who watches a ton of football. You know what I mean? I'm not a football dummy or anything like that, but I feel like I've learned more about the intricacies of it and appreciate it more watching CJ this year than I have in my other years as a fan.
Well, it's more fun to do it when you're watching your quarterback do it. And I think in a way that I think the Kubiak Shanahan style of offense, there's a little bit more, there's things that are somewhat easier to grasp because aesthetically pleasing, that you can kind of you can understand it and enjoy it. But no, that stuff's laborious sometimes. There's honestly, I feel like there's a little too much film breakdown in mainstream places these days because there's some stuff that it just takes too much time. I don't have 10 minutes to sit here and watch all of this. If you're committed to it, and then it's fun, you can sit down and watch it. But I do feel like there are times where people just want to watch football.
Maybe, yeah, no, and I'm that way too. I never watch it to that degree, and I think you hit the nail on the head from this standpoint. It's your guy that you're watching, but you're watching him do it well. So when you're sitting there watching and you're marveling at him doing it, then you're more inclined to sit down and watch more of it. And I just find myself watching more of it, and I think it's cool. I feel like I'm watching a little bit more intelligently about the quarterback position these days.
The JT O'Sullivan guy on YouTube who does a lot of really cool film breakdowns, and if you coach or if you play quarterback especially, he's a really good guy to follow. But he also has his Patreon. I think now the CJ Stroud stuff has become so popular that he's only doing the CJ Stroud stuff on his Patreon.
He is. Yeah. Jerk sold out.
How much is
stuck
his
it behind
Patreon?
the paywall. I don't know.
I think it's like $5. I think the lowest level is $5 a month. I might have to
that's
sign
not
up.
bad. That's,
Dude,
okay.
I'm a patron to so many people right now.
I know. Me too.
Because Texans Cap is good and Cody Stutes is good on their Patreon.
Dude.
I got Tyler Dunn. I'm on his Patreon.
I'm going to the poorhouse $5 at a time.
I'm about to sign up to give $60 a year to JT O'Sullivan just so I can get my
Marvel CJ Stroud for and they're two. Seth, here's the thing. Here's why I'm not going to do it. Somebody had told me this about I think the Tampa Bay game was the first one he stuck behind the paywall, and someone said, "Guys, have you watched the 2-hour Patreon that JT O'Sullivan did about CJ Stroud?" And I'm like, and this goes to your point. I'm like, okay, no, nor will I. I don't have. I've got 20 minutes to sit and watch breakdowns of CJ Stroud. I don't have 2 hours. I just don't. I'm not that interested in it. 2 hours. My God.
The Patreon thing though, like JT O'Sullivan, they show the one thing I'm always surprised with Patreon. They actually show like how much people are bringing in on their channel.
Yeah.
So like JT O'Sullivan, and I'm like you pay a commission, but he's bringing in like $15,000 or $16,000 a month on his channel.
Not bad.
I feel like it's better. Like I would want people to think like I'm some poor starving artist on there. I don't want them to know that I'm making 200 G's.
I don't know. I'd want to flex and go, look at me making my 16 G's, baby. Look at me. I would be like, I'm making $314.52.
I'm going to tell everybody exactly how much he's making right now.
Okay.
Oh, it's not showing up. Never mind.
All right.
I'll tell you when we come back.
Yeah, when we come back.
Oh, $18,390 a month.
That's really good. That's a solid living right there. All right. What did it sound like in Cleveland when they got the news on Deshaun Watson? And what's been the effect on the Texans in the 24 hours since as far as playoff chances go? We'll have that for you next.
Oh, who is it? Oh, Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Oh, my gosh.
You got Mocarum Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
Wait, I've got Mocarum?
Yes.
And then I've got
right
Johnson Fitness and Wellness?
Yes. Okay.
Gotcha. Mocarum Law. Everybody, I'm sorry. You guys heard me? You guys heard how I was sprinting in here to get into the actual radio job on time? That's what happens when somebody else is sprinting around out on the road. They're reckless. They're careless. You get in an accident, and it's not your fault. It's all because of somebody else that your work schedule has been disrupted. Maybe your child care is all messed up. You've got hospital bills. You need compensation. You want to be sure you get it. You go to Mocarum Law. You give them a call 24 hours a day at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. You know, some attorneys.
find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans, Cardinals. We'll be breaking it down big time tomorrow. The Texans and the Cardinals. The Texans trying to go 6-4 and set up Week 12 with the Jags to be for the lead in the AFC South heading into December. Who'd have thunk it? Cleveland was burning to the ground yesterday with the news of Deshaun Watson. The funny thing, it was burning to the ground, and Deshaun hasn't even been good this year. They've been 6-3 more despite Deshaun than because of Deshaun this year. But, Seth, that last half of football that he played against Baltimore was they were viewing that before they heard about his injury, his shoulder injury that's knocked him out for the season. They were really that half of football was turning this Steeler game on Sunday in Cleveland into like a de facto playoff game. Ticket prices through the roof, dreams of the Super Bowl run, win the division for the first time since the late 80s, that kind of thing. Here is what it sounded like on our sister station, The Fan, 92.3. This is Ken Carman, their morning host, when the news came down about Deshaun yesterday.
This is the worst possible thing I could have heard. The worst possible thing at the worst possible time. Deshaun Watson's on injured reserve. Good morning to you. He's been placed on injury reserve with a shoulder injury that is going to require surgery. He had the ankle injury as well, but it's the shoulder, correct, that is going to require surgery. So Deshaun Watson is out for the rest of the year. The Browns are 6-3. We were in the middle of a fight for a division. We were dreaming about the division for the first time since 1989. You got to call anybody you can. Andrew Berry's going to be available at 10:15 this morning. He better be on the phone between now and 10:15 this morning. And then he better be on the phone afterwards. And you better find a way to get Matt Ryan or anybody out of the booth. I don't care. I know how crazy and desperate I sound, but that's where we're at right now. That's exactly where I'm at.
Would you rather have one of these guys that have been in the building all year if you were them, Seth, or would you rather sign one of these olds that are sitting out there on the street right now, like Matt Ryan or Nick Foles?
Okay, definitely not Matt Ryan. Nick Foles isn't that old, and I know at least some people have convinced themselves not that long ago that maybe he could be the answer. But I feel, boy, they're in a tricky spot because a lot of people feel good about DTR. DTR?
DTR.
Yeah, Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Correct.
But it's now the time to experiment. It's fun. He's a fun guy if you're in a year west, and maybe you can scrounge up a win or two while also getting a high draft status. But it's not. That's not where the Browns are. Like the Browns, I think they've got one or two games of playing perhaps with DTR and seeing how it goes. I think they can cobble together some pretty intriguing game plans for a guy that can do some damage with his legs. Try to make it try to ambush the opponent, with some variety and variation, but keep it digestible for a rookie quarterback. But man, even in Dorian Thompson-Robinson's good game in the preseason, he was completing like 50% of his passes.
Yeah,
it wasn't like he was dissecting vanilla offenses. He was making some big plays, but playing relatively inefficient football.
Yeah, you pointed this out earlier. Like there were actually people that were like pining for DTR before the season. Like he might beat out Deshaun. Like,
okay,
yeah.
So Foles, at the age of 31, played. He started 7 games for the Bears. So like in 2021 and 2022, he played 3 total games. He started 3 total games, 1 with the Bears, 2 with the Colts last year.
Yeah.
But in 2020, he started 7 games. He went 2-5, completing 64.7% of his passes, 10 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
It's an incredible career. He's been good for a total of like 18 weeks of football in his entire life in the NFL. It just so happens that 4 of them were in the postseason in 2017.
18, he started 5 games for Philly. That was before he ended up going to Jacksonville. So really it was 2018 was the last, like his last year in Philly where like he was at a place where people still liked him because of the memories and everything. But yeah, I don't know. He's not the promise of him all of a sudden being good after a 4-year layoff of being good because of one little stretch of time he had back in the day. I can't do that. I can't go. I'd rather see Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
They brought up Phillip Rivers' name yesterday when I was listening. Like Phillip Rivers, he hasn't played football since 2020.
Didn't he say that he was ready for somebody to call him
Did
this
he?
year? He had talked to somebody.
He can say whatever he wants, but like that's a long time to not play football.
Do a quick yes or no on these. I'll start at 10. This is just in Sportskeeda. Tell me, Chase Garbers, Jake Luton. I don't know who these people are.
Am I supposed to say yes or no? I would sign these guys if I were
say
Cleveland.
yes or no.
Okay, yeah. Go
No
ahead.
to those two.
Yeah.
How about EJ Perry?
No.
How about Bryce Perkins?
No. I don't know who Bryce Perkins is.
These are the guys who are available, Sean. These are the top guys available.
The disrespect. Yeah.
How about Trevor Siemian?
Okay, now they were talking about him. He's on somebody's practice squad.
The Bengals.
Yeah,
he's been released though.
Okay, well he's out there then. Like he's
out there.
He's available. Yeah. Now
Nick
he's been. Oh, hold up. Simeon's been with Stefanski before too in Minnesota. So they were. I mean, this is where they are right now. They're like, see, done each other at one point. Let's go get him. Who else? Give me more.
Joe Flacco.
God. Yes,
he played for the Jets last year.
He did, and he played for the Jets and beat the Browns in that Week 2 game where he scored 2 touchdowns in like the last 2 minutes of the game. Yes,
yeah.
The Browns
so they're probably like, man, Flacco's a machine.
yes. Okay, so yes on Flacco.
Colt McCoy.
Sure. Yes, he's a former Brown.
Yes. Matt Ryan.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
And then, old Carson Wentz.
He's signed. He's a Ram. He's off the market.
Oh, that's right. Wait, what is this article?
He's off the market. He got signed like a week ago, so it could be.
Okay, yeah. So that leaves, I guess, Flacco and what? Who did you like?
I said Flacco and Colt McCoy. I would say. Yeah.
Is there somebody else out there? Text line probably has some idea of somebody who's out
Text
there
in,
right now.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Here's what the callers.
Where's Kyle Allen's up in Buffalo, isn't he?
He's a backup for Josh Allen.
Yeah,
yep,
okay.
he sure is.
No, remember the trade deadline is past, everybody.
Yeah,
you
they
can't trade.
No trades, absolutely. This is a caller, Gerald in Youngstown. This is the pep talk, firing up the Cleveland market.
The only thing I'll say is that this year in the NFL, quarterback play has been pretty bad, with the exception of a few quarterbacks. And our defense is built to push through. So we're going to make the playoffs. I'm confident we're going to make the playoffs. But this has got to be a magical season in which full TR turns into a Stroud somehow. I mean, it's absolutely sickening. And the fan base has got to show up Sunday because Pittsburgh's coming into town, and they don't give a damn. So we got to take the boots to Pittsburgh. We got to show up like never before. We got to support this team to 7-3 and then go 1-0 next week. And that's what it is. And Stefanski's built for this too. I've been on Stefanski for the last year and a half. He's built for it. The staff is built for it. Let's go, Browns. Beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and then Gerald said, I didn't get this part, but after that, Gerald said, and I'll holla. He said after, and I will holler. That's what he said.
By the way, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, I take it back. He did have he finished the preseason at 63.8% completion rate. So he had like the one game I was thinking of, he had some awesome plays, but he was like 48% completion percentage. So he must have had some pretty efficient games too.
Okay.
Hard to find preseason stats in totality.
Text message. Jets game, this is from 8838. Jets game needs to be moved to Monday Night Football because I have tickets to see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra on Sunday, December the 10th at 2:30. My condolences. I don't want to go in too hard on the Trans-Siberian Orchestra because I do believe they may advertise with the cluster here. I know we give away tickets sometimes.
I like that one song they always play on the radio at starting this time of year.
It was just one long song to me. Oh, you mean 2 hours long called Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Does it sound like the same song the whole time?
Orchestra's just not my deal. That's the thing, man. Like, I need words in my songs, you know? What?
I don't know. So you're not getting Andre 3000's flute album that's dropping this week?
Probably not. Probably not.
I feel like I was about to say Andre 3000's going to spark a whole bunch of flute sales, but it's not. I'm guessing like kids, the average 16-year-old these days is like Andre who? Like what? Yeah. What a cheesy name, Andre 3000. I don't know.
I need words, man. I need words in my songs. And by the way, that's on you allowing your. I'm assuming. Sorry, I'm making an assumption here that this is your significant other that scheduled the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Because if you're listening to a sports show and texting a sports show right now, there's no way that you're voluntarily scheduling the holiday orchestra in the middle of an NFL Sunday in which your team plays. I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. Don't they have a bunch of a lot of lights and smoke and steam and everything?
They do.
It's
been
probably
a while,
like a pretty cool sensory experience. You know where I bet that would be badass to go see is at that new eyeball thing out there in Las Vegas. Yeah.
The new eyeball thing.
Oh, the big old sphere. You know. Ben, help me out here.
I don't. There's no chance, Ben.
It's called the Sphere.
Called the Sphere.
Okay.
In steps John Lopez. Okay.
And it's badass.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it.
I think Seth's right
You
on
know,
that.
you know what we're talking about? The big sphere in Las Vegas. That they put advertisements on the outside.
Yes, I do know. Yes. Sorry, I had my shapes mixed up.
You thought I was talking about a cube?
Definitely didn't think you were talking about a sphere.
By the way,
the spheres of Gaza? What's that?
No, stop embarrassing me. So we've learned in this segment that my music needs words, and I get my shapes mixed up. Up next, I will spell cat correctly. Yeah.
My music needs words.
Yes, that's what I said. I told Seth that. That's why I can't.
No,
do
I heard it.
Trans-Siberian
I heard
Orchestra.
it.
Yeah. Have you been to the Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Not a big fan of them, but my music doesn't always need words.
Of them? It's not a collective.
Sean hates Trans-Siberian Orchestra in Santana.
And Kenny G.
Yeah.
Kenny G. Give me words. Enough with the saxophone, okay?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you wouldn't schedule it in the middle of a football
No,
Sunday,
that I would
though.
not do.
Yeah.
No, that I absolutely would
Do
not.
you want the Jets-Texans game flexed to Monday Night Football?
I don't for personal reasons.
Oh, wow, okay.
But I feel as if the NFL is not going to leave CJ Stroud without trying to flex it.
Yeah.
I mean, they know more than anybody. They do more than anybody. Exploit, take advantage of superstars, and they got one.
He's box office right now.
Yeah.
He's the talk of the league right now.
But we have tickets.
Oh, you?
Yeah, we're going to do Army.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
you guys are going to Army Navy.
Yeah, and we're going to take a little puddle hopper over to New York and watch the Jets game. But if it's flexed to Monday.
Are you going to stay?
No.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
So you got a legit personal reason.
Yeah, but
for
I
that
think
thing to stay on Sunday.
if I had to pick one, that's going to be the one.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Monday night game that's supposed to be played is already in that stadium makes too much sense.
Yeah,
yeah.
And everybody's pushing back on the Giants. They got too many. Well, you still keep the New York market with the Jets, and who knows? Maybe lightning strikes and get Aaron Rodgers.
Dude, Tommy DeVito though on Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
that's ugly.
CJ Stroud and Aaron Rodgers Monday Night Football.
CJ Stroud. I'd even take CJ Stroud and Zach Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 2 pick from 2 years ago versus the current number 2 pick.
Yeah.
As highlighting the fickle nature of the number 2 overall pick at the quarterback position.
Correct.
There would be no better way to highlight it than Zach Wilson versus CJ Stroud, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. Football Friday tomorrow. Let's get our game face on, baby.
Antibodies, and just a little tidbit for you, Sean. A football is the shape of an oblate spheroid.
That's what I was thinking
That's
of.
what it
I was
was.
thinking of that stadium that's in the shape of a football. All right, we're done. We're out of time. We'll see all of you at 6 a.m. tomorrow. In the Loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
What is a trap game, J-Lo?
Oh,
I need you
my
to
gosh.
define what a trap game is.
I've got the definition.
Give me the definition of a trap game, because I have too much fear. I feel like I don't know if I am just soft when it comes to the Texans or if I am just living in fear. But I have a healthy amount of fear for Sunday.
5 points to a trap game. And this game, spoiler alert, checks all the boxes. Point number 1, a playoff contender face. Boom. We know what that's about. Point number 2, the worst team still has a lot of reason to play hard and nothing to lose. Check. Kyler Murray, he's back. First-year coach, all that jazz. Point number 3. And by the way, the reason I'm doing this and we're talking about this is because I kind of got on your side last night as I was thinking about this game. Point number 3. The underdog team has some matchup advantages. We know about Kyler Murray and scrambling. We know about Texans linebackers and injuries and such. But the Texans' pass defense has some injuries and ranks 24th in the NFL against Kyler Murray. That is a distinct advantage that the Cardinals may well have. Point number 4. The better team, and I can't believe I'm saying this, has reason to look past this game.
Whoa, what?
The better team has reason to look past this game. Who do the Texans play next week?
Jags.
And point number 5. This is a big one. The aroma, the stank of cheese is strong. Are they going to eat it? MVP discussion, coming off a huge win. This is a playoff team, et cetera, et cetera. Dude, this has all the markings of a trap game.
And I also think this has all the markings of being labeled a trap game if they just flat out go out there and lose. Like, I don't think they're going to eat the cheese. I just think that Arizona's a tougher matchup than it gets credit for. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think that, like, if they lose this game on Monday, I don't feel the need to and say, oh, well, they must have been looking at Jacksonville. No, I just think that Kyler Murray's a baller. I think that Kyler Murray is hungry, and Arizona plays teams tough.
All I'm saying is the ingredients are there. Kind of like if you were making cowboy cookies.
How do you tell if it's a trap game, though? Would be like, how do you tell if it's a trap? I just think it's I just look at it as a dangerous game.
Yeah.
But how am I to tell if they lose the game? Oh, wow, man, they must have been looking past them. Is it just as simple as if they lose, that's what we say?
Nah, I mean, maybe some people might. I think you'll see the markings, and if they lose, you'll see what happened, that those were all signs that pointed. Maybe some of those ingredients that I talked about, maybe they just look a little bit flat. Not that you don't see that swarm like you talk about all the time. The swarm, it's real. And it's kind of like after the fact, you'll say, oh boy, they were set up to fail in this one.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to overlook anyone, but I do think they could get beat by Arizona, and maybe we're just soft. You think we're soft, Figgy? Are you feeling the same way? You feel like they're threatened, or you think we're soft?
I think we soft, man.
You softer than Roseanne, son.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that soft.
Softer than Roseanne's son, huh? Yeah. I mean, this isn't. They haven't arrived. Their playoff percentages are still 58%, according to ESPN stats and info. So it's not like this is like some team that can afford to overlook. I just think it's a tougher matchup than we give it credit for. Very much tougher matchup than we give it credit for. So,
and maybe that's part of it.
Where I don't think it's a trap. I think it's just a good opponent. I just think it's a solid. I just think it's a good quarterback and a good opponent.
And I'm kind of disappointed, Figgy, that Landry didn't hear my next level line that I dropped when I was talking about this.
What's that?
I said it has all the ingredients, kind of like cowboy cookies.
Yeah, I don't. Okay.
We'll get to that in the slime ball nominations.
Yeah. There was some drama yesterday in the office with Clint Stoerner and the afternoon guys. I don't know that they were in the wrong.
I never had a cowboy cookie.
Yeah, you have. You probably didn't know that that's what they were called. They have a bunch of weird stuff in them, but it's good. It's real sweet. It's good. Awesome. But everybody has, I mean, a lot of times on a trap game, you don't know until after the fact. Like you and I have.
Well, I think people make it up.
Like I think a lot of times they do.
Yeah, I think people just kind of make it up sometimes.
As an excuse?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just like the over-romanticized excuse. It's the they want it more type of thing, which, I mean, sometimes you can see that, but I think sometimes people just say trap game after the fact. Like it's, oh, man, they just weren't ready to play. Well, they might have been. They just got beat.
But sometimes you see it. Sometimes you see, as I mentioned, just kind of like that's not how the Texans have been performing lately. Is it a credit to Arizona, or were they not quite what they've been in recent weeks?
I just like.
Now, what game if Clayton Tune was starting? It was no Kyler Murray.
No, I'd call it an easy dub.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't think they'd be a threat.
Mm-hmm.
I would just look at it as an easy dub. But when you look at the Cardinals right now, if you're looking at the Cardinals and you're saying, well, this team's only won 2 games, it should be easy to beat them, you're kind of ignoring something important.
Yeah. It's not the same team.
That their quarterback just came back and they beat the Cowboys. One of those games they beat the Cowboys without that guy.
Yeah.
So I don't think it can be as simple as that, because if they'd had Kyler Murray all year, I'm not saying that they're like a contender or something, but I think they may have won more than 2 games if they'd had Kyler Murray this year. I think it's fair to say that would be the case. So I don't think we can look at the Texans and say, man, well, they're facing a 2-win squad, so they should be able to handle their
You can't
business.
look at the record with this team.
It's
man.
not the same squad. So I think naturally, I think it could be a trap for fans.
Absolutely.
I think it could be a natural trap for fans where you look at it. And McLean did it. McLean, they've won 2 games. Okay, how many have they played with Kyler?
Yeah. No, I think Kyler. I mean, that's going to be the message that D'Amico and everybody in leadership over there is going to be sending. Like, hey, this isn't the same team. This is Kyler. So I guess you could kind of argue that if Kyler wasn't playing, it would be a little bit more likely that they come out flat. But that's not going to happen.
So here is the 9-7-9. Texans for a trap game for Cincinnati between Buffalo and a Thursday Baltimore game. I don't know. I mean, I guess you can say that. I didn't feel like they didn't have Cincinnati's attention the other day.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like
think
that
they
was
was
a trap
looking
game
past the
either.
Texans.
Yeah, I don't think they were looking past anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I see this goes back to we label it a trap game after the fact. I don't think Cincinnati was doing that.
Yeah.
It was hard to look over the Texans after all the CJ Stroud love.
Right.
Now, if they had said, Jamar Chase, sit out, let's rest, let's save you for Thursday against Baltimore.
And he
maybe
wasn't
we could say
100%.
that. Yeah, he wasn't 100%. He was out there playing.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily agree.
And they came out like,
and they need to win games.
Yes,
they can't afford to lose no
They
games.
need to win games, and they came out boom, 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 and went right down the field. So it wasn't like, oh, they're not ready, or whatever. No, I think you could maybe argue that, but I wouldn't argue that. I think that they had the full attention.
And there is just all kinds of begging going on for the crowd. J.J. Watt got in on it yesterday.
Yeah.
What are we begging about?
Fill that stadium. I guess is the calling card. It's kind of
sad.
It is. It is kind of shouldn't have to.
I mean, I think it's going to happen, but it's getting kind of sad.
You think it's going to fill
this Sunday?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think Kyler Murray's a main attraction. Like, I think he's one of the players that you want to watch for better or worse. He's tiny. He's out there flinging it much more than you think he can. He can throw the rock. He's fast as hell. I think he's like that. If I'm going to a game, that's who I would want to see. I would rather watch Kyler Murray than Trevor Lawrence. I know it's a bigger game, but as far as just like an attraction, like some players are like bigger attractions than others. I think Kyler Murray is
He's fun.
Worth the price of admission.
I mean, he's just fun to watch, and I think.
Looks like a damn G out there all the time, too. God, he knows
the way he runs around.
knows how to rock the damn uni, too.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
Why am I becoming a Tyler Stan or a Kyler Stan all the
I don't
time?
think you are. I think
I am.
think there's a healthy.
I've always tried to minimize the guy like my whole life, and now all of a sudden he gets hurt. He comes off a torn ACL. I almost feel like I'm just buying low.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to buy high, but I'm buying low right now.
I just think that you're trying to bring some realism to this game. Like, hey guys, and we're
real
both,
talk.
Yeah, we're both talking
real
about
talk.
it.
Kyler's a threat.
This guy is what did it for me, and I've said it so many times. I know our listeners have heard it. Just the way he came out in his first game back, I was like, oh man, nothing has changed. This guy's the same guy, and that's pretty scary for the Texans. And D'Amico has said as much.
So we're not softer than Roseanne's son.
We are not softer than Roseanne. But
God, what a line that is, though.
Yeah.
You softer than Roseanne's son.
That dude was a P word, man. That little kid.
Yeah.
What's his name? DJ?
Yeah.
God.
What are your favorite trap games in your life?
What do you mean, favorite trap
We all
games?
have trap games.
What do you mean? Oh, in real life trap games?
In real life.
I don't know. I have some examples.
Well, to me, one of my the trap games that I hate the most is the oh by the way trap game. Like she says, oh, like let's say Thanksgiving. Hey, so and so is coming over for Thanksgiving. Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, she's spending the weekend at our house. That's a trap game.
Yeah, no, I got one.
What's that?
For sure. So my wife would be like, "Hey, you want to go get some crawfish?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's go."
Yeah.
But first, we got to go over to Harwin so I could get some T-shirts and some
that's
Hino.
the add-ons.
Yes.
That's another
so
one of
I
the
got to
trap
ride
games.
with her all over the place just to get my crawfish.
You know how I feel about add-ons.
If she would have said that first, I would be like, "Nah, I'm good."
Hey, let's go get that patio furniture we've been talking about getting. Cool, let's go. And then you're in the car, you're buckled up, you're driving. Oh, by the way, let's stop at Home Goods. I need to pick up a couple of things. Oh, and there's that little coffee shop right next to Home Goods. We should get some coffee there.
Home Goods is legit.
And then on the way home, just go ahead and just pick up the groceries since we're out. I hate add-ons. That is the ultimate trap game. Actually, it's not the ultimate trap game. I'll tell you what the ultimate trap game is. She's really pretty, isn't she? There is no answer to that.
There's not?
When your wife or girlfriend tells you, don't you think she's really hot? I have no opinion. I have no opinion whatsoever on that. That's a trap game. So there are trap games. And the setup trap game, this happened to me very recently. Oh, you should take so-and-so fishing. He's never been with you, and
God.
He loves to fish.
I feel sorry for you when you get that.
I get that all the time.
I feel so bad for you when people try to volunteer themselves to go fish with you.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, bro.
Yeah, but this is her.
Because that's the thing about it is it's like when people have parties like on a Saturday, like that's your thing.
Yes.
And if you you're
and a lot of times you like to do by yourself.
But it's your once a week. It's your sanctuary. It's what you do. It's like I feel like you've worked your whole life just to have that time on the fishing boat.
No, I have.
And like when people basically are like rookies and they want to say, "Hey, take me and my dad fishing with you" or something like that.
Yeah.
They're basically turning your hobby, your passion, what you've worked hard for, into you basically being a tour guide and having to work extra. And it's even worse because it's not like you offered.
And
they offered up themselves.
Yes.
It's rude as hell.
Yes.
It drives me nuts. It's
And-
like,
and
hey,
all of a sudden
we're having a birthday. We're having a birthday dinner for me and my wife at 6 p.m. on Saturday. Come through.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go to your damn birthday.
And whenever that happens, all of a sudden I feel like I have to
watch the horns.
I have to put on a show too. I have to put them on fish because a lot of times if catch fish, don't catch fish, I could give two bleeps, But that's a trap game, and especially when she offers it. Oh, so and so's been wanting to fish with you. You should take them fishing. And then you get home, and 2 days later she goes, "Hey, my office party's this week." That's a trap game.
Well, the other thing is whenever
quid quo pro.
Well, the other problem you have is that you almost don't want them to have a good time.
Mm-hmm. That's true, actually. I'm
Because
we could have
then
done
they
better
say,
today.
"Hey, we got to do this again sometime."
Oh no, do we?
Yeah, it's.
See, those are trap games.
Yeah, there's just a certain that is the ultimate trap for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, take me fishing.
Or how about the people that's like, hey, Landry, my friend is a diehard Longhorn fan too. Hey, why don't you guys talk and hang out? It's like, why would,
I want to watch the game. Like I'm focused in.
Like this ain't that type of party.
Yeah, oh man, like watching a game. You gotta. It's not like a let's gather around and chill thing.
And you've watched, I think you've watched some Aggie games with me or see me watching Aggie games. I don't get overly emotional.
You know what I did? I shut the.
But I just focus in.
I shut the hell up and let you do your thing.
I just focus. Yeah.
I don't give my effing commentary. I sat on the edge of the table while you and your Aggie buddies talked, and I sat there and drank beer and shut the F up.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't sit there and talk about Jimbo's doing this or Jimbo's. No, I shut the hell up.
Like if the Aggies ever, are in a big game, and I have a gathering, it's almost. It has to be people that know.
Dude, my dad would leave Thanksgiving. So in the town where my grandpa and my pops are from, and it's 2 blocks.
Yeah.
So it's not like a But when the Horns would play A&M, and there was all the peanut gallery, Grandpa, rest in peace. My dad would just go. He would just go to the down to that, and then he back maybe like if they were up or whatever.
Yeah. Trying to think of some other trap games that we live every day.
Just a trap.
7135724.
My mother do this all the time too. She know I work in sports radio. So she'd get some random dude that's just a random sports fan on the phone, be like, "Hey, my son worked for a sports station. He likes sports too."
Yeah, and I don't
like,
mind.
what do I got to?
I don't mind that sometimes, but sometimes it's just like,
But it be
what are we doing here?
It'd be super random, man.
But when someone says, "Hey, I want to come in and I want to see how y'all do things," I've done that many times. That's cool. I can show you that.
She in Cleveland, Ohio.
But then there's
and put somebody random ass on the phone because they watch sports too.
He knows all the stats.
Like what the hell are we supposed to talk about?
From the 832,
Man.
sounds like Lopez had some stuff to get off his chest. No, I'm illustrating. We all live trap games.
Man.
That they are real.
Man,
this could be perceived, maybe not perceived as a trap game, but I guarantee you there is such a thing, and we have it. We live it every day in our lives.
Big time.
Yeah.
By the way, I think I got someone killed today.
You got someone killed.
I think so.
Why are we just not talking about this?
I don't know. I was gonna save it for confessions, but F it. I'll just do it now.
These are my confessions.
Did you ever see that R. Kelly video where the two girlfriends that lived with him were putting out a statement, and you could tell someone was in the background? And
I think you and I talked about it.
And they were kind of hey, he is really good to us, and they're looking back and stuff, and you can tell someone might be back there with a gun.
They
or
look
something
like
hostages.
that.
Today I decided that I was going to get McDonald's on the way here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not proud of it, but I decided I was going to get McDonald's here. And I ordered, and as I was checking out at the window, this lady, nice lady, handed me my order, and then she handed me my drink.
Yeah.
And I just simply said, "Hey, can I get some extra picante sauce?" And she's looking around almost like R. Kelly's girlfriends or something like that. Like she's going to die if she gives me extra picante sauce because McDonald's is so stingy with the sauce. And she hands me the sauce real quick. And I just imagine that she just got shot in the head as I left. Why are they so weird about the damn sauce at McDonald's? What is the deal?
I'm sure.
I mean, she looked terrified.
I'm sure.
You would have thought I asked for a free 20-piece.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a corporate thing, but it's
slime ball.
Yeah,
man, I felt terrible.
Look at this slime ball.
I felt absolutely terrible. Speaking of which, we got a controversy over cookies. Two of our coworkers yesterday, Thanksgiving is upon us. They had a controversy, but should it really be that controversial? Plus, CJ Stroud. Let's hear from the man himself. He holds court. You don't want to miss it next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Sports Leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Rude or not? That is the question. There's some drama here. CJ Stroud, one of the best dudes in town, one of the most popular dudes in town. We'll hear from him shortly. Then we might hear from a potential slime ball. Or is he? What you know about them cowboy cookies? Stay tuned. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud, he held court. Here's CJ Stroud. There's a notion that, people might sleep on rookies. That is not the case anymore. Here was CJ Stroud holding court yesterday at NRG.
People are bringing their A game because they want to knock me off my whatever they think, So for me, I just really want to keep getting better and better, and keep that chip on my shoulder and just keep grinding.
CJ, I know that a lot of the personal accolades is something that you put on the back burner. You'll probably think about them, at the end of the season. But how good does it feel to see your teammate, to see Motor get, Player of the Week?
Man, it's huge. I mean, I definitely felt like he deserved it. He's somebody who works his tail off, man, and he's came a long way in his career, all the way back at FAU to here, and he's always been a really good back. But people have always doubted him, his size and everything. But man, he proves people wrong. And proves himself right consistently, So it's somebody that I'll ride for. Definitely is a brother of mine. I love him to death. He's a great dude, and I know that he's going to continue to work and be resilient like he's always been. And I'm really proud of him, and I can't wait to see his career go on and on. And I hope I can years with Motor. That's my brother.
Where do you feel like, though, D'Amico has had the biggest imprint on this team? Like, where do you feel him most in kind of helping this team get to where it is?
I think it's just in his attention to detail, his decisiveness on making decisions, and I also think that the standard that he holds, not only for himself but for us as a team. Like, he keeps it at that standard, and he lets us know when we're not looking right, or when we need to pick it up and things like that. And he's not a mean cuss, and I appreciate that, because if a coach is like that, like, cool, they're like that, you deal with it, you understand that's them as a person, but he's not like that. So he doesn't ever try to get out of character, which as a man you can respect, because you can tell when a coach is faking it and trying to yell, and that's not really them. So for him, he holds us at a standard in his way, on letting us know with great communication, on picking things up, and then he praises guys as well, which a lot of coaches sometimes don't do either. So he has a good balance on how he does both, and he's done a great job of just leading us by attention to detail and really focusing on the little things. So he's definitely been amazing when it comes to stuff like that.
Where do you want to be felt? How do you want to be felt amongst your team? When we ask them, how CJ impacts you guys, aside from football, but just the day in and day out process, your words, your actions, how do you want to kind of be felt from your teammates?
I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth and say, you gotta go ask them. I don't want to ever come up here and say I want to be this way or that way, and their whole dynamic on who I am is different, So the main thing I want to be is just somebody they can trust, some trustworthy person, and somebody who they know they can trust through thick and thin. And I think that's where it starts for me, it starts and ends, because you can put a whole different, you can put 50 categories in that word of trust on what they trust you for, So for me, that's probably the biggest thing. But I would say, man, you got to ask them. I don't want to ever force myself on anybody, or make it feel like just because I'm the quarterback, you guys got to follow my lead. I want it to be natural and thorough, and I feel like, of course, I've done that a little bit, but I'm still trying to keep that going. So it's been amazing just have them have my back through everything, and every time I address the team or have something to say, they always listen, and I think I'm building it. So it's been pretty cool to see.
What's it been like week to week?
It's been amazing. It's been good. It's been a dream come true. It's been hard, and it's been challenging, and it's been everything that I've asked for and more, So being an NFL quarterback isn't easy, but that's why I feel like I was chosen to take on this role, and I feel like I'm trying to do my best as I can, and I'm blessed enough to have the support system around me, from my family to my teammates to the front office to my coaches to my teammates. Everybody around me has been helping a lot, and I feel like I'm trying to do the same with them as well, So.
All right, there you go. That's CJ Stroud spitting some fire. Now, we all love when CJ Stroud talks. It's obvious how good CJ Stroud is performing. His counterpart, the guy he's linked to, is starting to get a lot of lawyers in the media.
Good way to put it.
We'll hear them in 10 minutes, but from gospel to potential slime. This was yesterday. I got this email. Tyler Milner, when I was at dinner, texted me and said there is a potential slime ball nomination involving Clint Stoerner. We had our Thanksgiving potluck yesterday. I haven't heard this whole thing. I was on daddy duty yesterday during this hour of the show. But apparently, Tyler Milner says this could be potential slime from Clint Stoerner. Let's listen to this and let's investigate. And we want your feedback, 713-572-4610, or on the Twitch and YouTube. Here is some potential slime from Clint Stoerner. Slime off every Friday at 1:20, by the way.
Do you know what a cowboy cookie is?
Heard that, but I'm struggling to bring it up to my frontal lobes.
Cowboy cookies, basically, I don't know exactly what it is. I'd seen them on buffets before, just labeled cowboy cookies.
Sure.
I believe it's like an oatmeal cookie with chocolate chips in it. It's got several different cookies thrown together. Ultimately, is what it is. And she, a couple of weeks ago, she said, "Man, I make really good cowboy cookies." I'm like, oh, okay. So we had this conversation with a couple of salespeople back there. I didn't think nothing about it. Well, I go back there a while ago, and I'm talking to boss lady in the back, and I look over, and there's a plate of cookies sitting there. So of them, that they all looked different. Mm-hmm. And
there she goes.
I bit every one of them, and they were hard as hell. Like I thought they were going to break my teeth.
Crack a tooth.
Yeah, so
that's not the kind of cookie you want.
So I walked in, and I threw them away. And I told Ron, I just vented a little bit. I was like, Ron, them cookies are hard as hell, man. It's like, they're store-bought hard as hell cookies, right?
She did not buy them from the store, by the way.
I had no idea.
She's standing out the door.
Tori, come here.
I had no idea that was Tori's cookies, bro.
Come here.
Well,
are you going to apologize?
I am apologizing. I was telling the story and setting it up first, Tori. I'm so sorry. I did not know those are your cowboy cookies. Had I known, I would not have. There's no. I can't be like, oh no, Tori. Those cookies were really soft.
You know something?
No, they were hard as hell.
Last night I was folding the dough. I was folding the dough. I was like, man, Clinton, I love these. I'm gonna make some modifications to them.
So these weren't store bought.
No, these were homemade, like homemade from scratch.
You're making it worse, Tori.
That don't taste very good.
I started out.
That's a Clinton voice.
It was a very much older brother response. Like, don't taste very good.
I started out with just she was outside the window, so I just kind of sliced the neck. I was like, no, those ain't good, because she had one in her hand, I think.
Yeah.
And so I sliced the neck. I was like, no, they ain't very good.
And my heart just broke. My heart just sunk. I was like, dang, all right.
All right. Here's the thing. I got to confess this.
Yeah.
Because I would love to say that Clint was slimy. And look, it's easy for us to say because we didn't bring anything to the potluck. So I don't want to be I don't want to turn into like a food critic or anything like that. But I do think it's your obligation to be honest. No lie. 30 minutes before Tyler sent me this potential slime off, and thanks to Tyler for doing that, I was driving to eat.
Okay.
And wifey asked me, hey, what did y'all have at the Thanksgiving potluck? And I listed all the dishes. It was unbelievable. Like 3 turkeys, 3 hams, multiple potatoes, mac and cheese, like all that type of stuff. Yeah. And she goes, oh, well, what about desserts? And I said, there were some decent desserts, but honestly, I wanted some cookies, but those cookies up there look like ass. No lie.
Oh, no.
No lie. No lie.
Oh, man.
No lie, I said that. And then this happened with Clint.
Okay, first of all, I feel so bad for
Look
Tori.
at this slime ball.
I feel so bad for
me.
Both of y'all.
No, Landry's not a
Landry good. I think the problem with Clint is he was venting to the person that did it.
No, yes, but go back to the very, very start of the audio we just heard. He knew she was going to make those cowboy cookies.
Yeah.
There was a strong indication.
Well,
so he knew
but
it.
She hyped him up.
Yeah, see.
But she's got to live up to the hype. If you're gonna, it's like Tyler's legendary mac and cheese. See, to me, I think the only reason this is being considered a slime ball is because there's a double standard when it comes to the way in which you talk to women and men. And I think we need to get rid of that double standard because we clown Tyler for his crappy ass macaroni and cheese.
But we knew it was his mac and cheese, though.
Yeah, and we knew that was her cookies.
He didn't know that.
Well, Lopez is saying
he was giving the throat.
She told him in advance.
He didn't realize that was
get the same treatment as Tyler.
I agree with that, but let me tell you why I think it is a slime ball.
Some people
nomination.
think Tyler's the slime ball for being a little panderer.
No, let me tell you why I think it is a slime ball nomination. It's okay to say, man, those cookies were not good. Like we talked about with Tyler's mac and cheese last year. It was good, but it wasn't legendary. So it's okay to say they weren't good. But she stood there with him in the office and said, you're going to love my cowboy cookies. I make great cowboy cookies. He picks up a cowboy cookie and says, damn, that's hard as hell.
I don't know how he couldn't tell.
Exactly.
By looking at him. But by looking at him, he could have told that.
Helpful hint, by the way, for all the bakers out there. And I'm not a great baker. I can tell you what her problem was. Tori, if you're listening, you handled the dough too much. She talked about how she was folding the dough. You're not supposed to handle the dough very much, and you're supposed to put it in the freezer before you handle it. It's got to be cold. That's what makes for soft cookies. That's neither here nor there. I say slime ball nomination because he knew it going in. And then he saw him, took a bite, and said, damn, they're hard as hell.
I mean, he can be in the mix.
He should have just said it within his show.
All right, we'll put him in.
Yeah.
Put him in.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
Why?
Because this is just killing her.
Why?
Because nobody likes to hear that their cooking was not good. Nobody. Right, Figgy?
Yeah. Everybody ain't got tough skin.
I don't care what she says. This has got to be painful for her. And she's just.
I think she just wants an NHL team in Houston.
She wants an NHL team in Houston.
Yeah. Those hockey pucks.
Dang,
you're
dancing on the edge. You're
Man.
dancing on the edge.
Coming up, Bryce Young has lawyers, and it has nothing to do with anything going on legally. That's next. First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard. Orchard is the best because they're there for you when you.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Another NFL quarterback might need to hire Rusty Harden.
Oh, what do you do?
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. As CJ Stroud gets all these flowers, all of a sudden Bryce Young's getting lawyers. And I'm not saying they're bad or anything like that, but a lot of media types seem to feel the need to defend Bryce Young and what's going on right now. Maybe Rusty Harden needs to come through. Now, this isn't a happy ending. Matter of fact, it's the opposite right now. It's an unhappy beginning. But maybe
not a crime.
Maybe Rusty Harden should go from happy ending defense to unhappy beginning, because there are a lot of lawyers for Bryce Young. And I like Bryce Young. I was a Bryce Young guy before the draft. I'm not going to shy away from that. I do think it's kind of exposed itself as a bad situation, but damn, people are on the attack. Let's hear from Kirk Herbstreit first. Two legends, quite honestly. I don't fault them. I think they're two of the best voices that we've ever heard in our lifetime in media. Let's start with Herbie. This was Herbie on McAfee, the first member of the Bryce Young defense team, the face of college football.
Just saying, if you put Bryce Young at a place like San Francisco, you guys would all be going, how about this Bryce Young guy?
No duh. Like, if you put him on
I wonder
San
why he
Francisco,
ended up on San Francisco.
Yeah, if you put him on San Francisco, no kidding. Okay.
This guy's amazing. And I'm just saying, a quarterback is a product of the system that he plays in and the people that he has around him. It's as simple as that. They're in a transition mode where they're running an offense that was 6 offensive linemen, inside zone, downhill, and now they're trying to take the personnel from that offense and become a college offense, spread, gun, tempo, playing space. So they're caught in between right now, and they don't have the personnel to run the kind of offense they want to run that they're going to run eventually with Bryce Young. So I think, to me, you need to pump the brakes on giving up on Bryce Young or thinking he sucks.
Still a believer.
I don't think he does.
Still a believer.
I'm a believer. I'm not behind closed doors to know like who's at fault. I just know that right now DJ Moore would look great in that uniform to help that young quarterback. We'll see where this thing is in 2 or 3 years. But right now it's easy to look at it. Simple-minded thinking to me. It's like it's so much more complicated. There's many, many layers to it.
I mean, I don't completely disagree, but yeah, if you put him on San Francisco, of course.
Well, your lawyer analogy is tack on, because everything he said, you can argue.
Yeah.
But you can also argue strongly on the opposite side. What about the weapons that CJ Stroud has now that we expected? They weren't
great.
Yeah.
It's a new offense. Like, there's a lot of, I mean,
Exactly.
it's what adds to the legend of CJ. Dan Patrick, man. Dan Patrick, the next member of Bryce Young's legendary defense team. Here's Dan Patrick defending Bryce Young.
Too early to designate how good we think he's going to be or how much of a bust he's going to be, because we're trying to compare him to CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud is just ahead of the game and maybe has better weapons, maybe a better team. And if I put Brock Purdy on Carolina and put Bryce Young on San Francisco, not that it works that way, but it does give you an idea of how your opinion can change. CJ Stroud is good. I mean, he's been doing it, and it's not that easy, and he's making it look easy. These two are going to be compared the rest of their careers. But I'm not ready to say Bryce Young is a bust. How many guys can be great without a great team around them? It's really hard to do. And I always bring up Patrick Mahomes. He's in an ideal situation. He took advantage of an ideal situation, and he's the best player in the NFL. But if he was on Carolina, we wouldn't be talking about Patrick Mahomes. You just wouldn't. That's why when it comes to, I got my opinion on Bryce Young and he's going to be a bust, I don't know that. I mean, I don't know if CJ Stroud's going to be a star. He's certainly acting like it. He's played like it, but this is a long process here.
Where was this talk in the offseason?
I mean, I think the Texans have developed into being a good situation, and Carolina's kind of overexposed themselves. I think it's possible. I just I get what they're saying, get it, but it is.
I think
it is wild.
I think they're
CJ
all
Stroud's getting all this praise, and now it's
being compared to San Francisco and all this other stuff.
See, but I think they're
he
all
ain't in San Fran. Let's make that very clear. CJ ain't in San Fran.
I think they're all kind of saying though, they would rather have CJ Stroud. Just don't. I mean, like,
of course,
like he's like
anyone has to say that at this point.
Yeah,
like, you got to.
Yeah, but they're like, not all quarterbacks are immediate successes. Well,
Yeah.
okay, he is.
Yeah,
that tells you what he is.
I do think the Texans situation has proven to be better than we thought it was. I think D'Amico's a big part of it. We'd never seen D'Amico coach a game for the Texans.
Yeah.
And we'd never seen Bobby Slowick call a play. He'd never called a play in his entire life. So I do think that the situation's better, but let's not act like that CJ Stroud is on the San Francisco 49ers or something like that.
Exactly. And you know, that's where they're putting Bryce Young. Hell, Bryce Young in a lot of places.
And I think it's funny because this new clip that's emerging of like Dave Tepper saying stuff, I don't understand what the point is. I guess Panther fans are saying if he hadn't meddled and he hadn't gotten involved, then they would have gotten CJ Stroud, but not because they wanted to. At the end of the day, they had as good of a chance as anyone to get CJ Stroud. They just passed on him. So I don't know how this makes you feel even better. And the reality is, if people knew what CJ Stroud was going to be, the Bears aren't trading the pick.
No.
And the Texans are probably telling Lovie Smith, hey, you're fired, and we're going to just go out there and lose the game on purpose. Like, there's so many, sometimes you just get lucky.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get lucky.
Texans have been very lucky of late.
Which is nice.
And we're not at all.
Lucky, and ain't nobody see this coming.
Nice little change up.
Yeah.
For sure. Jealousy. Brandon Scott says there's jealousy floating in the air. Potential jealousy. Let's hear what the hell he is talking about. Plus, he's got a proactive reaction to the alleged trap game that the Texans will be playing on Sunday. Before that, though, this Saturday, TDECU Stadium. All right, Brandon Scott's talking about jealousy, potential jealousy in the AFC South. Brandon Scott joins us every Thursday at 11. Who's jealous, man? Who are you talking about?
So I'm talking about the Jaguars because that's the team that supposedly had the best quarterback in the AFC South. The Jaguars are supposed to be the crowned preseason AFC South champion, basically supposed to run away with things. And what got me thinking about this, y'all, was yesterday's Deshaun Watson news. I just started thinking about quarterback parallels with the Texans. And just as a thought exercise, like it's interesting how things worked out for the Texans. I remember when Deshaun Watson first wanted to be traded, I thought it was the end of the world basically for the Texans.
Yeah.
And you see how things ended up turning out. Now there was a lot more going on behind the scenes that we didn't know about. But you see how it turned out for the Texans. They trade him away to get the picks back. They draft CJ Stroud eventually. Meanwhile, in between there, the Jaguars get Trevor Lawrence, and it seems like they are positioned to be the leaders of the AFC South for the foreseeable future, and everybody else in the division is in some kind of quarterback purgatory. We know what the Colts have been doing for years since Andrew Luck retired, haven't been able to figure it out. It's a different quarterback every year over there until they go in and draft their quarterback this year. The Titans have been trying to do this Ryan Tannehill thing, and he's been good for them. But we've all, I think, acknowledged at this point that there's been a ceiling on that probably since the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then the Texans, back to it. Deshaun Watson, the last few years of what we've seen here. And for the Jaguars to be able to get their quarterback, to go back-to-back years with the number one overall pick, and that first year to be able to get their quarterback, somebody that's supposed to be a generational prospect, consensus number one overall pick, Trevor Lawrence, right? This year was a little bit different. Debate over CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, and CJ Stroud really a franchise quarterback. And then as it turns out, it might be that the coin flip prospect, the number one pick, ends up being miles ahead of the consensus number one overall pick and the anointed one that the Jaguars thought they had from the start. So I just think it's an interesting place to be in, to look at where the Browns are with Deshaun Watson, and certainly closer to home, I should say, the Jaguars in the AFC South.
I think CJ Stroud makes everyone look bad that drafted a quarterback and didn't live up to expectations. Because Trevor Lawrence is not bad, but Landry, he's not a disappointment, but he hasn't lived up to expectations.
I think he's flirting with being a disappointment, just because of what we were saying before, and that might be unfair to him. But I remember the draft. I remember it very well. There were pictures of John Elway and Peyton Manning being shown.
It's talking about him 2 years before that draft.
So I think he could have. I think CJ Stroud could have never existed, and you could look at Trevor Lawrence as a disappointment because, what is he, a top 10 quarterback, top 12?
Compared to what you were expecting.
Compared to what you were expecting, I would say so. And compared to this year, like even when they won 5 games in a row, like it wasn't all just, Trevor Lawrence doing his thing. And at times when you watch him, like he there's 3 throws that he makes a game. When you watch him, you're just like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
My goodness, what was that? So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't even think it's a hot take. I was actually talking about this with UB Scott 2 days ago when we were leaving the station, and I was like, man, I don't even think it's a hot take to say that CJ Stroud's better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I don't even know that it's really even close.
Yeah, no, on the surface of it, if you're just looking at them as quarterbacks, no, it's not a hot take if you're just watching how they're playing quarterback right now. But when the interesting part about it and the fascinating part about it is just if you think about how the 2 quarterbacks were discussed and perceived and thought of going in, like to your point about Trevor Lawrence, like he's not a failure. But it would be much easier to look at it if he was just terrible.
Yeah.
But what he actually is a quarterback that you'd probably rather have than not.
Yeah.
Like the last couple of years, what we've been dealing with, and then the years before Deshaun Watson and all that, you'd have loved to have had a Trevor Lawrence. Most teams who don't have a quarterback would like to have
have Trevor, yeah.
But that's about the best that you could say about the dude. Whereas CJ Stroud is entering into that conversation. Like I talk about this. Patrick Mahomes is his own tier quarterback, but everybody's trying to get into that next tier of not Patrick Mahomes, but the best in the league, like Joe Burrow, like Josh Allen was for a time, but isn't anymore. Guys like that. And I don't feel like Trevor Lawrence has reached that point yet, even in his good moments.
And CJ is there.
And CJ is there 9 games into his career. So I think it speaks to kind of the fickle nature of trying to project what a quarterback is going to be. But if I was a Jacksonville Jaguars fan right now, I would be so jealous. Kind of like the envy I have as a Rockets fan, even though I know they're playing well, looking over at what the San Antonio Spurs have, same draft, all of that. But look, you look at what other teams had. I would feel that way if I was over there.
And I think when you factor in something else, Brandon Scott in for his weekly visit here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We'll see if he thinks we're softer than Roseanne's son in a second.
I just love that y'all remember that quote, that bar.
It's one of the best quotes of all time.
No, that's well, he's got a lot of good ones.
Nah, he's got a good one, but that one's awesome.
You are correct.
That one's awesome.
Good pull by y'all.
So, we're not even factoring in contract right now, and that's the other thing, and I think that's the worst thing that you can be, is forced to pay a fringe top 10-ish quarterback what the market demands. And that's why free agency is so dangerous, because a lot of times these guys get these big-ass contracts, and it's like, oh, God. Teams are just desperate. They're, T. Higgins is going to be one of the highest-paid receivers in the NFL after this year. There's a good chance that happens. They're kind of in I call it Derek Carr territory, where Derek Carr at one point was the highest-paid quarterback in the NFL, and you could probably name 10 quarterbacks better than Derek Carr.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Jags are about to be in. Once you pay that quarterback, Trevor Lawrence is going to get a contract. He's going to be among the highest paid quarterbacks in the league. And this, he's okay, it goes away. Because you get held to a different standard, and you have to elevate your play because you're not going to have as much money to throw in.
Yeah. They're already stuck. They can't go get somebody else.
Yeah, and I don't know that they need to. I just think that's where, if he's not going to take this big step, then that's where the Texans will have an opportunity to pounce.
Well, but
Titans were kind of in it with Tannehill a little bit.
Yeah. But see, it's highlighted, though, by what the Texans have done, what they've kind of looked up on here in CJ Stroud. Think about it. First of all, you would pay Trevor Lawrence. He is just good enough to where I don't think there would be controversy on that, giving him a second contract. He has been at least good enough to do that. They won a playoff game, all of that.
Yeah.
So you would do it without controversy, and it would seem a lot better if they were in that same old AFC South that people used to talk about, or the one that we had come to know.
Now you got this guy.
Now you got this guy in the division, already in a stacked AFC, but even within your division, it was, again, I can't stress it enough, it was a given that Trevor Lawrence was the best quarterback in this division, and that it was probably going to be that way for, if not most of his career, at least for the foreseeable future, through his first contract and maybe through the next one. And now, just into his third year, and before he can even get that second contract, you got this hurt. You got this problem in Houston to deal with. You got an issue.
More times than not, when you draft a quarterback that high, you kind of trap yourself into a second contract.
Yeah.
Unless it's just a total bust.
The Texans are about to play one now that's kind of in a similar situation.
They've trapped themselves into that second contract.
Who again, I would have paid. But at the same time, it's okay, it's again, better to have him than not, but is he really?
I mean, you have to do it.
Yeah.
If he's good, but he ain't great.
Well, because if you don't do it, then you've got Daniel Jones or Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
Or you're whiffing on Zach Wilson.
Tommy DeVito.
Or you're making for a wash Russell Wilson. You would, you would rather the homegrown Trevor Lawrence or Kyler Murray, even with their warts, but you would like for them to be more like CJ Stroud. Mm-hmm. That's a good feeling.
All right, so there's a lot of loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one. They're disappointed in us. They think we're soft.
How's that?
They just think we're soft. They think
you softer than Roseanne, son.
They think that we are too scared and too respectful of Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. And I tell you this, I can't help the way I feel. Okay, I was starting to develop a nice confidence into Cincinnati. There's times where I'm overconfident. There's times where I'm underconfident, but I'll always tell you how I feel. I am, I guess, scared of Arizona. I have a healthy amount of fear for Arizona. I think you have kind of
somewhat.
You're on my side of things here, ish. B. Scott, Are we out of line? Are we thinking too much? Where are we at here?
Nah, man, I think you're right on time with this, right on point.
You softer than Roseanne, son.
And it's not even for me about being soft as it is just about being smart and not telling yourself things that basically are not true, which is that that the Texans are just so far and away better than the Cardinals that there's no way that they could lose this game.
Yeah.
I've done that before. I've done that already this year. I've watched that I thought were inferior, that I thought they should win against, and they didn't. So I've already seen that in this league. If you've been paying attention to the NFL, and the Cardinals are a perfect example of this, anybody can get beat on any given day.
And the other thing is they're not the same. Like if we're gonna sit here and say, and I heard McClain say this, like they've won 2 games, but that's not the team.
Yeah.
Like they literally how many games. And I'm not saying, I don't know, Kyler, CJ, whatever, but how many games do the Texans win if Davis Mills is playing instead of CJ Stroud? Like, it's not even the same team. But see, it's not just a 2-win team. Like, their record is what it is, but this is not what you're seeing.
But see, I even combine the fact that they won without Kyler Murray, that they beat
the Cowboys.
They beat the Cowboys without Kyler Murray.
And they were kicking their ass.
Yeah, which speaks to the team that they got, the overall team that they got. And then you add Kyler Murray into the mix. And
Lopez has got Jonathan Gannon.
They've been in some...
We'll get to that tomorrow.
They've been in some close games. Now, I think they got... Who did they get? They get blown out by the Browns?
He is a dip bleep.
Jonathan Gannon?
Hate that guy.
He hates his ass.
I hate that.
That's Casario's man's, ain't it?
Just tune in tomorrow. That's what they call a horizontal team.
Vertical.
Hey, did I?
Horizontal.
No, horizontal.
Hey, look,
Come on, I'll tell you about radio.
I taught you this.
Did y'all hear?
Boy.
Did y'all hear Casario call him JG?
Yeah.
And I thought he was talking about Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, y'all already got a JG on y'all's team. Y'all can't confuse us like
hate
that.
Guy.
You do.
I hate that guy.
God.
Nah, but when you combine the two facts that you got Kyler Murray and he's who he is, and that these cats beat the Cowboys without him, I don't feel like you can just easily sleep on them.
Oh, you can.
And it's a team.
Oh, you can.
And it's a team.
It happens.
Tune in tomorrow.
It happens.
Why did he do that?
Dude, tune in tomorrow. I've got like a list. I've got like 8 different things that I hate about him.
Yeah. It's like a damn big list of things that he hates about Jonathan. I didn't know it was like this.
Yeah, I want to hear what
I
the
didn't know
hate
it was
is
like
because,
this. No, it's a lot.
Hey, because
he's got a lot of reasons.
Hey,
And this is not like forced hate. There's a lot. I mean, he goes in detail on why he hates Jonathan Gannon.
Nah, it's gonna sound patronizing a little bit, but I kind of feel bad for him because because I look at the rest of his head coaching class and I'm like, dude, you don't measure up. D'Amico Ryan's like epitome of leadership. Frank Reich has been a coach before, and then Steichen is like that.
I'd be buying Frank Reich stock right now.
Nah, but I'm just saying, like if I would have measured it up in the beginning, it's like, yo, you're not like those guys.
Hate that guy.
Do you get in on this MVP stuff with CJ? You down with it? He got asked about it yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. I had to finally check the odds, and he wasn't even like top.
He dropped again overnight.
4 or 5.
He dropped from yesterday to today.
That is why is a rookie? Why is it a bad thing to be a rookie? I don't know. Like, of all the things that you want to hold against someone, I don't understand how a rookie comes into play.
If he were a second-year player, he would be number 1 on the MVP list.
If you have to take a quarterback.
Be in the hard.
I do think it's some disbelief in the Texans still. I do think that we're still working with a little
maybe
bit of
a
that.
little bit.
No, because I think that.
But does that hurt the case?
No, what I'm saying is
that's my point. Like, if you don't believe in the team and he's doing what he's doing and they're winning how they're winning, doesn't that help the case?
But what will help the case is they keep winning, obviously. So I think that and that goes without saying that you have to win. Like, being an MVP is tied to team success. But I think there's still a lack of belief that the team success could be there. And the sole belief in the team success is in him, is in CJ Stroud himself. So if he continues that, I could see it going, the odds are getting a little bit higher for him and maybe it being a little bit more realistic. But I do think that CJ Stroud right now is the credibility of the Texans at this moment. Because people.
But that's MVP stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, he's obviously in the conversation, and I think. Like, I don't think that there's any harm in having a conversation of like, hey, is he right there with whoever else that you want to put in the conversation.
Yeah, I don't even like if the way like
being a rookie should have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like of all the things that you want to,
if anything, it should help.
Yeah.
If anything, being a rookie should bolster his case.
They don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't understand it. It's very confusing. By the way, just got the heads up. We got a player joining us after practice today. Might be. I'm calling his ass out.
Are you?
I'm 100% calling his ass out. He deserves it. He deserves it. He brought it on himself last time we spoke to him.
I bet he can't wait.
No. He's going to defend himself, and I think it'll be funny. He brought it on himself the last time we spoke, and it's the first thing I'm bringing up.
Toto?
No.
Who?
Robert Woods.
Oh, Robert Woods.
He was talking national championships for USC decades. So I want to ask him, hey, I think USC's lost 4 ball games since we last spoke, and you were guaranteed all these national titles. What do you have to say for yourself, sir? That's the first question right there.
Yeah.
I guarantee that.
The second question going to be about his dad.
Oh, God,
played
no.
in the league.
God, no.
That
one we'll stay away from.
That is
because there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, that's not getting brought up for sure. Coming up, Brandon Scott has an interesting observation. While many people praise the aggressive nature of the Houston Texans, is one of the most important decision makers better off zigging while the Texans zag? That's next.
Let we go. Join the drive with
All right, so aggressiveness, that's been a talking point for the Texans, specifically Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Brandon Scott in for his weekly visit. You brought up an interesting point, though, about the GM, the face of this thing a couple of years ago, Nick Caserio, and how aggressiveness might not suit old Nick.
And it's not even just how the aggressiveness doesn't suit him, but the luck does. You know, like sometimes it is better to be lucky than good. I'll admit that I've benefited from being more lucky than good at times.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking about it as well, and this is on the heels of all of the CJ Stroud hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, I know you got to give Nick Caserio credit for drafting CJ Stroud. You've got to give Nick Caserio, I think, to some degree, credit for D'Amico Ryans being here. But that CJ Stroud, I just think that since he's a part of the whole process, right?
Yeah.
And don't have me go all John McClane on you. Well, they're not going to make him hire somebody that he doesn't want to work with and all, and it's in his contract.
Now, John McClane's go-to is it's in his contract.
I'm not.
He had to sign off on it.
But what I will say about that is I do think that they are a team, that they work together. Like it's not like the McNairs versus Caserio or vice versa. Like I think that they all kind of did this together. So
yeah.
I think you're going to give the McNairs and Caserio and just the whole Texans brass credit for D'Amico Ryans being here and obviously the subsequent drafting of CJ Stroud. Give them credit for that. But when I start thinking about Caserio's most aggressive moves,
mm-hmm.
and some of his most prime opportunities, it's like, man, they're going to be okay maybe from even whiffing on a lot of those. Like, I talked to Shaq Griffin yesterday.
Okay.
And I'm like, man, Shaq Griffin's been playing some damn good ball. Steven Nelson, since he got here, has played some damn good ball. Those were both low-risk maneuvers by Nick Caserio, which you got to give him credit for. But his biggest swing at fixing the cornerback position, which was awful before, his most aggressive swing at that was the number 3 overall pick, and that hasn't exactly been the thing that has fixed it. Like it's helpful and good to have Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
But if you were to point to the reason why the cornerback position looks a lot better now than it did before, it would be because they've got Steven Nelson in here, and then this year specifically because they have Steven Nelson and Shaq Griffin, and then Derek Stingley when he's healthy, you're glad to have him out there.
And that was aggressive as hell because you ignored injury stuff.
Yeah.
So it was even more aggressive.
And Sauce. Get right. Ignored injury stuff, and then Sauce goes the next pick, didn't have the injury question, and then becomes an All-Pro in his first season.
The most aggressive move that Caserio has made that I would say has paid off would be, at this point, Nico. At trading up for Nico.
Yeah.
Although Amon-Ra St. Brown did go too. He's a pretty good player.
He's okay.
He's all right. But yeah, that is the one like a time where he was like really aggressive and it kind of paid off.
The best thing that Nick Caserio has done, and I don't think you can overstate how hard this is to do. It's hard for any of us in this room to do it.
To win in the NFL?
Completely set aside your ego.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's done that.
And be flexible.
And it's really hard from where he comes from.
Yes. I mean, look at the other guys that have come from there. My way is right. My way is right. And that's
what I give him. I'm not to interrupt you, Lopez.
Yeah.
That's what I give him the most credit for.
Yes, because like he could have easily said, my way is right. Easterby is gone. This is the way to do it. Jonathan Gannon is the guy that we should hire. This, and this. But instead,
yeah,
guys, we can talk about, Stingley and Kenyon Green as his first-round picks. We can talk about the little subtle moves that he's made that have been big payoffs, as you just laid out. His greatest attribute, his greatest contribution has been like, you know what? I'm willing to step aside a little bit.
Yeah,
that's it.
I agree with that 100%. I'm not going to say that Nick Caserio doesn't have any ego because I just don't think that that's possible in a position like that.
Yeah.
But I'll say he doesn't seem egotistical in any kind of way.
No, he's not.
Like in any kind of way.
Yeah.
Like not at all. Because would y'all agree with that? I feel like you could argue that his most aggressive moves have been Derek Stingley at 3, a left guard of any kind at 15, but much less it being Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
And then this Will Anderson thing, which so far has not necessarily panned out to be that type of game-changing move. Like, that's why you would make that move, even though I think Will Anderson's going to be a star at some point. But those are I think you could say 3, or at least 3 of his most aggressive moves, if not his 3 most aggressive moves. And they haven't necessarily been the thing that has turned this thing around. It's been a lot of the other stuff along the margins.
It's been different situations, I mean, it was much different 2 years ago than it is now. Much different situations. Lopez wants to acknowledge something. Brandon's got in for his weekly visit. The Deshaun Watson trade. Close the book on that. That was, I mean, even if you'd have been able to, at that contract, get rid of him for nothing, hindsight, I feel pretty about it.
Because I'm kind of ashamed of myself, to be honest.
Don't be.
Because we were talking yesterday about, everything happened with Deshaun Watson, and I brought up the fact that he's had 4 consecutive wasted years now, if you can count 2020 that J.J. Watt described as wasted. And we were all hesitant to say, boy, the Texans just fleeced him. What we said instead was, there's no way that's a horrible contract. That's the worst contract. We were talking about his contract with Cleveland. And I started thinking about this, and I started kind of putting some thoughts down. It's over. The Texans fleeced the Browns.
Yeah, and I think any way you look at it.
Yes.
You can look, it was a complete distraction. The PR was awful, the way that they handled it. The performance was very mid. The suspension, I think, was much higher than they thought it would be. I think they thought it was going to be a much lower suspension than it ended up being.
They ended up having to maneuver his contract around the suspension.
Yes. And then he got injured. So it was like, no matter how you slice it, no matter how you look at it, it was.
Why were we hesitant to just yesterday?
And I'm ready to close the book on it. Like, he's not coming back and being elite.
That's another. That's fair. And that's another topic.
He's not the next 3 years.
But Brandon, the Texans
not coming back and being elite.
Dominated this trade. Let's talk about the trade.
He might not even be average.
Let's talk about the trade. They fleeced them. I mean, absolutely fleeced them. Not only, Deshaun Watson could come back, let's say next season, and over the span of 8 years make 4 Pro Bowls. They still would have fleeced him. When you look at what they've gotten in return, what they have, because I go back to, because D'Amico Ryans is not a direct result of Deshaun getting traded, but he's an indirect result.
I was about to get to this.
He's an indirect result of Deshaun getting traded. CJ Stroud is not a direct result, as in that pick they used to draft CJ Stroud, but he's an indirect result of, and then you have the direct results. The Texans got Kenyon Green, whatever, Will Anderson Jr., Damian Pierce, Tank Dell, and they still have 2 more picks, including a first-rounder. They fleeced them.
I don't think there's any question about it whether they fleeced them. I think that part goes without saying, especially now from where we sit. I do think that there is a little bit of revisionist history happening on this as far as how we felt about it at the time. You're asking, why didn't we just say it at the time?
No, but here's
because they didn't have DeMeco Ryans, and they didn't have to me.
No, I'm talking about yesterday. Yesterday, I was like, they definitely have a horrible contract, but I was hesitant to say that. What an awful trade that was for Cleveland.
The feeling, a lot of it to me though, is the DeMeco Ryan, CJ Stroud pixie dust on how good you feel about this team right now and what its future is versus what the Browns are dealing with, which is a lemon for $230 million.
The other thing though is this. I think I'm going to be actually guy here. I don't know that the Texans fleeced. I mean, you're right, but I also think the Browns fleeced themselves.
Yeah, however you want to cut it.
He had the no trade clause. They decided they wanted to jump in and behind, I guess behind the Texans' back, agree to this contract. The market was basically set. I'd have even got more from Carolina or Atlanta, but the craziest thing about it is the Browns fleeced themselves. They were out. They could have just chilled. They said, "Hey, let's give this guy $230 million."
I don't think he wanted
guaranteed.
to go there. Go ahead, Brad.
He definitely didn't.
Well, and I think what you're talking about, Landry, is speaking to what the larger point is really these teams were getting hustled. Deshaun Watson and his camp, David Mulugheta, and credit to them for being the businessmen that they are. They are a lot richer because of it. And I'm not mad at anybody for getting rich. But they fleeced it. Like, this was a hustle. Deshaun Watson had just signed an extension with the team that he was with, the Texans, and had not started playing yet under that extension.
And still wanted another contract.
Before he negotiated another one just based off of 1 year, which, by the way, was a losing season just because he led the league in passing on a bad team.
And I think he played himself too, because I actually think if he'd have gone to Atlanta or Carolina, I think he could have flown under the radar a little bit. It maybe could have been a little bit easier. There probably would have been less pressure because it's not a quarterback away type of squad. Like, I think he played himself.
He only played himself if he cared about any of that.
No, all he cares about is money.
Right.
So he got what he got what he wanted. Like, he chose the money, but that's where it's at. He chose the money over everything else.
But let's not try to be dancing around it anymore. It's almost as if Texans fans and us, because I was in this boat yesterday, are like afraid for the other shoe to drop, and all of a sudden it's not the fleecing that it's over, man.
Yeah, it's
over,
no doubt. Coming up, we have a verdict yesterday involving a suspended Houston Texan. We'll talk about that. We're also going to talk about tonight. It's a big, and I mean big night for the Texans and their playoff hopes. We'll lay it out next.
888-267-5252.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, we have a verdict and we have a very big night for the Houston Texans and their playoff hopes.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we got a reduction from 3 to 2. Denzel Perryman, 3-game suspension reduced to 2, which means he will miss the game this Sunday against Kyler Murray. He will also miss the game against the Jags. Sucks not to be at full strength, but I will mention they've never lost a game that Denzel Perryman has set out. They're 3-0 on the season. B. Scott, your reaction?
Yeah, so my whole thing with Denzel Perryman was, I thought this was, I wouldn't call it addition by subtraction, but it was like more of a, hey, ending of this transition era of getting your young linebackers ready to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think clearly the young linebackers of the future are going to be some combination of Henry To'oTo'o and Christian Harris. Is really good to see him playing better. And, you got Blake Cashman, who I think has been somewhat of a revelation for you. And so I always thought that, hey, it's good to have Denzel Perryman because he is a good football player. But I always thought it was like, here for a good time, not a long time.
He's a transition guy.
Transition guy. So I hated that he was going to miss 3 games. So good for him that, I imagine he's going to not miss as much money and he's going to not miss as many games. Good for him. But as far as the Texans were concerned, I looked at it as an opportunity. I thought, though, it would be back and, hey, we can just kind of keep it rolling. Right? I think so, but then him showing up on the injury list and not practicing yesterday with the concussion and everything, I thought, I was like, okay.
He was in the shed.
That doesn't make me feel great.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you have a concussion?
In the shed?
Go in the shed.
Go in the little tent?
The Craig James.
Oh, that's
Rest in peace, Mike Leach.
Yeah. Oh, man, he did do that.
He did do that.
Put his ass in the shed.
This is going to sound harsh.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
This is going to sound harsh.
And you're also not allowed to talk to the guys in concussion protocol either. So it's not like we could have asked.
Oh, you didn't go talk to him?
Well, you're not allowed to. I got chastised for that years ago. With Justin Reed.
If he were a starting quarterback, you would be waiting for the rookie, the hotshot rookie that you drafted to replace him. If Denzel Perryman was a quarterback, the thinking is eventually this guy is going to start and replace him.
Yeah, Henry To'oTo'o is the guy.
Isn't that kind of him?
He's the guy in waiting. They play the exact same position. They're both. I mean, the linebackers for the most part are interchangeable, but the Mike linebackers are Denzel Perryman and Henry To'oTo'o. Yeah. Like just flat out.
I like him getting a rest too. I feel like the way he plays is gonna ice up a little bit. Now I do worry that whether or not he's gonna play the same way when he comes back though.
Now see,
naturally, you lose $340K or whatever.
I heard you mention that. I actually don't worry about that as much because that's just who the guy is. Like I would
before he lost $340K.
Yeah, but I would sooner worry about him.
Hopefully you change when you start losing $340K.
No,
right?
I would sooner worry about him pulling a what's the guy from the Bills, the brother who came.
Vontae Davis.
There we go. I was trying to say the tight end's brother. I would much more be concerned about him pulling one of those.
I won't call my grandma.
It's still one of my favorite things.
Than going out there and kind of just like half-assing it or being sort of.
I'm done, young boy.
I'm done, man. The win.
Dude retired
It's a young man's game.
Dude retired during a game.
Yeah, that was actually different. That was
awesome.
about him not wanting to deal with the physicality of the game anymore.
It's a young man's game.
I don't think Denzel Perryman is going to have that issue of like being scared of anything.
Yeah.
But no, I think he's going to go out there and be himself and like. This is what he does.
I mean, he's a platoon linebacker. He's not a 3-down guy. He's very sensitive about his coverage, by the way.
He has flaws.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Yeah, he went on Twitter and was very upset about that.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you this. I don't go in there, and all these dudes are big and, like, athletic and everything. I don't go in there being scared of nobody, nothing like that. But Denzel Perryman,
we talked to him.
He's got an intensity about him,
but he's laid back. It's a laid back intensity, though.
Well, no, but and I'm not saying like it's going to be confrontational, but like it's part of his.
You don't want to get on the bad side.
Yeah,
you're good. You're good.
Basically, this. If I got to fight
He's from Dade County, man.
If I got to get in a bar fight and I got to go grab some dudes out of the Texans locker room,
Denzel,
he's going to be at the top of the list of dudes that I grab.
Let's put together right now. Let's have a draft right now. Survivor Series style draft for the Houston Texans.
Let me look at this.
So Survivor Series back in the day in the WWF, it was a 4-man match. So you had to have you and 3 partners. Let's go around clockwise. You start, Brandon, then me, then Lopez. Let's pick our Who's your first
I'm
pick?
gonna go ahead and start with Denzel Perryman, man.
Yeah.
He's got that kind of level of intensity for sure.
So you're going Denzel Perryman.
For sure.
He's your first guy.
My first guy.
Okay. I'm gonna go with trying to fight here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're in a fight. We need dogs. I'm gonna shock y'all if it gets back to me.
It's definitely getting back to you. I don't know if it's gonna.
No,
be
I'm saying if y'all don't pick the guy that I'm thinking about.
I'm
looking. This is tough.
Which would shock me if y'all did. So
yeah.
Man, I'm gonna take Will Anderson. I think
that's a solid pick.
I'm just gonna take Will Anderson.
I think that's
I'm not
pick.
gonna let his nice personality fool you. I'm
about to say, is he a little too nice though?
Nah, hell no.
Not. He might try to stop the fight.
Not on my squad.
Yeah, but also if he does, I think he could.
Not on my squad.
He absolutely could.
Dude, strong, man.
Like, guys, we don't need to be fighting, man.
Yeah, and you might want to listen if he says that.
Nah, this is serious right here.
I wouldn't mess with Hassan Ridgeway.
So you're taking Ridgeway.
I would not mess with Hassan
All right, so you got Ridgeway. All right, so
that
Lopez,
dude is a bad
he's
mofo.
a big F. He's hurt though.
Oh, I thought you're just saying that.
I'm going for his knees. All right, so you got Hassan Ridgeway.
Yeah.
Who you got?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Who you got?
This one's gonna shock y'all a little bit.
Okay.
This is gonna be the upset of all upsets.
All right.
Tank Dell.
Okay. You're quitting.
Tank Dell.
You're quitting.
I'm going to take the guy who should have gone first, Malik Collins.
Malik Collins is a good pick.
Yeah. Who's messing with that? I got Malik. You took Tank Dell.
Tank Dell.
You could have took me, man.
Hey, nah. Let me tell you something. You're that small in an NFL locker room.
All right.
You're an issue.
Hey, I can rumble.
Yeah, but he runs away.
Yeah.
He runs away from him.
I'll take Malik.
You're an issue.
Who you taking?
I'm gonna take Blake Cashman. I think he's a bad dude, man.
All right, so you got Cash.
I got Ridgeway and Cash. I like that squad.
You got Denzel P and Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
One more.
Hey,
get Weeks.
I honestly feel like we're kicking y'all's ass.
Hey, dude.
Seriously.
Blake don't play.
Yeah,
You're taking Sheldon Rankins? You need someone big.
I do need someone big. I probably should have gone Noah Brown earlier if I was going to go with a receiver, but I went Tank Dell.
Yeah, I was thinking about Noah my next pick.
Yeah. Let's go.
You're overthinking this.
Let's go George Fant. I'm going to go George Fant.
Okay.
I think George Fant's got some dog in him.
He does have a little bit.
You got George Fant? All right, so I got Will Anderson and Malik Collins. I'm thinking about Neville Hewitt because he's a crazy SOB, and he's kind of got that linebacker type of vibe. But
a linebacker from the Jets who's a tackling machine.
I was thinking about him. I was also thinking about Sheldon Rankins, but there's something about a crazy-ass white boy that is huge with a beer belly that I just feel like he would fight to the death. So I'm taking Kurt Heinisch.
Heinisch ain't bad.
I'm taking crazy-ass Kurt Heinisch.
That's a good one.
I like my squad.
You have, who you got?
Jimmy Ward. That's a bad dude, man. That's another
I forgot all about Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward's a bad SOB.
All right, so I got Denzel.
I'll take all y'all on.
I got Will Anderson,
and I'll be in the back.
And Heinisch.
I'm surprised you ain't take LT.
See, but he's just
no Damian Pierce.
Laramie.
Those dudes feel like I feel like they can scrap a little bit.
I'm not
Damian Pierce, maybe.
Pierce.
I'm not questioning it. I just don't think. I don't think that. I think Tunsil's above this. He's chilling.
Yeah, I think he's just. Yeah,
I don't think he has the mindset to.
Yeah.
I feel like Will Anderson would chill.
See, that's why I picked Tank. I think he's got the
scrappy.
ultimate. Yeah, I think he's got a lot of fighting is the mentality. All right, we're on me now.
Yeah,
might ask Robert Woods about this. This mix right here.
Save the list.
I got it.
Yeah.
All
right. If we're on me here, I'm gonna take.
No, you're done.
We're done. We did 3 rounds.
Oh, okay, 3 rounds. All right. Yeah. That's right.
I know.
No, that's cool.
No, I know you only took 2 1/4 guys, but that technically 3.
Hey, look, I think Tank Dell, he would wipe the floor with anybody in this room for sure.
Hey,
that's not bragging.
You got Malik Collins.
Hey, listen, Tank, you're that small in the NFL locker room. You've had to fight your way through.
Okay,
I am sure.
Somebody
Tank
said
Dell,
Case Keenum.
No.
Okay.
Case Keenum's been the
Are we
golden
golfing
child.
or fighting?
Are we counting?
Somebody
conceal and
said
carry?
Dari.
Conceal carry.
Somebody said Dari after that last tackle, man.
Hey, Dari, Tank, dudes like that, man. Devin Singletary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, dudes, they had to get it out the mud.
Give me the 300-pounders.
Yeah,
that's okay, man. Look, I don't overrate size, man. I've seen Giants.
I seen some 300-pounders get knocked out.
Have you though?
Yeah,
Man,
I did.
Ridgeway.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Yeah, knock out.
Ridgeway's a badass.
But Malik
so is Malik.
Malik does karate or something like
they
that.
got
too.
some. They got
He does?
Does like some MMA training for for veterans or something. Yeah, he's a nut job.
No, those are good. Those are good big guys to pick.
Yeah.
Bengals versus Ravens tonight. This is big because the Texans right now, they're tied with the Bengals in the win-loss category. A loss by the Bengals to the Ravens, who, by the way, one of the best rushing teams in the league against one of the worst rushing defenses. We saw that very well. This would be big. So if you're a Texans fan, you want Lamar Jackson and company to get this dub. This would be massive, especially if the Texans are able to take care of their own business. This is a big opportunity for the Texans, assuming Baltimore can take care of business.
Yeah, man. Look, I've been looking at it for a while now. It's like, okay, look at the rest of the league. Look and see what are they measured up against.
Mm-hmm.
It's to the point though for me, like I'm not even looking at the Texans of like being out of it if they lose this game. But man, what an opportunity!
Yeah.
What an opportunity that would be missed if they didn't. We've batted around the discussion of must win. What's a must win? Are we overstating what a must win is? Is it semantics? This is not a must win, and I'm not going to act like it is. But it feels like I can't lose. Like if you lose this game, it's like I'm not gonna do the thing of, hey, well, they're out of it, or you got to talk about them differently now, like I did in previous losses. I'm not gonna do that. But I am going to look at it similar to the previous losses like,
gotta win.
I look at it.
Missed out on a prime super opportunity, like golden opportunity right there.
I look at it as someone who's followed this team so many times when we thought this team was on to something and then they took a step back. I look at it like that. Losing to the Cardinals would be like, oh, we've done this before. We've seen this before.
No doubt. Michael Jenkins normally joins us at this time. He's got some travel arrangements, so he will not be here. I'll just tell you what I'm betting tonight. I mean, you can piggyback it if you want, but this is what I'm betting tonight. Tyler Boyd over 43.5 yards receiving. It's minus 115. It's pretty much even. They got Higgins out. They got two other receivers out. I think Joe Burrow is the kind of guy that after you have a big drop, he's going to go to you. 43.5 yards receiving over for Tyler Boyd. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, well, and not just that,
bet.
man. Look, he also had a big play before that drop. People forget. Like,
yeah, and
that balling.
That play by itself would have won you this bet.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have shattered it. B. Scott, appreciate you for coming through.
Yes, sir.
Coming up, Life's trap games. Is this really a trap game on Sunday, or is it just a very, very scary one? We'll discuss next.
Motor is the man.
All right, so trap game, dangerous game, or what? Texans taking on the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. We're going to talk to Robert Woods today straight off the practice field. He's got some explaining to do about his USC squad and all the cockiness he had last time we spoke. But I have a healthy amount of fear for Kyler Murray. Maybe it's too much. Maybe I'm soft. Maybe I should have more faith in the Texans. This has nothing to do with same old Texans. This has nothing to do with any mindset, at least not from my point of view. I just feel like Arizona is a dangerous squad. And this is a game that I am very worried about on Sunday for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and I'm somewhat worried only because I think it has a lot of the markings of a game that if it's not handled the right way, and D'Amico has been handling it the right way, talking about not eating the cheese, so to speak, and all that stuff. But if it's not handled the right way and just human nature takes over and maybe you're a little bit not quite as plugged in as normal, which happens, yeah. I mean, it could absolutely be one of those
But I think
games.
they could be plugged in and lose. That's my thing. I think they could be plugged in and even lose.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair because of him. Because of how he's looked, because of the ability to make plays and he's an exciting player. Absolutely an exciting player. I think it falls into the category of trap game, no matter if you think they have the ability to lose or you're overlooking them or whatever, which, by the way, the Texans face the Jaguars next week, which could be for the division lead. It has all the markings, whether you think that they're overlooking them or they're just maybe not taking into account how good they are.
Very concerned, man.
Yeah.
Very concerned about this game.
What is your other concerns, though? Because mine is I think that they have some advantages, not just Kyler. Like the Texans have some advantage, don't get me wrong. Like I think they're going to be able to run the ball against the Cardinals. They've been playing better run defense, but they can continue to be toward the bottom of NFL rush defense, and they're kind of clicking right now, and they've made the transition to Devin Singletary, which I don't think there's any way he'll get any fewer than 20 carries because of what he did. He's AFC Player of the Week, man. Offensive Player of the Week. But at the same time, I think the Texans secondary, we're keeping an eye on the injury report and who's in, who's not, and all that. I think with Kyler Murray at the helm and some pretty good receiver, well, one pretty good receiver, they might have some advantages there in the passing game.
Yeah, they got Hollywood Brown and Kyler Murray, the OU connection back in the day. Really, it just comes down to Kyler. That's really it. That is it. I think he's a big problem for this squad and their vulnerable nature. Life's Trap has a list of the trap games of life.
This is why we all can relate to the trap game. Tell me yours, because I'm going to give you some. 713-572-4610. One bothers me more than all the others. I just hate it. I hate it with a passion. I tell her I hate it. She still does it. And that's the add-ons. That's a trap. They trap you every time you agree to go do something. Hey, let's go get that whatever that we've been wanting to getting. Cool. Let's go get it. What are you thinking? We're going to go to the store. We're going to get that thing. We're going to come home. Then you buckle up in the car. Car's moving. It's the point of no return. And it's like, oh, let's go ahead and stop at Michael's. I want to, look at the blah blah blah.
Oh, man.
Oh, I know.
Michael's.
And there's a really cool sandwich place right next to Michael's that I heard about. Let's just go ahead and have lunch there. So all of a sudden it's gone from going to get whatever it is you're going to get to that and Michael's for some casual shopping and a lunch at a place that you've never eaten at before. And then on the way home, you know what? Let's go ahead and pick up some groceries. They get me every time. They get you every time with the add-ons. I hate the add-ons with a passion, with an absolute passion. Like, it's the worst. Because I'm like, me, I like, if I'm going to do this, let's go do that, and let's get it done. That's it. Another trap game that we play in the game of life, and tell me yours, is the old by the way. I'm going to use Thanksgiving.
Oh, by the way.
Hey, I'm going to use Thanksgiving because, hey, my sister is coming from San Antonio for Thanksgiving. and that may or may not be something that I've heard recently. My sister is coming from San Antonio for Thanksgiving. Oh, nice. Cool. It'll be nice having her over. Oh, by the way, she's going to stay at our house for 4 days. That's a trap game. That they trap you every time. And you know this happens.
4 days.
Yeah, it's got to be 2 days max, right? Well, since I'm coming, I might as well stay another couple extra days at your house. The weird hall pass.
What?
The weird hall pass you get.
What do you mean hall pass?
Hey.
You get to sling it around or something?
Why don't you go hang it? No. Oh, that's something.
I mean, you're talking about a hall pass. I don't know what that means.
Hey, why don't you go hang out with your buddies, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah tonight. You haven't been with them in a long time. We've been doing all this stuff. Why don't you go hang out with them? Then you get home, and the next day it's like, I know you hate these things, but I have my office party this week, and, we should go. Well, you can't say no now. She just gave you a hall pass to go hang out and watch football or whatever it was you were doing. It's a trap game. They're trap games in life. Then there's the other awful one. You're walking around or you're watching TV or whatever, and some really hot woman comes on or comes by, and she tells you, "Boy, she's really pretty, isn't she?" I got nothing to say. I got nothing when your significant other tells you she's really pretty, isn't she?
You get in trouble for that?
Everybody gets in trouble for that. Or they'll sock it away, they'll put it in the bank. And, John really thinks so-and-so is hot. I'm like, you asked me, you said she's pretty. Whatever. Trap games, man. What are yours?
I don't get trapped by my wife, really.
Yeah.
Maybe we haven't been married long enough for me to be trapped. I don't get trapped like that, really. I don't get trapped with, hey, let's go do this. It's usually laid out before.
I think you get trapped and you just haven't realized it yet.
I think he likes the traps.
Oh, maybe.
I think the stuff that she asked you to do, you actually like doing it too. So
Well, she doesn't like shopping, so.
Oh, that's you're ahead of the game.
So I'm not. Yeah, she doesn't like going and piddling around it. I mean, she wants to go. Like if we need something, we're going. But she doesn't like to. She doesn't really like to shop. I think I like to shop more than her.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
To be honest with you.
You're in a good situation there.
Hey, why would you like to try a sample? And you know you don't want it, but you want to be nice to them, and you try the sample, and then all of a sudden you're getting the whole sales pitch. That's a trap.
What about this? And you might, not with your current, but you might have experienced this because we all have at some point. When she says, I don't really care about getting married, and you know she does. Like she drops hints and all this other stuff, or babies. Like your whatever, your friend, your aunt, your cousin. When are y'all going to have a baby? When are y'all going to have a baby? Asked about that.
How long we been together?
Yeah.
Probably 13, 14 years. Yeah. People still ask that.
Well,
I'm like, why y'all don't know what's going on? Y'all know she got health problems or what?
Well,
yeah, update.
Nope.
Well,
what?
Yeah.
So no health problems, right?
Nah.
Okay, well.
We good now. We like life the way it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need no little brats running around. We already got Stanley.
Stanley. Shout out to Stanley.
So no?
Nope.
Oh, man. Getting trapped going to a wedding on a first date.
Talking about Stutes?
Just talking about shout out to
going
Cody
on a
Stutes.
wedding. Going on a
Ooh, John.
date to a wedding?
Yeah.
That's bad. Haven't got an update on that.
Yeah.
Kind of avoided it.
Yeah. It should be that coward Stutes.
Why? Because he doesn't like your brisket?
No, because he loves my brisket, but he was trying to flex and called it.
Are you sure you cooked that last one enough? I'm just asking. Like, if you can just say yes.
You gonna
I'll
keep
shut
doing
up.
this to him, man.
I'm asking. I don't know. It just kind of seemed a little gooey to me. I mean, I know you don't want it to be dry, but like you want it to be like.
You mean the juicy, succulent brisket?
I don't know if it was succulent or it sucked. I just don't like it. That seemed like a little too much on the other. I'm just asking. I'm not the barbecue expert. I just saw that and you ripped it open and I was like, I've seen Lopez. I've seen more appetizing. Maybe that Kind of seems like
more
you're just
appetizing.
Yeah, I've seen better efforts from you. I just felt like maybe that one you were trying too hard to make it wet. What, were you not? That's what it's supposed to look like? I'm asking.
I had a guy that came in from New York. That's a grandpa of my daughter-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
He offered me $500 to make a brisket and have it shipped to him in New York.
He offered you what?
$500 to make a brisket and ship it to him in New York in dry ice.
And did you say, nah, I'm good, or did you say
no,
okay?
I said I'll do it for nothing. Just give me your address.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't take the
so,
$500?
So take that. No, I'm not going to take $500.
I mean, of course, like John, do we need to have a talk?
About what?
So where was this guy from?
New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go
Think it's a good brisket in New York?
Yeah, there's not. So, of course, he was willing to pay a little bit more.
There's a couple places.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
There's a couple places. I'm just illustrating.
All right, John McClain.
Again, when you get out of the pen, Roseanne looks good. I'm not saying that brisket was Roseanne. It was probably a little more Amy Schumer.
Let's just say that brisket was
brisket from Chili's or something.
That brisket was the hit of the meal.
Remember when the world was losing its mind and they were trying to make like Amy Schumer like a sex symbol? She had the movie where she just like that movie. It was good. LeBron did a good job, and I think it was called Trainwreck. Really good movie.
Yeah.
But the world was like losing their mind so much they were trying to make it like Amy Schumer's just breaking all these good-looking.
That was her top.
Hearts.
That was the zenith for her. That was the top.
It was a great movie, and then all of a sudden Amy Schumer started getting sensitive.
Yeah.
And it's like, you of all people are getting sensitive. But they tried to make it like she was just slinging it around, and all these dudes were just like heartbroken, like she's ghosting everybody.
Yeah, sure.
Only time she'd ghost people on Halloween. Costume. Kidding me? Let's talk to Uncle Glenn. Glenn, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing good.
I'm going to tell you about the traps. Y'all are younger than me, but you might as well know. My ex is a head nurse, no pun intended, and they hired this gorgeous, all curves everywhere, young lady, and she says, "Oh, Glenn, I have this wonderful nurse, and she's a foreigner, and she wants to go out dancing."
Oh, no.
Now, let me tell you something. Fellas. The girl got curves on top of curves.
Okay.
Y'all younger than me, let me tell you something. You won't need no Viagra for this girl. Okay? Now here's the deal. She thought, now, I wasn't born yesterday. Okay? That's a trap. And she says, are you going to pick her up and take her to this jazz bar? And my answer was, hell to the no. And like I said, I wasn't born yesterday.
That's
a trap.
That
is a trap. I love y'all. I got to get back to work. I'll talk to you later.
Shout out to Glenn. He's the man.
That was awesome.
That's a trap right there.
You don't
Take
ever
somebody to the jazz bar.
You don't ever do that. Ever,
Dancing
ever,
and stuff?
ever. Dancing?
Yeah.
Take another woman out dancing?
Nah.
Hell no.
And he said she's foreigner, so she probably got like the nice like
Yeah.
Latina accent
Little
type
accent,
thing.
maybe, yeah.
Just harmless. Yeah. That's a trap right there.
That is a trap.
And Glenn wasn't born yesterday. Marcus, what up? Real life traps in the spirit of Texans versus Cardinals on Sunday.
Yeah, I think this is the worst trap. Being saying you're going out to dinner with your sister-in-law, finding out when you get there that you're meeting the sister-in-law's new boyfriend.
Oh.
And then they go to the powder room and leave you at the table with the new boyfriend.
Yeah,
Worst trap ever.
What do you do? Like, so what do you do for a living? Oh my gosh, that's a good one.
Oh, so what do you do?
Yeah.
I don't even ask though. What do I do?
You have to ask. You have to have small talk.
Someone says they feel like they're listening to the Penthouse Forum. What is that? What are we saying?
Glenn.
Okay. Yeah, he's bringing it for sure.
Oh Lord.
That brisket, man, I really am concerned about. Have you fallen off the bigger you've gotten with your briskets? I mean, you set a high standard. Again, we can go Jalen Petrie.
Why you keep doing this?
What do you mean? We can go Jalen Petrie. I feel like if you want me to evaluate you like I evaluate Show, the way that he cooks briskets or someone else, that's fine. But the standard you've set, that rip was not as clean
Lopez
as your last
about to
one.
smack you, man.
Look at this video.
Yeah, but look at the video compared to what you've put out before.
Tell me that you cannot even smell and taste that
it looks
brisket
like it's in a
over.
swimming pool, man.
It's because it's rendered.
Hold on,
It's rendered.
Let me see this. Look at that.
Look at that.
It's falling off, man.
No, it has not.
Bro, if you would have held that one hand, it would have fallen off.
It would not.
Now
have.
you're cutting the knife. Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
I mean, John.
Look at the smoke
what is
ring,
the middle of
juice.
that?
That's the juice. I
Bro,
didn't even have to squeeze it.
The whole middle is fat.
It is not fat.
The whole middle is fat. There's like an ounce of fat. Like you almost got to get it sawed off.
Any fat.
Wood, what's up?
Hey, I'll give y'all one. Okay, now my house is I got pretty much like a man cave. I got 4 55-inch TVs, actually a 75-inch also.
This guy.
My TV is set up like ESPN. On Sundays, when I'm at the house watching my games, man, it's unbelievable. Trust me. Now, my friends know. They can call me, come on over, we go play some chess. I'm going to whoop their tail on some chess and everything. They can have anything to drink. It's just, I got the red carpet treatment for everybody to come over. Now, one of my brothers go give me a call. Hey, man, you watching the game today? Now, it's Sunday. You know I'm watching the game. This is what I do. So, yeah, oh, yeah, man, I'm going to come on through. All right, so he come on through. He didn't tell me he was bringing his son, his grandson.
On an NFL Sunday?
Oh, man. Then they went to Popeyes, so the little kid got biscuits with syrup on his fingers. And everything. Now, I got to walk around stopping him from putting sticky stuff all over my chairs. I got to childproof my house. That was the last time he was invited to my house.
I guess.
Man.
I guess.
That's
Look
crazy.
at this slime ball.
Dude, you can't bring Popeyes to the house. Eat
And the
the Popeyes before and then go.
Yeah.
And then the kids, it's an
You can't
NFL
bring the
Sunday. My
kids,
man's
man.
trying to
Come
watch
on,
the game.
man.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
That is a joke.
That's awful. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you.
So, Fig, I guess you're going to get more brisket and sauce than anybody here.
Are the Texans being trapped
Hey,
on
I'm
Sunday?
down for it, man.
Tyler, Landry's been replaced.
Nah, hey, you just set a standard. That's a whole fat thing in the middle. Like
There's
the whole
no fat. in
the
that
whole
damn
circle
brisket.
right there is fat.
Nothing
all
wrong
the
with
way
a little
back.
fat, though.
No,
It's
you said
juicy.
There's nothing wrong with a little fat.
It's juicy.
Lil.
You know how a brisket works, right? You know how a brisket works.
No, I don't. I just know that I've had some of your brisket. It's good. I've seen better breaks than that. Remember the one where you took a bite and you go, bet you want a bite of that one, then your best effort.
So there's the flat.
If you want me to evaluate the standard, it's like Jalen Petrie. Do you want me to evaluate you like a potential all-pro?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want me to evaluate you like Jonathan Owens?
I want you to learn cooking. I want you to learn brisket is what I want you to do. There's the flat. That's the skinny part. Then there's the tip. That's the fat part. Then there are the burnt ends. That
Burnt ends
brisket
are underrated.
That brisket right there had all three. That's how good
had
a brisket.
what?
It had all three. That's how good that brisket was. Because when I cut it up, I put burnt ends, fatty brisket, fattier, and then the flat. So basically, you're talking about brisket like you would, talk about science.
Okay.
NASA.
Okay. Whatever you say, sir.
Tyler's gonna be eating well, man.
Yeah, good for him.
Tyler's gonna be eating well.
Lunchtime confessions coming up here on Sports Radio 610. J.J. Watt brought up a potential comeback, and it created an interesting reaction. Mine might be a little bit different than what you may have seen on your timeline. Lunchtime confessions next. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. So we're trying to hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Bill Cowher's at Texans practice.
That's
today.
awesome.
Yeah, Bill Cowher, former Steelers coach. Now a CBS analyst. He's at practice today. How about
awesome.
that?
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm not a Bill Cowher fan.
Why?
That's my confession. I'm just not a Bill Cowher fan. I don't like him in the studio. I really didn't love him as a coach. That chin, that video where he's like holding the thing and he sticks it in the referee's pocket and walks off. I'm just not a big fan of Bill Cowher. Don't like him. Different stroke. It's like a sports dislike. It's not like an intense distaste. I'm just not the biggest fan.
Like me and Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah.
Although it might be more than a sports.
That type of thing. Here was Bill Cowher last year when Jeff Saturday got hired. This was Bill Cowher in the studio when Jeff Saturday got the gig with the Colts.
I'm speaking on behalf of the coaching profession. I know for a fact that Jeff Saturday was offered an opportunity to become an assistant coach with the Indianapolis Colts multiple times in the last 4 years. He declined, citing that he had a TV job and wanted to spend more time with his family. I get it.
That's fair.
I get it. Coaching is about commitment and it's about sacrifice. It's not just a job It's a lifestyle. Now to find out on Monday, in that short period of time, he's now the head coach. I say to that, what about the assistants on the staff right now? The guys that were there in training camp, the guys that were there early in the morning and late at night, the guys that have gone through in that building, Gus Bradley, Scotty Montgomery, John Fox. Don't they deserve the opportunity for an owner to hire a coach who's never been an assistant at the college level or the pro level? It's a disgrace to the coaching profession. And regardless how this thing plays out, what happened in Indianapolis is a travesty.
You tell him.
All right. Yeah, okay. Whatever, coach.
You're not a fan?
No.
I just have a big respect for him.
No. Good for you.
Yeah.
That's great.
Big.
Good for you. Cool.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Eddie, how do you feel about Bill Cowher?
I can't stand that dude, man.
I wonder why.
Thank you.
Most overrated coach ever, man. They praise him like he Bill Belichick or something, man.
Yeah, thank you.
This is kind of a harsh confession. I've tried to muster up some oh no or regrets about forget the penalty, the suspension, which was reduced for Denzel Perryman. I'm not thinking I'm going to miss Denzel Perryman that much. He's a big asset.
He's 3-0 without him, man. They beat some damn good ball clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And I just believe in Toto, and I think he's been playing so well. You've got more linebacker depth with Christian Harris. It's not I don't mean this because we know how important he is and what kind of a thumper he is, as they like to say, and all that. But I'm like, okay. You know, I mean, it sucks for him, and I wish he had his $346,000 that he's going to lose. But as far as just watching this team, I'm like, huge loss. Is that wrong?
No, I mean, it's a fact. You're 3-0.
Yeah.
You beat 3 good teams. I think 3 playoff teams. I think the Saints might be in the playoff picture. They're close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you not a big deal. Let him rest up. Yeah, I'm with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so J.J. Watt was on McAfee yesterday. This is what he said. I'll give you my confession on the back end. Might be some switching to music after this. I just got to be honest. This was J.J. Watt yesterday on McAfee.
Unbelievably exciting time. They have got a franchise quarterback now who not only plays the game at an unbelievably high level, has legitimately put himself in the MVP conversation. He also does everything the right way off the field, the way that he goes about his business, the way that he handles his teammates, the way that he is in the community. So when you have that combination and you have the head coach who's an extremely smart, diligent, young head coach who's leading the team in the city the right way, I mean, you put these pieces together, it is an unbelievably exciting time.
Oh, my God. I think I just heard J.J. wants to play football again.
Think about it. Use our brains for a second here. If you're going to go somewhere, obviously, is there another team that's playing incredibly well right now who's got a quarterback that's crushing it, that's
I got one for
got
you.
a lot of connections? Use our brains.
Yeah, I got one for
I
you.
don't think.
I'm struggling, actually.
No,
I got one for him. No, down there to be a guy right next to you, too, who I was about to ask you about with Sheldon Rankins. 98 just had a
There you go.
Had a J.J. Watt-ish game.
Confess, I wouldn't want JJ on this team. Just being honest, I like the way that they got things going. I like Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard getting their reps. I like Rankins. I like Collins. I like some. JJ would require an appropriate amount of attention and an appropriate amount of respect that I think could kind of halt where the Texans are right now. And furthermore, this is kind of a little bit of a different system-ish type of thing. So as much as I love JJ, as much as it's a damn shame JJ didn't reach that ultimate goal, don't think I would want JJ on this squad.
Welcome to the show. My name is Nick Russo. You're riding with 100.3 The Bull. Make no mistake about it.
Switch to music.
Well, switch twice because I'm kind of with you on that. I like, could he offer some value? Yeah, but not necessarily on the field.
I love JJ. Just no.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I may have said this before in the confessions, but something just posted it on my timeline. So someone posted, please send prayers to my sweet, beautiful friend. Got into a horrible accident, broke her neck, back, knee is injured as well.
Where the hell is this going?
I think you should send those prayers to that sweet, beautiful friend. You know what I don't need? I don't need pictures. I don't.
Why would you do that, John? Why would you do that?
Dude, get that out of
That's on the timeline. Look at that.
Brother,
Man, you just lost a follower, man.
Look at this, Figgy.
Man, no.
Are you kidding me?
I don't need pictures.
Dude.
That is
When you go to the hospital, if you get stitches, you know how many, like when I had this,
Yeah.
and when I had, this was 26 stitches right here in this. You think I just thought I was going to post a picture of that?
Look at that.
Dude, no.
Why are we doing this?
Watch this.
What the hell is wrong with her?
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I think someone is getting upset this weekend. I think it's either going to be the Texans, I think it's going to be the Jags, or I think it's going to be the Texas Longhorns. One of or all three of those are getting upset this weekend. It's going to be one of them. This is my confession. I don't know who, but Texas at Iowa State, the Titans versus the Jags, or the Texans versus the Cardinals. I confess, I'm feeling that one of or potentially all of those teams is getting upset this weekend. Wager on your own accord.
Not a bad bet on one of those. I just don't know which one it might be. Talking some trash over at Iowa State. What are they thinking?
He just, he's excited.
I guess.
Good for him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I love that the Aggies reached out to Dan Campbell. We all knew the answer. We knew he wasn't going to leave an NFL job, but according to Dov Kleiman, the Aggies.
According to Dov Kleiman?
Well, he got it from I think he got it from CBS Sports. Yeah, he got it from Dennis Dodd.
Better got it from someone.
He got it from Dennis Dodd, who's one of the best.
To Dov Kleiman.
But he's, the aggregator. Dennis Dodd wrote a story about this. Like the Aggies through back channels tried to reach out, see if there was any interest from Dan Campbell. This is what I'm talking about. I knew what the answer was going to be, but you know what? Don't ask, don't get. This is my whole philosophy, theory, approach on the Aggies. Make them tell you no. Dan Campbell told you no. Cool, let's go to the next one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this is motivated by Jamison Williams of the Lions, speaking of Dan Campbell. Apparently when he goes to McDonald's, he likes to combine his cheeseburger with his Oreo McFlurry. So he puts a scoop of
more specific.
He puts a scoop of the Oreo McFlurry in the cheeseburger and eats it. He says it adds flavor, it adds a little bit of like sweetness to the burger. Jamison Williams says this. My confession is weird ass burger stuff that's going on now in this world. I just don't get.
Yeah.
Putting all this like extra stuff on the burger and stuff, like I think we're doing too much when it comes to burgers. And by the way, today is National Fast Food Day.
I didn't know that.
It's National Fast Food Day.
I'll be dog. I don't even, and this is, nothing against this, it's just not my thing. I don't even put French fries in shakes. Some people do that a lot. A lot of people do that. They dip their French fries in a milkshake.
There's a lot against that. That's weird.
But a lot of people do that.
That's weird.
Figure you know that.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't do that. I would eat like a McFlurry with my fries,
but not dipping.
Not dipping. No,
that's weird.
No, I don't even do that. So I'm 100% with you.
Do you
on
eat the
that.
burger or fries first?
Oh, I always eat the burger fries. I always eat the fries first. My bad. Because it's on the way home and it's easier to grab out of the bag when you're driving. I thought you said burger or shake. Shake's always last. That's your dessert. Get a shake burgers very often.
I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I don't either.
No, that's too much.
I'm not a big.
That's way too
My
much.
stomach can't handle that.
I might go and just get a shake.
Yeah, but nah.
I get a shake and fries maybe, but
The days of like eating a whole double meat, double cheese with fries, and I don't think there ever were those days, and then getting a shake. Now.
Yeah, that will put me down.
Yeah, that for a long. And even a burger right now, just like stuffed.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I shouldn't have been surprised by Adam Silver. Just shouldn't have been. I mean, you're harder on him than I am, but I'm not a big fan. Draymond Green 5-game suspension.
You thought it should have been more?
It should have started at 10. Like, seriously. Like, that was unprovoked, almost premeditated, because as soon as the thing happened, he was making a beeline toward Rudy Gobert, choked him, wouldn't let go. Gobert was doing nothing but being a peacemaker. I mean, 10 games, and he got 5.
Yeah, I don't expect anything from Adam Silver. I think he's a disgrace for kids and America. I think it's a joke.
Draymond must got a stake in the NBA or something, man. They let him do whatever.
Now kids think they can just choke out guys during fights.
He must be part owner of the whole NBA or something.
Also, side note, I haven't seen a good NBA tournament court yet. Not one.
What are we doing?
Not one.
Why didn't you just keep it in regular courts?
They are awful. They're atrocious. They're an eyesore.
It's bright.
They're ridiculous.
It's really bright.
Yeah.
Coming up, we got some bright. There's bright side news for the Houston Texans. There's also some stuff worth paying attention to. One of the recent heroes for the Texans may not be on the field on Sunday. Next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Good news, bad news with the Texans as practice is underway. Jimmy Ward not practicing. Looks like they might have to go without Jimmy again. Robert Woods, he's going to join the show later on today, straight off the practice. Laramie Tunsil practicing. Noah Brown doesn't appear to be practicing for the Texans. So, as Nico Collins returns, Noah Brown, not so much. So, I don't know what to make of it. They've already played 4 games without Noah. He's been there for him the last few weeks. He's actually been one of the 5 highest graded receivers in the entire NFL. But Noah Brown not practicing on a Thursday. And if he doesn't practice tomorrow, then he can probably be ruled out.
Big hit right there. I mean, he's been absolutely one of the keys the last 2 weeks. Also, maybe I missed it if you mentioned Dameon Pierce not practicing. Not practicing. So
he's right there with Hansen. Hanson's not practicing, and neither is Pierce. So
Dameon Pierce got a Hansen? I mean, got a who?
Yeah. Yeah, my bad. Maybe I should have mentioned that.
Keep doing it. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, what? What do you
I would like to see him backing up. I don't want Singletary to carry the ball 30 times.
Do you look at Dameon Pierce being out and say, oh, my God? No.
Only because I don't want you can't make a living with Singletary carrying the ball 30 times a game.
Okay. Then let's do a little exercise.
Okay.
Let's do a little exercise here. You ready for this?
I'm ready for it.
You ready for this exercise?
I'm ready for it.
All right, let's get our daily exercise in. John McClain says he exercises once a day. Let's get our once a day exercise in here. What?
Nothing.
What the hell's your problem?
Nothing.
Good Lord.
You're getting over the line.
What? That's all I'm saying, man. My goodness gracious.
Drive-by.
Come on. That wasn't a drive-by. It was a mention of a good spot. Shout out to Soda Weight Loss.
Yeah, okay.
I think John McClain's doing P90X right now.
F45.
God, what the hell's wrong with me?
A little boot camp.
I'm going to name a player, and you tell me if they generate a feeling of more important or less important than Dameon Pierce.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go through the list of guys that did not participate in practice yesterday. DNP, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were 8.
Okay.
Okay? Figgy, play along too.
So is he more important or less important than Dameon Pierce?
Is he more important or less important than Dameon Pierce?
Gotcha.
Okay? And this is just where we're at. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing because Dameon Pierce is still a good player.
Mm-hmm.
But it just speaks to where you are right now and where
keep doing
Devin Singletary is the AFC Offensive Player of the week.
Yeah.
Okay. Noah Brown,
absolutely more important.
Okay, Figgy,
more.
Jake Hansen,
not more important.
He is a special teamer.
Wow.
Well, I'm just saying he is a special teamer, and it's linebacker depth. You don't have Denzel Perryman. Denzel Perryman's out. This is linebacker depth, and this is special teams.
No, he's not more important.
I would say Hansen's more important.
Yikes, Figgy.
Nah, I ain't going that far.
Brevin Jordan,
less important.
Nah.
Okay. I'll let y'all have that one. Henry Toto,
more important.
More.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil,
more
Ward,
more important.
More.
Robert Woods,
more important.
So y'all literally just said Hansen and Brevin Jordan were the two. That's just what I'm.
You can kind of make a case for LT though, because they play good without LT.
Come on.
You can make a case for that one, but I give
dude.
y'all that one.
This dude here.
So, let me ask you a question now. Would you rather have active behind Devin Singletary, Dameon Pierce, or Mike Boone?
Boone.
Figgy?
I gotta go with Dameon Pierce.
Okay. Boone, man.
I might say Boone only because of the unknown. Because of what we've seen has been good. And it's not, as you said, it's not like, oh, Dameon Pierce, he stinks. I go back to what I said early on in the season. I don't know what kind of fit he is.
It's the AFC South Player of the Week.
Yeah, that too. But that's my bigger point. You just don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't rush Devin Singletary 30 times again.
And I think Pierce can add value. I don't freak out about potentially having to win a ball game without him. The 832 says DP going to come back, rush for 150, then Landry going to be back on the Pierce train. I don't I think my Pierce opinion has been one of the more consistent things this year. I think he's a
Both
committee
of ours
back.
has.
I think he's a committee back. As soon as they traded for Singletary, I talked about Singletary potentially starting. I think he's a committee back. I think he has value. I don't think he's a guy you give the rock to 20 times. And if you want, I'll tell you this: David Pierce ain't never rushing for 150 in a ball game. I don't like to bet texters, but hey, you want to put a bet on that? You can have a lifetime bet on that. He ain't rushing for no Bill 50.
Well, especially in this.
He's not.
Yeah.
Ever.
No.
But you can have a lifetime bet on that.
Yeah.
He's fine. But I don't look at it as like, oh God. Hopefully he's rest up, man. Be ready.
Mm-hmm.
We'll need you. We'll need Dameon Pierce. There'll be a time where we'll need Dameon Pierce. He'll take us home a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
He'll finish strong.
That's my thing with
Just
him.
rest up, man. We got you.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Can't believe you're dissing my man Hansen, though.
He's been okay all year. Not that good. Not more important than a running back to take some of the load off.
Some of the what?
Some of the load off of Devin Singletary.
That's pause.
For you.
That's extreme pause.
For
right
you,
there.
he's got to take the load off.
Yeah. He's got to take the load off Devin Singletary?
Yeah.
Man, I wish Cam and Mace was in here right now.
Man.
They'd be going nuts.
Yeah. I'd maybe decrease the work
don't mention load management around them.
This dude just said Dameon Pierce needs to take some of the load off of Devin Singletary.
100% he does.
109 carries, 327 yards is what we got from Dameon Pierce this year. 1 touchdown. 3 yards per carry.
2.8, I thought. I saw it yesterday.
No, he's up to 3 now.
He's up to 3 now?
Yeah.
Keep doing it.
That's where we're at. See how it goes, man. I'm rooting for him. How it goes. I'm not concerned. Rest up. Be ready. Be fresh. Singletary's averaging 3.9 now.
Yeah.
3.9.
How about that?
3.9.
Yeah.
Try to get that up a little bit more. See what happens. That's your injury report here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. You got the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. Bill Cowher at practice right now. Sure what he's doing. They're not going to have him speak to the team, are they?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't.
If they do, man. They might take an L on Sunday.
Yeah, we
man.
might lose on Sunday.
I wouldn't be
Please don't.
surprised.
Oh my! Please don't.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. He's very well respected.
Oh,
Why is he even there? What's his connection?
He's probably just doing. He's probably doing an interview.
Yeah, research or an interview.
He's going to sit there with
CJ.
Who's his interview going to be with?
CJ.
D'Amico.
CJ. Yeah. It's
So
gonna be
the CBS pregame show is going to get a special with Bill Cowher exclusive.
yeah, I bet you they are.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, with that jaw sticking out there.
What about the discipline?
Yeah.
Sergeant Slaughter looking ass.
He is Sergeant Slaughter. There's no question about that.
Don't let him gather up the team, though. Just let him do the interview and shake. If they want to individually go shake his hand, that's fine. But we don't need a. Hey guys, come on in.
Yeah.
We don't need D'Amico to say, hey guys,
Coach
come on
has a
in.
few words for you.
Hey, this guy right here, he's been a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
And you might recognize him from the CBS
How many times?
sports show.
How many times he been the Super Bowl champ? Yep.
Yeah, because
He
he won.
hates
And
He up there with Bill. And he up there with Bill Belichick.
that's the way they talk about him. He retired at the right time.
No one hates Bill Cowher more than Figgy.
You might recognize this guy from CBS. He used to coach the Pittsburgh Steelers. Boy, they've fallen off since he left. This is Bill Cowher right here. And then Bill Cowher's going to go up there and just give you the most generic, cliche-ridden speech ever.
Oh, yeah. Always. Always.
Men.
Mm-hmm.
This is a men's league.
This is a Bill Cowher speech. Let me think about a Bill Cowher speech. It's just going to be like, men, I see what you're doing. Nobody gave y'all a chance to do what you're doing. You know why y'all been able to do it? It's because of days like this. The work that you're putting in right now. When you get here at 6 a.m. and then you practice your ass off and you watch that tape afterwards, that's why you're able to do what you're doing on Sundays. D'Amico understands it because D'Amico, he's been in this league as well. You got a coach that believes in you. And this is where it's done right here. The work that you do when nobody's looking.
That's what he's going to say.
The work that you do when nobody's looking.
Yep.
You got millions of people watching you on Sunday. And that's the fun part. But you don't get success on Sundays. You get success right here on a Thursday. Working your ass off when the weather sucks. Working your ass off to get back on the football. What it's about. All right, guys, now let's bring it in.
And then everybody's going to wipe the spit off their faces.
Just don't let him talk.
Somebody going to be like, who is that again?
Man, I'm telling you, if I see
who is that guy?
What did he do?
If I see this, I'm picking Arizona.
Well,
no, I'm serious. If I find out that Bill Cowher gathered the team around and gave him a speech, I'm picking Arizona tomorrow.
Yeah?
And it hurts me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hopefully they're able to overcome my prediction and this speech
How do
that
you
they're
feel
going to have
about
to
this?
listen to.
Bill Cowher going out on the field and shaking hands with CJ Stroud.
Why the hell is he in a suit? Oh, he's doing.
He's going to do the interview. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. An individual handshake's cool.
Yeah.
That's straight. Man. Remember him on the sidelines? Greg Lloyd, go out there and hit the quarterback. Please don't let Bill Cowher give him a speech, man. They've overcome enough. They might have to overcome
3
Noah
things
Brown's
I've
absence.
never said. I just searched a Bill Cowher quote.
Oh, God.
3 things I've never said, guys.
Oh, Lord.
Never quit anything you start.
Oh, I never heard that.
Work harder than the other person.
Oh, thank you.
And never be intimidated by anyone or anything.
Thanks, Coach.
That's how you win Super Bowls right
There
there.
you
Bring
go.
it in on 3.
Yeah, that's how you win Super Bowls right there.
Coming up, let's go
That's
around.
Super Bowl.
Let's go around the NFL. There is a lot of drama going on, and there is a former player, perhaps one of the best of all time, that is encouraging someone on the team that he once played for to release. Around the league next.
NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, going around the NFL, the reduction of games suspension for Denzel Perryman is officially official. He's gone from 3-game suspension down to 2. James Thrash, formerly of the Eagles, he was appointed by the NFL. He oversaw it. Denzel Perryman only going to miss 3 games instead of 2. So there's that. Injury report, Dameon Pierce, Jimmy Ward, and Noah Brown still not practicing. Laramie Tunsil, Robert Woods have returned to the practice field. We'll hear from Robert Woods a little later on in the show.
And linebacker, really a big concern for a number of reasons, especially if you're going to spy or whatever with Kyler Murray. I mean, Toe is not all the way back, cleared from concussion, has he been?
No, not yet, but yeah.
What if he doesn't? No Hansen, no Toe, no Perryman.
Got to figure it out.
Yes, man up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, D'Amico.
Bill.
So Frank Reich, he made a big announcement yesterday. He started out as the play caller for the Panthers. Then he gave up the play calling. Then he did what? Take it away.
I am going to resume the play calling duty. This is not about Thomas. This is about me. It's about the team. I'm in the position I'm in because of years of offense, being a successful offensive coordinator and play caller.
Okay, so we're just kind of winging it now. Like you are, then you aren't.
You can't
then
downplay
are.
this. If I'm a Panthers fan, you can't downplay it.
What is going on right now?
I mean, it's like you're the play caller, you're not the play caller, now you're the play caller again. You can't say it has nothing to do. It's still the same. And he was talking about like we're still going through the same
dude.
process.
It's a different guy freaking calling the plays. How is it the same?
He said, well, he's still doing the game planning and prep.
I don't care.
Of course
he's not
he
calling
is.
the plays.
It's the plays. It's like let's cut to what it like the meat of the thing here.
Well, things are still going to be normal. It's still going to be the same.
It's the plays you're calling. That's kind of important.
It's different.
Yes, it's kind of important.
Here was Bryce Young's reaction to this news as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
That's above my pay grade. But again, I trust Coach Wright. Always trust him with all decisions like that. It's still a collaborative effort. Always consulting each other. Meeting what we're talking about is still the same. I trust Coach with that stuff. So that's above my pay grade for me. Just making sure that that we can execute.
Isn't everything above his head? Just kidding.
What does that mean?
It's because it's a short joke. It's a very weak attempt.
How does
at a
that get above a pay grade?
I said above his head. Isn't everything above his head?
Yesterday, I told Sean when we were talking. Didn't get a response. Let me see how this.
Is Sean mad at you?
I don't know if he's mad at me. I mean, I probably just said a little bit too much.
So he's mad at you.
I said.
Well, yeah. Let Figgy and I judge this.
You want the whole exchange?
Well, you tell me.
I think it's good. I think it's good to be transparent, right?
Yeah.
It was at 10:15 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
He texted me. I was getting ready for a stream. Went live at 10:30. Locker room, YouTube.
Damn.
He said, "Been doing that often. That's the time now."
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the East Coast folks.
Man,
got to get the baby to
late,
bed,
man.
Got to get the baby to bed.
I was asleep 2 hours ago.
I do a video during the day. I do a video during the day. I do a video at night. Locker room on YouTube. Subscribe. Sean asked me, do you know when that Tepper cut about the 3-team trade is from? Is it recent? I said it's after the draft. Either way, it's weird. What's the point of that? Sean said, thank God it fell through. I said, I think Bryce would ball here. Not like this. Carolina sucks, but he'd be a good player here. I said, damn.
Is this where it got bad?
I don't know if it got bad. I said, y'all's Bryce hate annoys me. I can't even listen to the slander. He said, oh, really? Ha ha. And I said, it's weak.
That's not too bad. I thought I was ready to say, yeah, he's mad at you. That's not too
He
bad.
probably done with the conversation at that point.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
What else can he say?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been hard on Sean lately.
Mm-hmm. Have you?
I don't know. It just the Bryce hate. I get it because CJ's your guy, and I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
But he has nothing to do with what goes on here. Like, literally, like he's as far away from what goes on here as possible. He seems like a nice guy. CJ's buddies with him. CJ's rooting for him. It just, I mean, I can't say something sophomoric. That would be very hypocritical.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's like, do y'all really hate him? Or are you trying to like just say that you hate him?
Contrived.
Like, what's there to hate? What's there to hate about Bryce Young?
Yeah, like a little bit contrived, like they're forcing it.
Maybe you said it, not me. But
I'm asking.
I don't know. I just don't like. Why do we hate Bryce Young? What is he doing? What is he doing?
I don't know about hate.
He's harmless.
I don't know about hate, not
He's
hate.
harmless.
It sounds like a social media thing, to be honest, because a lot of people on social media that are Texas fans try to hate the other person that they.
I don't know. I'm all good for a good roast session.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate Bryce Young like that.
Do we hate Wemby?
I can't hate. I don't hate Wemby.
No, I said, I wanted to do Sean hate Wemby.
Maybe I like watching Wemby hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I like watching Chet Holmgren too. That I wish
we were wrong on that dude, man.
I wasn't.
I was wrong on him.
Yeah.
I thought he was.
I wanted him.
He looked all right.
Number 1 overall. Sir. I wanted that skinny white dude.
He can ball, man.
Yeah, I'm watching both those dudes, and I'm just wondering, man, what if the Rockets had Chet Holmgren instead of Jabari Smith?
Yeah.
Put him in this mix
with this coach.
Yeah, with this coach and these players, because it's not like they would have had more. Oh man, but then they would have. But I think him and Şengün could play together.
I think so. Yeah.
This is around the NFL, kinda. But yeah, I just feel for Bryce, man.
I mean, they are going to always be connected, so maybe that's where it comes.
I feel for Bryce.
But you ain't got to hate the young man.
Yeah. Don't hate the young man.
Mac Jones. Who?
There goes Cookie Girl.
Mac Jones. So Gronk said this with Kay Adams about Mac Jones. And Gronk's coming in with them takes now.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
I was Mac Jones as well. He's not respected in New England. Coach Belichick has played all these games with him. Bailey Zappi isn't even close to being on Mac Jones' level. You should never ever sit Mac Jones. You tried it once, you tried it twice. It's not working. Now he's doing it again. He won't name a starting quarterback. He's not respected there. I think Mac Jones should ultimately should just go ask for his release. If you're talking to me about what he should do, ask for his release.
That's good stuff. I mean, especially considering the source, right? I mean, he's not pulling any punches on Belichick either, by the way, because that's the call. That's the guy that's making the call.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Can you go get her in here?
Yeah.
For a second, I want to.
If you weren't listening earlier,
we'll play it later. We'll play it here. A little cookie drama we got here.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I'm kind of setting myself up here too, huh?
Yeah, you kind of are.
So we had a little cookie controversy yesterday. Let's just replay it for the people. We're going around the NFL, kinda. This was Clint Stoerner yesterday, talking about the Thanksgiving potluck, and some drama ensued.
Do you know what a cowboy cookie is?
Heard that, but I'm struggling to bring it up to my frontal lobes.
Cowboy cookies, basically, I don't know exactly what it is. I'd seen them on like buffets before, just labeled cowboy cookies.
Sure.
I believe it's like an oatmeal cookie with chocolate chips in it. It's got like several different cookies thrown together. Ultimately, is what it is.
Mm.
And a couple of weeks ago, she said, "Man, I make really good cowboy cookies." I'm like, oh, okay. So we had this conversation with a couple of salespeople back there. I didn't think nothing about it. Well, I go back there a while ago and I'm talking about boss lady in the back, and I look over and there's a plate of cookies sitting there. So I grabbed three of them that all look different.
Mm-hmm.
And
there she goes.
I bit every one of them and they were hard as hell. Like I thought they were going to break my teeth.
Like crack a tooth.
Yeah, so
that's not the kind of cookie you want.
So I walked in and I threw them away. And I told Ron, I just vented a little bit. I was like, Ron, them cookies are hard as hell, man. It's like, they're store-bought hard as hell cookies, right?
She did not buy them from the store, by the way.
I had no idea.
She's standing out the door.
Tori, come here.
I had no idea that was Tori's cookies, bro.
Come here.
Well,
Are you gonna apologize?
I am apologizing. I was telling the story and setting it up first, Tori. I'm so sorry.
Right,
I did not know
Tori.
those
We don't
were
have to
your
hear.
We don't have to hear
no,
Tori.
We got Tori in here. She made the cookies.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Did Clint cross the line? You think?
He did. I lost sleep over that.
I know you. I said that.
When I tell you, like I was just telling another coworker of mine, when I tell you yesterday, when I walked to this window right here, and I'm smiling big, eating my cookie, and he looks at me and does a little like neck slice of like.
Oh
don't
wow!
touch
He did a neck
yeah,
slice?
he did a little don't touch. When I tell you my stomach,
Wait, so that's at that point he didn't know they were.
he
yours?
didn't know it was mine.
Oh wow!
But you told him you make
Last week, I brought them in a week before it. I was like, guys, I get nervous when I cook for the masses.
Mm-hmm.
I made them a week early. Can y'all try them? Give me some recommendations. All the good stuff.
Oh, those were a week old?
No,
that makes
no,
sense.
no,
I was gonna say that makes sense.
Good Lord.
So then I made recommendations, brought them to yesterday for the company potluck. I come here, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and I'm like showing him a cookie, and he's like doing this, and I tell you my stomach just dropped. I was
That's a horrible feeling.
It is the worst.
See, I didn't touch the cookies either. I didn't. I just wanted chocolate chips, so I was just like, I
Wait,
didn't
so
touch.
That's not what you said earlier. That's not what you said earlier.
They didn't look appetizing to me.
Yeah,
to me.
You didn't want to give him
talking like that.
So looks are like the main thing for you, then, huh?
Well, they didn't get good reviews from Clint. So.
You know what stinks the most is he didn't even bring food.
I know that's what.
He didn't even like.
Neither did I, so I feel like an idiot. I feel like a
Dang.
jackass too. Oh, we're on the air at the time. We're on the air at the time.
That's true. True.
It's a shame, man. But it's a slime ball nomination.
Yeah, Clint got slime ball nomination.
We gave him a slime ball nomination.
But Lopez said you messed with the dough too.
No, I gave a helpful hint.
Like a whole cooking lesson. Whole cooking lesson.
What is
I'm going to repeat exactly what I said. Tell me if it's criticism or helpful.
Okay.
I said I think she folded the dough too much. You're supposed to. The less you touch the dough, the softer they are.
That's
and
fair.
You always keep the dough in the freezer or the refrigerator because it's got to be cold.
Hey, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. His last brisket sucked
No,
too. So.
I would rather have your criticism or feedback more than Clint's because I feel like you
Or
give
mine,
constructive. You give constructive feedback criticism.
Make that. Here's the deal.
But I said till 12
I got an
o'clock
idea.
last.
Lopez is struggling though. He's in a cooking
He's
slump.
lying his ass
He's in a
off.
cooking slump.
I made 3 briskets that were off the charts. That got unbelievable
Fat.
reviews.
Fat.
He just doesn't want to eat it anymore
They were
because
fat.
he's being an a-hole.
Yeah.
All right, here's the deal. Make another batch of cookies. You got to get
scared.
back on the horse.
I'm scared.
wow.
I don't think I want to.
No.
Oh, I'm scared.
You got to get back on the horse. When you put the ingredients in there,
Yeah.
don't fold. I bet you. I don't even know this.
I did.
I bet you folded it a lot.
I did.
Like a lot.
I did.
That's it. The less you touch it, the better. Just fold it nice and easy.
Lopez, I don't think you understand how much I don't want to cook again.
You got to do it. You got to do it.
I'm out.
They're going to be awesome. Do that and keep the dough in the refrigerator before you bake it, before you mix it.
Lord.
Hey.
Dang. I didn't know it was this car. I thought we were just kidding around.
And they'll be nice.
Perfect.
Nice and fluffy and
Like a
soft.
jerk.
Okay.
All right.
The more you touch it, the harder it gets.
That makes sense.
All right.
Oh.
There you go. This is why we can't talk to you, dude.
You know Lopez, he's a lightweight,
Hit the
kind of
damn
creepy
slime
guy.
off.
What? I'm talking about the dough.
Hit the damn slime off. Goodness gracious. All right.
Oh no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
Appreciate you.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Dude, you are a creep.
I'm in the midst.
Nah, for real.
I'm in the midst.
I'm
of
embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for us as a show. We try to sit here and have. I did not know it really hurt her that bad.
It hurt her bad. She couldn't sleep.
Damn. Well, probably can't now either.
I was in the middle of giving.
Except the guy.
Probably can't now either. I was in the middle of giving her a helpful hint.
Yeah. Okay. Good Lord.
You know Lopez, he's a lightweight, kind of creepy guy.
This effing guy
Man.
here.
What? I was talking about cooking.
You know Lopez, he's a
What are you
lightweight,
saying,
kind of
Figgy?
creepy guy.
I was talking about.
You know Lopez, he's a lightweight, kind of creepy guy.
We get the gist of it. I was talking about making cookies.
Okay.
Just rewind the YouTube video just a little bit just to see Lopez's reaction when he said that.
Why?
Jesus Christ.
I was talking about cooking. We need to make have her make more cookies though, for sure.
No,
the right way.
No,
I ain't gonna lie. I started through the throat slash as she was saying that.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Bengals versus Ravens tonight. This one's big. You'll hear it on Sports Radio 610. If the Bengals lose, that's important to me. I'm not looking at the Ravens. If you're looking at the Texans catching the Ravens, the only time that would be relevant is in a second round playoff matchup.
Yeah,
because they're not battling for like the 1 seed or anything like that. The only time that would be relevant is a second round playoff matchup. For me, I would just rather the cluster go backwards. So I would rather the Bengals have one more loss than the Texans, and then if the Texans win, they're a game and really more than a game up on the Bengals because they also possess the tiebreaker.
Yes,
that would be my goal.
But we are in that game now. We are, but where you are in that playoff picture, that's why the Browns game is going to be relevant because they're right ahead of you on the playoff ladder. That's why beating the Steelers was relevant because they're ahead of the Browns. That's why the Jaguars, of course, with the division and everything. And so, yeah, we're in that game now where we can look at where you are, who's behind you, and more importantly, who's in front of you.
It's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. God, you are a creep, man.
Dude, I'm giving cooking advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Internet going nuts. A clip emerges that has another fan base speaking about CJ Stroud. And, man, if the Astros managerial press conference puts you to sleep, this one's going to wake you the hell up. That's next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Robert Wood's going to call in straight off the practice field. This is always like the exciting time because you don't know when practice is going to end. You could hear it tomorrow. You could hear it right here. Never know. But you're definitely going to hear it. Another exclusive interview with one of the members of the Houston Texans, Robert Woods, today. He's getting called out right off the top for that USC cockiness he displayed last time. He's going to have to speak for it. He's going to have to speak for it right off the top. This was making the rounds yesterday. It's actually from after the draft, but this was Carolina Panthers owner Dave Tepper after the draft talking about how Carolina ended up with the number one pick and the role that Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans played in this happening.
We had a trade to go up to 2. And it was a 3-way trade with Chicago. And we were going to go up to 2. And the Texans were going to trade up to 1. Chicago was going to be down to 2. We were going to trade. So we were waiting. We had that trade kind of arranged on Wednesday, I think, Scott. Is that the timeline? I think
Wednesday.
We waited. And you have to appreciate it. Like, I come from a world where you do trades, and I don't love when trades don't happen right away. So I'm driving Scott crazy. I have to apologize to Scott for this, by the way. I'm saying, what's going on with these guys? This doesn't feel right. What's going on? And so Wednesday goes, Thursday goes, we get into Friday, and the Texans changed their mind about the trade. We got in the afternoon, it's Friday afternoon, and, Scott talked to Poles, and basically he got a value that he would accept for us to move up to 1.
Okay. My question is this, what is this, even assuming that this happened months ago, what does this do for anybody?
I don't know.
And now
I'm with you.
I think now Carolina fans are using it as, I was talking to Meltzy about this yesterday, Mike Meltzer. They're using it as, well, the owner got involved. But the reality is you still had your pick of quarterback. Are you hoping that maybe you could have been lucky and the Texans take Bryce and then you get CJ? Is that what they're hoping?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing, but I don't, why would an owner put this out? What does this do? What was this supposed to do for you?
Well, at the time, I think they're just kind of justifying their moves. They're trying to explain it and or whatever. But even in retrospect, I'm not so sure it would have changed a whole lot. That's the thing about what CJ is now and what Bryce is. It just still seems confusing for him to do this. It's bizarre.
I didn't understand.
Yeah. And why coming out now? Why is it making the rounds?
I don't know.
It seemed like a lot of people been digging up old tweets from earlier this year.
Man, I saw Walker doing that yesterday. I was like, "What are you doing, brother?"
He wasn't the only one either. Man.
I mean, all these
a bunch of people.
Everyone's pulling up their old CJ and all. It's just good for you. You got it.
Yeah,
that's good, man. Good.
I don't understand. I agree.
Pull up everything else.
I got the internet going nuts.
How about that, Blake Snell? I was so
Our
happy.
guy.
I was so
Our
happy.
guy.
I was like, good gravy. Do something, bro. He did. He did something.
Blake Snell,
He
our
won
guy.
the Cy Young.
Blake Snell, pitcher for the Padres, formerly of the Rays.
Free
and
agent.
One of our favorites because I stumbled upon, and I watched 3 hours of him playing video games because that's one of his passions. Snellzilla, big in the gaming community. And this is what it sounded like when he's talking to his buddies, streaming, playing video games.
You seem to love me now. Would you love me if I was down? And how could you still have love for me, girl? You seem to love me now.
Josh, other side. Go other side, Josh. Can you do something, bro? Did you kill a guy, Josh? Good God. Golly, bro, you don't kill people. That's the difference. I kill people. Stop following me. Push, Josh. Push. Josh! Bro, 3,000 damage. Lay on me, revive me. Lay, revive. Josh, something. Oh, my God. You're so dead. I'm as good as... Good job, Josh. Really good job.
It's so good. Cy Young, man, we bounced around the idea of him winning the Cy Young during the course of the season, and sure enough, he did. By the way, the other one,
a representative of himself.
A representative of himself. Yes, indeed, Garrett Cole. How about that?
So this is Blake Snell's second Cy Young.
Yeah.
This is his profile on Twitch. Blake Snell, Snellzilla. I played professional baseball as a pitcher with the San Diego Padres. In 2018, I accomplished my dream, winning the Cy Young Award. You can add 2 to that. On that night, I came back to the stream to give away my signed jersey in celebration of winning this award, which signified my dedication to baseball and the stream. Outside of baseball, I enjoy streaming and learning about my fans, turning them into Zilla fam. I collect shoes as a hobby, and I have over 350 pairs of kicks. I have the coolest dog on the planet, a chocolate lab named Junior, as well as a pit pup, Deuce. I will try my hardest, and I will achieve what I set my mind to. I want my stream to be a place where we can have fun and learn about each other, so come join.
Come to Houston, man.
He's going to Seattle.
Yeah. He's got his house there, right?
He's from there. He's got a house. His house is like all like badass sneakers, a basketball court, like a streaming thing, all that, fish tank. Yeah, I think he goes to Seattle. I don't know if is Seattle spending money. I think so, right?
They should. I mean, look at the division now that they're in.
He's always wanted to be a Mariner.
Especially.
Yeah, maybe he goes to Seattle. I don't know. I love Blake Snell.
I was just like so happy for him.
But dude, that dude used to show up like, because he was like in his 20s and he would show up, man, he had like big black eyes, like he didn't look like he was sleeping, and it was
probably
like,
wasn't.
He was probably up till 6 playing video games.
Yeah.
Shout out to Snellzilla.
Like Dalton Schultz last Sunday.
Hey, worked for him.
It worked.
And it worked for Blake.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of baseball and speaking of the American League West, Joe Espada's press conference, the new Astros manager, it was boring. I mean, I think even the optimistic person, it was kind of boring, which doesn't equate to wins or losses. But Ron Washington's former manager of the Rangers, now of the Angels. Did you hear this, Figgy?
I didn't.
Man, this is an OG of all effing OGs. This guy, man. Good God.
He looks it.
He is a old school dude.
Yeah.
Old school dude. Listen to Ron Washington. This is like the 3 best clips from his press conference yesterday.
And because I kept myself relevant and I kept making a difference in not only the players' lives, the people that were around me, the fans that were a part of where I was, God put me back in this position. Yes, I'm 71 years old. I still can think. I still love the game of baseball. I still love making a difference. And because of that, here I am. Here I am sitting as the manager of the Los Angeles Angels, and I couldn't be happier. And if I can give any advice to anyone out there, just because you didn't mean that you couldn't do the job. You got to keep yourself relevant. And the way you stay relevant is continuing to make a difference. And I've been making a difference. And here I am. Now I'm about to make a difference for the Los Angeles Angels. I'm Ron Washington, but the things that I can help a young baseball player understand about his career and his skill set, someone along the way gave it to me. And now I'm able to give it to them. And that's how the game of baseball continued to evolve, by giving, and I'm a giver. Once we get things together and we get these guys together in spring training and start to work, our whole focus is going to be to run the West down. And you can take that to the bank and deposit it.
can take that to the bank and deposit it. So then they did the awkward thing where you asked the 71-year-old to pull up the phone and give a message to the fans.
Oh, Lord.
And you can tell he's a little bit uncomfortable because it's like, okay, so I don't, he ain't on social media or doing anything crazy like that. So clearly the social media team said, hey, Wash, give us a message and get the fans fired up. And here is Ron Washington.
First of all, want you guys to welcome me. I appreciate it. This is a big time in my life. I was born to lead. And the main thing that we want to do is to make sure that we can bring the passion back and bring the joy and bring the wanting to leave your home and come sit and watch a tremendous baseball game, because that is exactly what we are planning on bringing back. I remember the days was the target. Now, we're going to put us back on top and become the target again. And when we become that target, we want you guys in the stands cheering us on. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be the manager of the Los Angeles Angels, and I can't wait to become a part of the biggest family, the community. Thank you.
He is that guy. And he just looks the part. He always wears those sunglasses. And
I mean, he went to 2 World Series with the Rangers.
Yeah.
I mean, and probably should have won one in 10 or 11. He's 71 years old. He's getting another chance.
Good for him.
I remember one time they asked him, like, because they used to do, like, antlers and claw. Like, claw was like if you hit, and antlers was like if you stole a base.
Yeah.
And they asked him, they're like, what's up with this? You're old school. What's up with the antlers and the claw? And he's just like, you show them wheels, you drop the antlers on them. You show the power, you drop the claw on them.
Still don't understand. I still don't understand.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, first the news, and it's got the internet going nuts right now. And then a question. Snoop Dogg. You see what he dropped today?
He's dropped everything. He will.
Well, listen to this. This is from Snoop. After much consideration and conversation with my family, I have decided to give up smoke.
It's a lie.
Well, that's the question.
That's a lie.
You see this, Figgy?
That's a lie.
Nah, I ain't see that, but that's a lie.
That's a lie.
He said he's not going to smoke anymore.
It's a lie.
This is fake. This is fake.
This is fake.
That's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's
You
fake.
know how
On my heart,
great he
on my
looks?
life, my little brother grave. I,
I mean, it's a logo, right?
Yeah, he's fine.
I mean,
I don't believe it.
He says he's giving up smoking.
Okay.
Nah.
All right. We'll see.
You think this is...
I think it's some type of promotion trick or something like that.
Exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah, he's going to be promoting something like a drink, like a weed THC drink or something. Because I heard that in Las Vegas there was like a at like one of the dispensaries. I think they told me it was called Cookies or something. There's like a Snoop Dogg pack where I heard that he sells weed like in a pack.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. But I don't know.
I can't even picture him.
Person who told me,
not
I have no
smoking
idea. I think they went with like the Ric Flair or something like that, or the
this person that told you.
Yeah, the Mike Tyson. I think they had, but they had a Snoop Dogg thing, and they have Gary Payton too.
Yeah,
person told me they got a Gary Payton. They said it was pretty good.
They told you all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said the Gary Payton was pretty good.
Was this person about 6'6"?
The person told me that there was like some drinks and stuff too.
Oh, sources.
Cookies, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
So
I got the internet going nuts.
So today is National Fast Food Day.
I didn't know that until you said that earlier.
It is National Fast Food Day. So I have a question for all my fellow fast food lovers, because I am the biggest fast food lover that there is. You name any spot, I'll tell you what I'll get. I'll tell you what not to get. You can question a lot about me. Fast food, I got you covered. So let's pretend you don't have time to make a Thanksgiving turkey.
Okay.
I asked this question on the internet. I got a lot of responses. Lots. In an emergency situation, do you trust Popeyes to cook you a Thanksgiving turkey?
Yes, I do, because they're familiar with birds. But would you trust them more than, like, say, KFC, who knows how?
Oh, for sure.
But they have the little, what are they called?
The spinning thing,
Yeah.
the rotisseries. Yeah, I would trust Popeyes.
Do they have that? Is that new?
No, they got. I don't think it spins. I just think they have the
They
oven.
do cook
got
them in the oven. Yeah, they do cook them in the oven.
And they have like the tray in there in the oven. I don't know what's going on.
I might have to go KFC.
You're crazy.
I might have to go KFC.
Well, Popeyes actually sells the turkeys, though. I don't know if KFC
I didn't know
does.
that.
Yeah, they sell Cajun turkeys.
Oh, well, then that changes my mind.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
that's why I'm asking, because they are advertising
Hell yes,
it.
then.
Yeah, they do it. That's what they do.
I love Popeyes. I was thinking in terms of like a turkey, like
Yeah.
14, 15-pound turkey or something.
Yeah, man, I would absolutely, like in an emergency situation, I'll take it a step further. Like there's some like restaurants that do it. Like if Popeyes is going to make the turkey and like put the effort into it and put the spice and stuff,
yeah,
I would do it. And you know what? I'm getting their sides though. You don't
Why
have
not?
to. Hey, I ain't tricking it up.
Why not?
We're getting big red beans and rice.
Yeah.
We're getting the big ass mashed potatoes. We're gonna get some of that mac and cheese that y'all just added to the mix.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Probably get me about 20 individual jalapenos. We're getting the biscuits.
Yeah,
getting all
Sure,
that.
Get a couple chicken wings while you there.
They got the new. Their wings go in.
The ghost pepper wing.
You know what Popeyes has the best of? When it's done right, you know what they got the best of?
What's that?
Chicken nuggets.
I don't know if I've ever had them.
Ain't close.
It's good, man.
I don't know if I've ever had them.
No, it ain't close.
My order at Popeyes is always the same. I get a 3-piece, red beans and rice, and a biscuit.
Good choice.
That's it.
Good choice.
That's it.
You dip that biscuit in the red beans and rice?
Damn right I do. Actually, I split it. One goes into the beans, and one is I just like that buttery taste.
The biscuit in the mashed potatoes it's like a must.
Yeah.
But if you like, the chicken nuggets are big, spice, like you can get them spiced up,
juicy.
Man,
yeah.
They got when they're done right, the chicken nuggets at Popeyes dunk in the face of any other chicken nuggets. I'm not talking chicken strips. Don't bring chicken strips in
Never
the mix.
had them.
Okay?
Better than Chick-fil-A nuggets.
Chicken nuggets, yes.
Okay.
Nuggets, yes. Chick-fil-A nuggets are a different kind of vibe. Chick-fil-A nuggets are like those are as consistent as it gets.
Yeah.
Those are great.
Yeah.
If you're driving in the car, Chick-fil-A nuggets are the way to go.
They're easy. Got the
Yeah.
little dipping sauce.
Get that going.
Good to go.
But Popeye's chicken nuggets, best in the game. I would definitely trust them to make a turkey. That's internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Coming up, some big news with the Houston Texans, an alleged trap. And could CJ Stroud have to do it again? We'll tell you what it is next.
loss.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
CJ Stroud's going to have to do it again. Do it again. Goodness gracious, just doesn't stop. He's gone without Robert Woods. He's won a game without him. He's won a game without Nico Collins. He's won a game without Tank Dell. Noah Brown didn't practice today, coming off a career day. Got to wonder if he's going to play. It just seems like CJ Stroud just continuously has to win without weapons, which those three letters that people keep throwing out, it seems like a case, like a strong case that you shouldn't really have to make if we're having like MVP type of discussions. Like I almost feel like the people who vote on this award, and I'm not even like hey, CJ Stroud needs to be MVP, but what annoys me is the reasons that I've heard that he's not just kind of bother me. Like that's what it is. Like I'm fatigued by MVP discussions in this town. But if you're telling me it's because he's a rookie, that's weird. And I think that if Patrick Mahomes, like let's say Patrick Mahomes, and I'll go back, like if Patrick Mahomes one game without Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and all of his top weapons and without an offensive line, I feel like that would be factored in when making a case for him. It almost seems like these guys, these voters and stuff, they're not even putting in the effort to like look at that when they talk about it. Like it's blatantly obvious. Like all these other guys have, like Mahomes has Kelce.
Yeah.
I don't know what Lamar has. I think Lamar has a good chance. I'm a big Lamar guy, but if you're going to at least take your voting serious, then I do think this needs to be factored in that he's literally won games without every single one of his weapons not named Dalton Schultz.
It's the valuable part. When they say most valuable player, how do you define valuable? I don't know if you can find a better definition of valuable in the NFL in 2023 than CJ Stroud. Like how valuable is he? Well, he's transcended. He's made the whole franchise different. He's turned the city around. He's turned the organization around. And then let's get to the valuable part on the field. He's had Damian Pierce and then Devin Singletary as his running backs. He's had Dalton Schultz at tight end with no depth at tight end. He's had a whole array of different wide receivers. And then, of course, the thing that everybody talks about a lot, he's had an offensive line that has shifted, and had different, 4 or 5 different players injured at various times, missing games at various times. What is valuable? What is more valuable than that? Throwing the ball to Travis Kelce? It's not. Like even Dak, and Dak is deservedly getting some mention here. That's a pretty damn good squad over there. And so like if you're talking about what's most valuable, it's that guy right there. And then the whole thing about I think the crutch is, well, it's a bunch of old white guys voting for MVP that used to vote like this for back in the day.
Really?
I think that's a perception that's out there. And I think that's fair. I don't even know if that's the reason. I think it's just like the culture of
because it's changed. It's all African American quarterbacks that we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's changed. No, I'm talking about the rookie thing. Like that's the way it's always been. So that's the way
we're
going.
White guys. I didn't.
No. I just meant like old guard riders. Yeah. Been around since with John Clayton and John McClain and all that stuff.
Rest in peace.
R.I.P.
Not John McClain. John Clayton.
Yeah. And so that's like, well, that's the way it's always been done. It's hard for a rookie to become MVP. Why?
The thing for me is if that's gonna be something that you hold someone against, like that's kind of unfair because sometimes like you start out hot and you never have another year like that. So like you're almost acting like, oh, he'll get it next year. There's no guarantees in that.
There's not.
Like as great as CJ Stroud is, there's no guarantee that this isn't the best year of his career. I mean, he's playing that good. Like he's playing to where we're even having this discussion. So if you're like, it almost seems like you're saying you're assuming that this level of play is either going to A, get better, or B, remain the same. And in the NFL, there's zero guarantee of that. So I don't think that's a good way to look at it.
What you're saying is it's the most valuable player except for rookies.
Yeah, the rookie thing shouldn't matter. At all.
Absolutely.
Like that's of all the things like you want to hold against, like the rookie thing shouldn't matter.
Not one bit.
Even a little bit.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'm not a big I'm not big on this. McLean votes, huh?
McLean votes.
Okay.
I was trying to find a current list of voters, and I couldn't
I'm
find
sure Peter
one.
King does.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's not just a bunch of old sports writers anymore. They have changed the list.
Yeah. Some analytics dudes,
Mhm.
that type of thing, that type of joint.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk to Robert Woods tomorrow. How about that?
Okay.
Robert Woods straight off the practice field today. We'll hear it tomorrow, which means it can be a longer interview.
Mm-hmm. That'll be good.
So he is on the field. I think he got screwed from a touchdown last week, but we'll see how. He feels about
we're
it.
definitely going to ask about that.
We'll see how he feels about that, and how he feels about his overconfidence in USC. And quite honestly, I'm kind of worried about him getting overconfident this week.
How come?
Because of what he said about USC last time we were on.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's how I'm starting this mofo off.
Mhm.
He might hang up on us after one. That's fine. I'll be good with it.
That wouldn't be good. It really wouldn't be fine.
No, I'll be fine. Be fine with it.
Yeah.
You can hang up there, sir. Fight on.
We really don't want him to hang up.
Fight on. Fight on, Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get out of here. Willbrook Plaza, Buffalo Wild Wings. Some of the best beer glasses in the game. A lot of draft beers there as well. I think they have 26 flavors, if I'm not mistaken. That commercial with the Buffalo, one of the most underrated commercials going right now. Talk to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley out there at Willowbrook Plaza. Fellas, hello.
What's good, fellas? Another beautiful thirsty Thursday out here in Willowbrook Plaza, as you said there, and we're at Buffalo Wild Wings. Good time to be had out here as we get ready for this matchup on Sunday.
Man, we talked about Cookiegate today.
I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard it. And
Wait, did you hear the recent one, or did you hear me earlier? Because I was probably harsher than you were.
I heard the recent one.
Oh, I said earlier, because no lie, no kidding. I'm just being honest. Before Tyler texted me the slime off, the potential slime off nomination, I told my wife, no kidding, because she asked what was at potluck, and she asked about like desserts, and I said I wanted some cookies. They just didn't look that good.
Yeah, I mean that. If I were Tory, I would take that a little bit more harsh than my criticism. If I'm being completely honest,
he called them hockey pucks.
Yeah, I said she wants the NHL in Houston.
Hey, Lopez,
God, guys.
Lopez, I can't back off of this one, man.
No, you can't now.
No, I get that.
You would lose all credibility. You
man,
would lose all credibility if you backed off it now.
But he just stop. Like to go to her. You did not have to go eat another cookie.
No, I heated it up, and the microwave actually worked tremendously.
No, just let it go. now, she knows you don't like the cookie, and then when you heat it up and say, "Oh, it's good," she knows you're lying. Just let it go.
No,
but I wasn't. But I honestly 100% wasn't. Once, literally, I don't care. I told him yesterday, Locke. It doesn't matter what's in that cookie. It doesn't matter the taste. It doesn't matter the flavor. Lopez. It doesn't matter if they fingered the dough too damn long. It doesn't matter if they put it in the fridge. If it's hard, I'm out.
Well, doing the dough the right way softens the cookie. That's why I recommended that to her.
That's right. And I put it in the microwave for about 10 seconds.
I know you.
Lopez, you recommended something to her?
Oh yeah, he recommended.
Oh my God!
I told her to make another batch.
It's even worse than that.
Oh.
No. He acted about as creepy as you can
I
act at the
did
end of
not.
it. Okay.
I did not.
Y'all listen to the slime off tomorrow at 1:20. Clint, you're off the hook. No. This was an HR.
No.
This was an old school HR violation if I've ever heard it.
I was giving her some advice on how to keep them from getting hard, and she said I also challenged her to make another batch. The right, with a couple of
that poor girl is never going to do anything.
I heard that part.
Ever going to do anything? Oh my God!
Well,
listen, ain't no punchline to that joke. She is hurt. Her feelings are. Yeah, I checked in on her late. Not real late. I don't want to get an HR violation, but I just checked in and said, "Hey, man, I hope everything is all right." Right,
Hey,
don't be afraid to make some more cookies.
Lock Dog, just to go, if you want to go with a certain theme tomorrow in your slime off, listen to the very end of that and listen to where my partner over here took it.
Yeah,
I mean, there could be a double slime there.
I know slime.
I think y'all are both safe.
I'm just telling you, man.
I don't know, Lock Dog. You better listen.
I'm just telling. I mean, the look in her eyes. She just looked like she's going to take her frustrations out on somebody, and I believe it was going to be her boyfriend in a very nasty way.
I'm getting out of here. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right, fellas. The Drive is live, and we're in the building here. And come on out here, Willowbrook Plaza. As it's always going to be a good time. Always going to be a good time out here. Hey, my gym's down the street, about 4 minutes away.
Did you get in it today?
No, I didn't get in it.
Oh,
but
okay.
I mean, down the
You're just going to tell us about that?
Yeah, it's just down the street, man. You know this ain't my day.
I mean, I figured you would have scheduled accordingly, man.
Nah, man, I just ain't got no shower. Yeah, man, it's down the street though, so the folks might come and slide in. So I'll make sure I get all my eating out the way before they get here. But no, man.
Reddy's already had that chip and dip trio. He's already had a couple cold beers.
I did not have any of those things. However, I did have the boneless wings that you can get buy one get one all day long here. So you can partake and have a good time out here with us. Remember, if you come on out, and if anybody is in the building, right now, chance to win multiple prizes today, including the first thing we will hook you up with is a $25 Visa gift card. All right, you can spend that anywhere. $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do, sign your name right here and put it in the raffle bowl, and we will hook you up. 4 different prizes for you to win here, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Shout out to our good friends here at Buffalo Wild Wings as they hook us up and take care of us every single Thursday. Shout out to our good friends at Bud Light.
Hey, can I thought that chair was it's too early to be doing that right there.
That chair was a little higher, didn't you?
I leaned over like I was going to lean on this chair and give Ron a piece of my mind, and that damn chair was a normal. That chair was a little lower than I thought. Is it me or is Buffalo Wild Wings is going for a little something here? We've kind of, I feel like we've maybe kind of flirted with it before with our make a bad decision, and maybe we flirted with it with old boy and his gal when they were at the bar.
They made a decision.
Heavy petting on each other. I'm a guy, Ron. I don't like glow stick clubs.
Okay.
Right. I'm a lounge guy.
I like a good lounge. That's where I've turned since I hit. There's an age where I hit the lounge.
I don't know why, but I've always been a lounge guy. I like to be able. Back in the day, I like to be able to use my best weapon, which is my mouthpiece. But I like to just kind of chill and have a good time. And the lighting was always.
I'm still at a place where I would accept a twerk. But go ahead. I hear.
Sure.
Still.
Yeah. To be fair, that can happen in a lounge. But the point is like, is it me or does damn near every Buffalo Wild Wings we go to have some lounge lighting going on?
They set the mood, right?
Yeah.
They set the mood, right?
I mean, this is how strong. Like something about, and it's damn near every Buffalo Wild Wings we've been to. It's a tad bit of a mood.
Kind of got the lights down a little bit.
I like it, and I preface
listen, they trying to get people to get in here and make a bad decision. Like these two gonna make a bad decision. Tapped her on their side.
Yeah.
Look at him.
I mean, I got a feeling if they stay too long, there may be some petting going on. But
there you go.
I mean, it's something about the lighting
Boy,
in
Tyler, I
these
wish
joints
you could see it.
that, and I'm being dead ass serious, by the way. I mean, it's something about the lighting that just sets the place off.
Tell you right now, if they just had that.
I never noticed that about Buffalo Wild Wings before.
If they just had that Justin Timberlake set the mood right music, that song, that particular song, by the way, that's the song I took the garter off my wife.
With your teeth?
With my teeth. My wife's uncle told her dad, said, Stan, you might want to walk away on this one. I don't think you want to watch this one. They're setting the mood now.
Since you say that, Ron, I would imagine these fine folks at Buffalo Wild Wings, I would imagine that if you wanted to come in and have you a couple of cold pops or a couple of mixed drinks or whatever it is you fancy, I would imagine that you could probably get whatever you want played in here, whatever tune you want played in here.
Yeah, they're open. I'm sure they're open. So, but come get a part of this light. You know, you can have a good time out here as as we certainly will today. We'll get you ready for big game coming up between the Texans as they'll host the Cardinals. And CJ Stroud, he spoke yesterday, and he had something to talk about because we've heard D'Amico talk about it. Hey, that rep poison, move on past all the bouquets of flowers that's been thrown your way, and nobody for the Texans is getting it more than C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud.
Rightfully so.
Yes, and he has deserved every single bit of it, but he is getting the treatment of MVP. You don't hear that from rookies, and the treatment of, I mean, I've heard a good two people this week say he is playing the quarterback position better than anybody in the league. Like, that's the highest praise that you can get, especially at his age.
I'll tell you, I've not watched everybody in the league, but if there's anybody playing it better, then I need somebody to hit me in the DMs and let me know. Well, I mean, but look, really any of the 4 weeks in which he's been allowed to cook, 4 or 5 weeks that he's been allowed to cook. Ron, I've said it for the last month. It is unbelievable the way in which he is garnering the attention, the way in which he is his stats are exploding. It's not just your typical, because you and I have talked about this before. The stat thing is blown way out of proportion when you're a foot chasing, right? Like when you end the season and you've got 4 or 5 wins, or let's say you even get to 500 or 8 wins, whatever.
Like Sam Howell. Sam Howell is like second or third in the league in passing.
And he is chasing. It's every single game. I mean, it's just there's a huge difference in, like I always talk about it back in the day with Tim Couch. He was in an air raid system, and they won or lost with the pass game. Like his stats were legit because whether they were up by 20 or down by 20, they were throwing the leather off of it, right? If my stats were up, I was in a run-first football team with run-first offense. If I threw it 50-something times, and I did that multiple times in the season, the only reason that happened was because we were chasing. Now my stats were probably through the roof of it. So that there's more context needed. C.J. Stroud is throwing up crazy stats, some of the best in the league. And the way in which he is doing it, sure, he's had to chase a couple of games. They've been tight ball games down the stretch. But the way in which he's doing it with that intermediate pass game, everything's out of his hand on time. It's unbelievable accuracy. The level of difficulty on every throw is through the roof. It's not it's not like defenses are out there just giving him a bunch of easy stuff.
Well,
it's wild, man.
In particular, the last 2 weeks, it has been pass first, starting with him. And running it through the passing game from start to finish, and that's odd to say, even with 30 carries for Singletary, but that's the thought, and I think people are wondering how is CJ going to deal with that, because this is all the way to the top. There were things earlier against Jacksonville and Pittsburgh. Oh, look how CJ's playing now this week. Hey, man, you're ahead of Joe Burrow. You're ahead of Mahomes. You're ahead. Like, people are saying that. The wonder is, how does he continue to respond to that? And are there any concerns that might be an issue? Here was CJ speaking to that in his press conference yesterday about how to handle these situations of all the positivity going his way.
For me, just keep working, man. Like, it's cool to have people recognize some of the things that I've done, or as the team as we've done. I don't think it's just me, but it's really cool to see, especially the vets and people reach out or say something on Twitter or whatever. And I have people who text me stuff and things like that. So I really appreciate that. It doesn't go unnoticed, but I still at the same time I want more. I want to do better. I want to be as complete as I can. Because this game is a process, and I know that every week I have to bring it. So. And I'm not being treated as a rookie anymore, so people are bringing their A game because they want to knock me off whatever they think, so for me, I just really want to keep getting better and better and keep that chip on my shoulder and just keep grinding.
All right, and I think we could all this is a good conversation that everybody can jump in. You can jump in on YouTube and Twitch, obviously on the text line 713-572-4610, Clint Tyler as well. That's the thing, is how is he going to react to that? CJ Stroud reacts to this or responds to this in a negative fashion, or this goes south in any way because of all of the love, all of any of this getting to his head?
I've got one concern with CJ Stroud.
You have one.
And it's a woman. It's the woman. Right now, I am absolutely convinced that there's no level of success. There's no praise that can be heaped upon CJ Stroud and his play that's going to change the way he approaches the game, the way he handles the locker room, the way that he is one of the dudes in the way in which he approaches the game. I am as convinced that this is the real CJ. This is who you're going to get day in, day out.
You ever been tricked before?
Oh, hell yeah, I've been tricked before.
Did Deshaun trick you?
Yes.
At the beginning, if we'd have said this in the first, you remember Deshaun had it.
Yes.
He wasn't winning like this, but Deshaun had.
Yes.
You followed him in college, and if Deshaun said, had this was a question to you after that first year, would you have said the same thing right now about Deshaun?
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Tyler, Tyler, you in that camp?
Yes, for sure.
Deshaun would have tricked you?
I don't know anybody that wouldn't say that. He was very convincing with it as well.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
I think CJ's given what took over and given the way that his head coach is pouring into him and backing him and supporting him instead of telling everybody that he don't know what, that rookies don't know what they don't know kind of deal. So I'll say that I think it's happening a little bit faster and probably at a little bit stronger pace for C.J. Stroud than it did for Deshaun Watson. But again, back to my point, and I didn't mean to take it to the Deshaun Watson route. Actually, I was watching a David Beckham documentary last night, and when Posh Spice came along, he completely changed his approach to the game, and that got me to thinking about this topic right here. Ron was like, damn, this kid was brought up in it. David, all he ever thought about was soccer. Nothing distracted him. The minute he saw Posh Spice, whoop, it became a problem. Now, he could still ball. The moral of the story was that he was the only person that a lot of those guys had met that could keep their game up and steal ball. But there's no question he was distracted. No question he was distracted and not sleeping well and not eating right and not in the right mindset. That's the only concern that I have. There it is. Ron, look, you hear Tyler? I said something about them Spice Girls. He got excited right
ready.
there.
Tyler's ready.
That is the only thing that concerns me. And while the fact that you know the words to Spice Girls, one, doesn't surprise me.
Proud of you.
There
Let
is,
it out.
Ron, there is, all joking aside, I'm in a little bit of a pickle here because you brought up Deshaun. I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, no, that's what I'm here for.
But the point is clearly Deshaun's issues and problems, and it involves the attraction, the desire of a female. Same. That's my point. It's like I don't have any worries about CJ Stroud. I don't have any of them like Deshaun Watson, by the way. I don't mean to put those two in the same sentence. But like with CJ Stroud, my only concern is because this dude, he's a good-looking dude. He's balling. He's out and about hanging out with dudes like Tom Brady. And really whoever the hell he wants to hang out with, he got a
handshake and a hug from LeBron last week.
It's going to be thrown at him. It's thrown at him in a way of not like college where, hey, let's just go have a good time, have some drinks. It's going to be thrown at him in a way of like, hey, man, Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce type stuff. Like there is going to be tremendous opportunity for him in that area, and that's the only concern I have is. One of them get their claws. The wrong one get their claws in our guy CJ. I'm gonna be shaking in my boots. But until then, I got zero worries, big fella.
Yeah, any concerns about CJ? Like he is getting a huge amount of praise, huge amount of everything thrown his way. Any concern about this in any way reacted negative? Clint, listen, I've been tricked. Deshaun tricked me. He's not the only one that has tricked people. I think the big thing about him was, and where he tricked me, in which I will be tricked again on CJ, is I think CJ is when you say a woman, I just think CJ seems to be a really, really, really good decision maker. Right, and now, as I said, I will be tricked again because I would not have thought. But I just think he will. I think he will make the proper decisions, and anything going to his head, you could just hear that. I don't think that's something. I don't think he's built that way.
Right.
But I think CJ will make the proper decision.
Well, let me be clear. I'm not talking about poor decisions like Deshaun Watson made. I'm talking of like, you know, once something becomes a priority over the love of your life, football, then your actions change and your priorities change, and you know, that's going to come sooner rather than later for CJ Stroud, I believe. I don't believe the dude's going to play ball in the league for 10 years and never have a significant other.
Yeah.
And that's eventually going to happen, and at that point in time, is the game still the priority? Is the locker room still the priority? That is the focus still there, or have you mixed up with one that likes to take the focus off of the game?
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I think he's a good. Like we watched Mahomes. Mahomes she's been there the whole time and that has not stopped him from being who he is. Even Tom had been through multiple ones. That has not stopped him from being who he is. So like I said, I think CJ is a good overall decision maker in terms of what it is that has to keep him at a certain level. Now I will be tricked because we've said I would have said all of these things about Deshaun Watson year one at his time being with the Texans, but I'll be tricked.
Yeah,
I would be shocked from CJ if something happened, even in this short period of time.
My point is more of I have zero worries about him. I'm in a spot where I'm just buying what the dude's putting down. I believe it is. I believe he's got that I'm in love with the game and literally.
But not that I'm in love with the stripper.
Well, yeah, that's a different song. But yes, to your point, I do believe that's there. I have zero worries, man. I don't think he's going to David Beckham us anytime soon anyway.
No,
What?
Did it really go south when he got with?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, look, I'm only one episode in, but David Beckham, like his teammates are talking about it.
Like he was that big of a problem.
He went to where he was driving 4 hours to see her and hanging out with her for 30 minutes and then turn around and driving back when he had a game the next morning at 11 a.m.
She was something else, man.
Yeah, no, that documentary is.
What you mean? What the hell, man? You ain't been that in love, Tyler? Come on, man.
No, I have. She was in Waco.
I don't know that I've ever been in that.
What? I was kidding. I didn't think you really had that one.
I've been in that in lust.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
Food Tyler said she was in Waco.
She was beautiful. I was head over heels, and I traveled to Waco way too often to go see her for way too little time.
Listen, Tyler
didn't take that long, huh, Bub?
I try to stop Tyler, man. Tyler makes me so nervous. Tyler makes me so nervous. I know the past is in the past, but he really, like, when he gets into it, I listen to it from Megan's point of view, and I'm thinking, I bet she's just thinking, will you shut your ass up? See,
probably.
Tyler sounds like he went to Waco. Like, in his mind, he just slid back to Waco.
Oh, I traveled there just now from this booth.
Maybe that's just me because maybe it's just me because I had a smooth silent treatment for about a week because I got a little aggressive about my feelings about Candace Parker for about 2 or 3 days on the air. I got a smooth silent treatment.
We all do things when we're young and horny, man.
Yeah, I know it, but I want you to slow up just a bit, man. I just want you to slow up.
Just don't talk about it 5 years later on the radio.
Please, man.
It's fine.
I think it's great, man.
Just gloss over it. You really get.
I think you should take us inside the dorm room in Waco. I think you should. I think
we
you should
can
take
do
us
that later on.
inside the dorm room.
She had an apartment. She had an apartment, Tyler.
She did. She had an apartment.
She had an apartment.
Was it a
her family had
one-bedroom or
money.
two-bedroom?
It was she lived by herself. It was a 1-bedroom.
Two power families
that's
coming
great.
together, huh?
Where'd your buddy that rode with you? Where'd he sleep?
You know he didn't do that.
I was by myself, man. I was up in Waco taking care of business.
Okay, let's get out of here. All right, come on out as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
I bet Tyler was slanging and banging all over Waco.
Yeah, Baylor Bear got her claws in me now. It's a thirsty Thursday, baby.
This guy's over here laughing. Why don't you go make a bad decision today, sir? You got a tall boy. Get somebody in here. Look her up. You got an old one from Waco. I'm just playing, man. Don't do that. All right, coming up next. I got a question about an athlete here in Houston that may be on your bad side. I think it's been enough time. I feel like there's a real discussion that needs to be had. We will do that coming up next right here on The Drive. But it is getting to be that time. A week from today is Thanksgiving. And Texas Star Grill Shop has you covered because it is the Smoking a Turkey headquarters. No joke. They had a great event last Saturday to be exact, where they
Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook Plaza. Here's the Hughley.
Tucker sends one to right field. Back goes Santander. All the way back and gone. He did it. He did it. A grand slam in the ninth. What an at-bat by Kyle Tucker. King Tuck is now invading by sea. Wow.
Has it been long enough? Has it been long enough? Are you still pissed off at Kyle Tucker? Has it been?
Yes.
Has it been long enough? Tyler, you're still there.
He better be in a damn batting cage right now.
I hope so, man. I hope he's not just somewhere eating ice cream, man. That's eating ice cream and watching rom-coms. Maybe that's just me when I get sad. But no, man. Has it been enough time? Like, we're sitting here as we are live here, and if you are in the building, you just walked in, sign up. You got a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in our bowl here, and you will have a chance to win. We've got 4 different prizes today. First thing we'll be hooking up is a $25 Visa gift card. That'll be coming up here in about 30 minutes. So if you're in the building anywhere, even across the wall back there, you can come out and have a chance to win multiple prizes today on the show. But we're approaching a month. 25 days since the Astros season ended, Game 7, when Tyler and Megan went to the game to start the Milner curse.
Why you got to mention that?
Yeah, man. Hope you're considering staying
I told you yesterday I'd think about it. I'm still thinking about it. As of now, I'm going to the damn game on Sunday.
Just do the right thing. Go watch that movie, too, while you're at it. But it's been about 25 days since it ended. And I feel like that's a good enough time maybe to get away from your initial anger at Kyle Tucker, because he has got to be one of the number one guys there that people have issues with. Hale Clint was ready to take the Silver Slugger Award away from him and give it to
I mean, I just feel like regular season awards are like everybody gets a trophy.
I think a bit of that is because you were upset with them. Of him not showing up, subconsciously not showing up.
Well, yeah, if he'd have shown up in the playoffs, and it wouldn't
give
even
it to Adolis Garcia. Just give it to him. I got to take it from him. But this is what I wonder from people. 713-572-4610, and I want to get it from you guys. It's been a little while. The MVP is going to come out, I think, today or tomorrow, and I'm guessing he is going to be in the top 5, finish in the top 5, most definitely in the top 10. But I think he's going to finish in the top 5. As a Silver Slugger Award winner in right field, in the outfield, in the AL, leading the league in RBIs. Do you want the Astros to sign Kyle Tucker to a long-term deal this offseason?
Yes.
It's been long. You didn't even think about that. 713-572-4610. The people out there, are you with it? You say, go do it, sign up, despite what happened in the postseason. Are you at a place you would love for Jim Crane, Dana Brown to say, hey, turn big money done for Kyle Tucker?
Absolutely. Look, if you've got Kyle Tucker and you've got Yordan Alvarez in the middle of this lineup, you can do work. Period. That's where I'm at. I don't know. Altuve's getting a little bit older. Obviously, we have no idea what they're going to do with Bregman. Pena, we're a year removed away from the ALCS and World Series MVP.
I think we've forgotten about that.
Look, the further we get removed from that, the less meaningful it's going to be. And you don't have an everyday center fielder. You don't have an everyday left fielder. At the end of the day, you're talking about a pillar that you can build around. And I think Yordan Alvarez is number 1, but I firmly believe that Kyle Tucker's number 2, yes.
Yeah, from the text line, before I get to you, Tyler, from the text line, because, Tyler, you're emotional right there. He was the one that was right in front of you when you started taking photos and videos right there. I remember Tucker right there, and people were trying to do everything they could to get him going in the playoffs. and he couldn't do it. But here's some people on the text line. Sign Tucker to 10 years right now. Hell yes, sign him. No, I can't sign somebody who doesn't perform when it matters. Kyle Tucker is the James Harden of the playoffs, so no. Yes, I believe if you remove Tucker from the lineup last year, the Astros missed the playoffs. I'm with you. So most people, I would say, there's been about 10 here in the last couple of seconds say sign him, but there are some who are still struggling to sign him because you know what he's going to command. He's coming off, I know what the postseason was, but he's coming off of a potential top 5 MVP finish in the American League, led in RBIs. It had a monster season, almost 30 for 30. All right, had over 30 steals, 29 home runs. It's going to command big money, but I'm just curious if we've far enough removed for Astros fans to get there. Tyler, are you signing him?
I'm still mad at him, but yes.
You have to. I mean, you have to, right?
Yes, you got to, man.
You have to, because Tyler too. Look, I mean, we
you can't let 2-3 weeks.
But I mean, you don't have the luxury right now, unless there's just several guys down in the system that in the minors that we don't know about. You don't have the luxury right now of we got guys that'll fill the voids, man. At some point, you got to change course and keep some of these guys in house, man. And Tucker's just one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to. I mean, you get a guy that is, 26 years old? He's 26 at this point and put together the season he put together. You can't, I mean, you just can't. You have to make it because, as you said, where does this team look like if you don't have him?
And who's going to be your right fielder?
Yeah, and now you got to go pay somebody to replace that.
And guess what? You're going to have to, if you don't re-up Bregman, you're going to have to find a third baseman. And if Abreu gets, if he just is, at any point in time, he could definitely decide he wants to retire. Right? I mean, you already feel like you need to do something in center field. Your left fielder in Michael Brantley is gone. He's done. I mean, like there's just too many voids to fill for you to create another one by letting a homegrown guy bounce. I think Kyle Tucker's got to be one of the two pillars that you build this lineup around.
Absolutely.
For the foreseeable future. And I'm all about Payne. The other thing here is, look, there is no doubt that Kyle Tucker struggled. But that was a struggle like it wasn't just, hey, it's the playoffs. There was an uptick in the opponent. There was an uptick in pitching. Like, he was in a bad place.
You feel like it was more than just a slump?
Yeah. It was definitely a slump. But
some people could say it was a slump that just happened at the wrong time.
Correct.
Because
that's where I'm going with it is he was lost. He was searching. It wasn't like I don't feel like he's a guy that swings it really well and then just got in the playoffs and boy, it just.
This isn't. Yeah, James Harden. That's not fair.
I agree.
We got to get.
Agreed.
Like, tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler. If I'm like, I don't remember him having a poor postseason, the World Series year.
No, it wasn't poor.
No, I mean he wasn't Jordan. Nobody was.
Sure.
But I mean, he wasn't. It wasn't. You weren't sitting there like, damn, he is killing you. I mean, Altuve was.
He didn't just go missing like he did this previous playoff run.
Yes. What is the deal with the Astros' second best player in the year? Long stretch to the playoffs. 2 years ago was Altuve, but yeah, you got to, man. And I could see maybe some people still. Somebody texted in, I need more time. I'm not ready. Someone said I'm not ready to sign him or Framber. I need more time. Now Framber's a different story. Framber's a bit scary. All right, coming up, I want to revisit something that Clint talked about yesterday with Kyler Murray as the starter for the Cardinals now versus Josh Dobbs, who had been the starter most of the year. We'll get into that discussion coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Gear up for this holiday season. We're in it, y'all. Gear up for this holiday season at Academy Sports and Outdoors, and you can score great prizes.
and he has the ability, most guys say step up in the pocket, but he has that ability to retreat back in the pocket and still circle the defense. So you talk about elusiveness, you talk about the speed, just a dynamic athlete.
That was D'Amico Ryans talking about Kyler Murray, and that is the task that his defense has in front of them coming up on Sunday versus the Arizona Cardinals. And Clint, you said this, and I decided to take it home. Took it home with me. You said it yesterday. Would you rather see Josh Dobbs, who has been the quarterback for most of the year for the Cardinals, before they traded him to Minnesota, who is somehow 2-0 in Minnesota, not even knowing where the locker room is at his home stadium? Did you take the recently returned Kyler Murray, who came back last week, helped lead them to a walk-off field goal win against the Atlanta Falcons last week? Who would you rather have? And immediately I'm like, no, man, it's the talent. The talent. Kyler Murray was the number 1 overall pick. He is flirted in the middle of the year where CJ is right now. He's been in the middle of the year being talked about as an MVP candidate multiple times. And he's one of the better talents, arm talents in the league, Clint. And so I went home, thought about it, watched a little bit more, watched more of his game last week. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I gotta admit it, fellas. I'm highly concerned about Kyler Murray in this game on Sunday. I'm highly concerned.
Hold on, so
see if Tory's cookies were 4.5 yesterday, I'll say I'm at a 7.5 of concern with Kyler Murray. I'm at a 7.5, much more higher than Tory's cookies, but I'm at a 7.5 concern level with him. Last week, his first week back, he was more sharp than I thought he'd be, and the thought is he'll just feel more comfortable in this offense and better a second time out. He still looked like the guy that could use his legs to make plays. He still showed to be the guy to make throws that are very difficult throws. He's with his legs to create time to get guys open. Listen, I'm not saying I think the Cardinals are going to win the game or anything like that, but Kyler Murray in particular, I am highly concerned about him because I was surprised how well he looked in his first week out. So I'm a little concerned about Kyler Murray.
Well, look, it's obviously it's always a challenge when you've got a guy like Kyler Murray with that skill set. It's always a different challenge to defend his legs and defend his style.
Don't you? I hate the guy when you do everything right and they can still hurt you.
Yeah, but I love the guy that when they do everything right, the slant, the first play of the game, he misses a slant. I mean, it's wide open, and he misses a slant. I like the guy that does those kind of things and puts his team in 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 2. And now, look, a lot of my opinion on this has to do with being his first game back, being in a system we've never seen him. He's never played in. This isn't would I rather have Josh Dobbs or would I rather have Kyler Murray? To me, it's all things considered, the scenario exactly the way it is right now. Would you rather play the Arizona Cardinals with Kyler Murray or Josh Dobbs? Josh Dobbs would be in Week 10, having played all year. Kyler Murray is coming back in Game 2 after 1. So I understand that a lot of the stuff that I just mentioned, even some of the stuff where he held the football, a lot of that is because, hey, man, he ain't played all year. Hell, he hadn't played.
But some of it's him. Some of it he's gonna hold it because he thinks he can make plays.
Right.
And then and he does at times, and that does make me a bit nervous. Him and his connection with the McBride fella, that surprised me. That they were able to, that he was able to put things in. He makes a huge play down in that final drive where they take the lead. There's a 3rd and 10. Got to have it first down. And he gets pressure immediately. The blitz works. He spins out of this thing and runs 30 yards to get the first down, well past the first down, and just made a play that wasn't there.
Yeah, look, I think it's always a challenge when you play Kyler Murray, but Josh Dobbs of today is a challenge as well, a very similar challenge in terms of having to defend his arm and his legs. And so I just look at all things considered right now. I would prefer to play Kyler Murray than Josh Dobbs right now with Arizona, and I'm glad they're catching him week 2 being back instead of week 8 being back. And I really like this matchup with Kyler Murray holding the football. Kyler Murray doing some of that stuff DeMeco Ryans just talked about, retreating. He's going to make a couple of big plays here. There's no question about it. But when it's all said and done, I just believe against this defense and a DeMeco Ryans coach defense, I believe that's going to bite him in the tail more than it's going to help him.
Yeah, it was just a mix of it was a mix in there where, they were. It was up there for stretches where, bam, he's getting the thing out quick.
Yeah,
and the area that they were really hurting was the middle of the field, and then McBride, that tight end. There was a drive where he got the snap, drop back, bam, hit the tight end, and they did that like 2 or 3 times in the drive to get 10, 15 yards. And that guy is one to watch. 85. He is an athlete.
Yes.
That they got to look at. I was so like his number. If you go look at his numbers aren't like incredible. Like
McBride, you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Kyler.
Okay, yeah.
In game 1, it's 240 something like that. It wasn't completion percentage wasn't great, but for his first game back, the way that he looked. In a new system, His first game back, it was like, whoa, that's one game in. What is he going to look like, week 2? You would assume that he plays better in week 2. So, yeah, I watched that. I watched a lot more of that Falcon game, and it made me a little nervous. I know Tyler told me to just calm down. Calm down. Kyler's what'd you call him, a crybaby?
He's just a baby that runs pretty fast. That's it. Just a big-headed, little annoying baby.
You're so disrespectful. And see, it was bad enough when you said a baby that runs fast, and then you had to throw the big head comment in there.
I was a big head baby. It's all right.
That's exactly
because he knows the head.
He stole my thunder right there. I seen them babies. You type that noggin you got.
He's always ready. He's ready to respond on that, on the big head thing. Text in. 610 is too worried about Kyler. LOL. I'm not saying he can't lose. We can't lose, but we just beat Burrow and the Bengals. Relax. No.
How long ago were those Panthers game?
I don't appreciate that generalization right there. I just told you that I'd be more worried about Dobbs right there.
It's not everybody. I think I heard Landry, Lopez, and Brandon Scott had some concerns about this too. Like I said, how many? Lamar is mobile. Who else? Is that really it? The mobile quarterbacks they've really had to face this year. They haven't really had to.
Oh, that the Texans have had to face?
The Texans. I guess Baker a little. Oh, Anthony Richardson. That didn't go well.
That did not go well
at the start of it. But he's not running like that. But yeah, that's the other part is Lamar, Anthony Richardson. They right out of the gate. Now they're a different defense right out of the gate. That's just an element that.
Yeah, well, and I think it will be similar to what we as fans saw week 1, where there wasn't a whole lot of Lamar Jackson designed runs. Yeah. I just watched the entire first half of that Arizona game, and I didn't see one designed run.
He got one. The touchdown he got at the end of the half was designed. Yeah, he had
So there's just you're not going to get a heavy dose of that. Everything that Kyler's going to do with his feet, the majority of what he's going to do with his feet is going to be off script, off schedule, and like DeMeco said, sometimes dude scrambles back behind the line of scrimmage and then tries to make a play, and he's going to make some of those.
Yeah.
But boy, when he doesn't, and they end up getting him on the ground, it's impossible to overcome it.
Yeah, there was a 3rd and 30. There was a 3rd and 30 in that game from the text line. I do disagree with this. He just he runs around and gets lucky. Yeah, I don't think he just gets lucky. It happens too much for it just to be getting lucky. But yeah, I'm a little concerned. All right. I got to be honest with you, fellas. We talk about this here coming up. I'm almost shocked by this. One of the biggest stories in sports has come to a head, and I am surprised that it is over. We'll discuss that coming up next on the other side.
All right, who's ready for a quick trip east, y'all?
available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, before we get into it, first we want to let you know we are here live. Live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Meadowbrook Plaza. Come on out, Willowbrook Plaza, come on out and enjoy yourself with us. We got good folks there. Got Kendon came out and had a good time. We got people out here taking shots and playing cards out here. It's a good time out here, man. Good time out here. My man just disrespected me and said, hey, Ryan, nice to meet you. Then walked away and said, hey, show. I said, dog, man. He going to give me like that. No, man, but come on out. And as I said, here after this segment ends, if you're in the building and you have not, we will be hooking someone up with their first prize, $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in our raffle box. As soon as this segment ends, we will hook somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card here in about 15 minutes. All right, Clint and Tyler, this has been resolved. I'm to be honest with you, I am surprised that he stood down and Michigan stood down. But a statement from Michigan, Clint and Tyler, this morning the university, Coach Harbaugh, and the Big Ten resolved their pending litigation. The conference agreed to close its investigation, and the university and Coach Harbaugh agreed to accept the 3-game suspension. Coach Harbaugh, with the university's support, decided to accept the sanction to focus on our student athletes and their performance on the field. So somebody got to Jim Harbaugh and said, stand down, just take these 2 more games. So they've agreed to it. I thought he was going to fight this thing to the hilt. I thought they were going to be in court. He talked about it all week, trying to get to Friday so he could have, as he called it, due process. But they have made the decision, and he is standing down, and Jim Harbaugh will miss Saturday's game against Maryland and then the big one against Ohio State.
I can't believe it's taken this long. I've told this story before. I got into a lawsuit one time by choice. I had to sue some folks. And my attorneys came back to me and said, you do realize that when you do this, like, you got to open up your books. Like, they can investigate anything and everything, your phone records, anything and everything you got. They can investigate it. They can go through everything. They can request it. And I said, wait a minute, all my personals, yeah, oh yeah, everything that you got, they can come
use that.
And look, not that anybody's going after. I don't imagine anybody can go after Jim Harbaugh personally, but anything that is university related is free game when you're getting investigated. I'm surprised that it took Michigan this long. I've never met a coach. I've never met a college coach that was just like, oh, to hell with it, man. Come on in and investigate whatever you want. They don't want people meddling in their business. They don't want people knowing, how they recruit, what they recruit, how much they really spend on recruits, what NIL, the communications with transfer portal, NIL, all that jive. I'm shocked that it took this long to end the investigation, but I'm not surprised that the investigation was ended and Jim Harbaugh still has his suspension.
Yeah, I thought Jim. Listen, everything you're saying makes sense. I thought Jim and Michigan were crazy enough to just, we're going to fight this thing.
Well, they made us all believe that.
They just came up, Clint. They weren't budging. Like their responses were just like spitting in their faces. Like, no, man, we're not. And Jim's, like I said, Jim's been talking all week. Let's get to Friday so I can give my side of the story. Because I said it last week when we were sitting at O'Neill's and this drop. Like, they're getting off.
Yeah.
It seems like they're getting off easy to the point where you said here, listen, we've already done some some manner of investigation that resulted in your suspension earlier this year.
Yeah.
In your recruiting practices. Do you want us to dive into more? And they were like, go to hell.
Yeah.
No, we ain't going down. Jim's coaching.
Clearly they weren't, Ron, right? I mean, they let us all to believe that they were, but the way that works is okay, well, now we're going to appeal. Okay, they'll decide, and they decide. They either didn't decide or they decided to hold up at least the one game. And then all of a sudden,
there had to have been some, Clint, where somebody at the Big Ten, somebody said, now listen, do you really want us to do this? Because this is this.
No,
this
I'm going to tell you how it works. Hey, all right, we're fixing to investigate. Here's the list of things that we need access to by Friday. We need all the phone records. We need to be able to get in your phone record, coach got. We need to get in all this information, and then you have till. What is today? Thursday? You have till Thursday to get that information to us. And then Jim Harbaugh and company, they sit around, they roundtable that thing, and they go, man, I don't know if I want these dudes digging in all that, man. What do y'all think? Yeah, we better not. All right,
you got something hidden?
Let's go. Yeah, we do. You know I got something hidden. You know you've been in all these.
There's something that they don't that we don't need out.
Y'all know how we're spending this NIL money.
Because that's not what they were like. Look, we got stuff.
Yes, indeed.
We got stuff on all the other teams in the Big Ten. You want to open up this can of worms? We got something in it.
Yeah, that was a can of worms. I don't believe Jim.
They tried to push that right.
I was shocked because of how aggressive they were initially.
They were aggressive.
It led me to believe that they had a case for him for it just to be dismissed and him to be able to coach that last week versus Penn State. But now this makes,
because they took it to court Friday night to try to get something happen
to appeal it. Yeah. So I mean, but this makes all the sense, because I don't care if you're a college coach or a CEO in corporate America. You don't want nobody digging through your books. You don't want nobody talking to your people. When it's all said and done, I'm willing to bet you that today was a deadline for them to get them access to all that. And they had to make a decision. Either we give them access or we go ahead and accept these 3 ball games.
I feel like Michigan's got to be getting into, hey, let's lay low a little bit here. Like let's cool it out.
It'll probably do them some good to have Harbaugh off TV for 3 days.
Somebody. See, I don't think Jim wanted to quit. I feel like somebody had to talk Jim into this. Jim to me seems crazy enough to say to him. I feel like somebody had to tell Jim to stand down.
I'd be willing to bet you're upwards of 70% of coaches risk them finding something that'll cost you your job.
He comes off so much so, Clint, that he's he's delusional. like not even that he doesn't care, that I don't think he believes he's done anything wrong. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like this. I don't think he believes he's done anything wrong.
He may not believe that he did anything wrong according to the
so let's fight it.
Recruiting, but his ass knows that he's at the very least straddled some lines on that on what all. It's impossible not to, especially for these top programs that are heavily into NIL, and there's a competition in your top 20 schools in America, really probably more like your top 10 schools in America. There is a real NIL competition going on. And you can't tell me that these guys, there's not a ton of gray area where these guys are pushing the envelope, if not breaking the record consistently. And so Michigan's one of those schools. I just imagine they wanted those Big Ten and any NCAA officials the hell out of their office.
Yeah, I bet so. So Jim Harbaugh accepted it. He will accept his 3-game suspension and will not coach against Maryland Saturday and coach against Ohio State the following week, which will be the game of the week that week. So Jim Harbaugh, he's down the next 2 weeks.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint. The Texans got a big game against the Cardinals coming up on Sunday to try to get to a battle for first place in 2 weeks against Jacksonville. But they got to win this game for that to happen. And the injury report, right? Wednesday is one. Like you kind of look at it and you're like, all right, let's see what this looks like. Thursday, when you combine that with Wednesday, is the day where you start to see things and say, all right, what does this mean? Well, these are the players who practice and did not practice. The players who did practice today, Brevin Jordan, who had been down for the last 3 games, he did step back in and practice today. Laramie Tunsil, we thought was a rest day. He was in at practice today. Robert Woods, he practiced, as well as Nico Collins in a limited fashion as he did yesterday. But it looks like those guys may be trending to playing. Here are the ones who didn't practice, Clint.
This is no practice on Wednesday and no practice on Thursday, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
These are the ones who didn't practice today, and these also didn't practice on Wednesday, as you said there. Jimmy Ward, looks like they probably will have to go hamstring, second straight week without Jimmy Ward. Henry To'oTo'o, 2 days in a row, he is still in the concussion protocol, and this looms large because the Denzel Perryman suspension. We'll have more on that as well just in a second. And then Jake Hansen and Noah Brown. Clint, Noah Brown remains not a participant in practice 2 days in a row. So one on offense, one in defense that seemed to be really big. Jimmy Ward is not a real shock or surprise, but Henry To'oTo'o and Noah Brown, Clint, those two guys are trending towards not playing on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those where it's
just can't have good things.
Clearly Henry To'oTo'o is the story, right? Is with a no Denzel Perryman. Now you're going to be three deep on your middle linebacker and your communicator. That's the story. But with Noah Brown, think about, and they continue to produce in a big way. So I mean, what does it really mean? But just think about what through 9 weeks of the season. Think about what the receiving group has been through, right? They all emerged in a major way. They've all
missed.
Exceeded expectations. Right. You think about it. The most targeted receiver in the group, the veteran, Robert Woods, got injured, missed a few games, right? Nico Collins, balling out of his mind, statistically the leader, gets injured, misses a couple games. Noah Brown, balls out for 2 games. Now all of a sudden he hadn't practiced for 2 weeks.
He's coming off of IR, remember?
Right, yeah, he missed earlier. I mean, Tank Dell, he goes out there and shows some flashes of like, hey, man, this dude, he's going to be as special as we think he is in terms of being a weapon. And all of a sudden he's got a concussion on a ball where he caught the damn thing. He didn't even get hit. He hit the ground, like trying to catch a ball. So, I mean, these guys have continued to produce over and over again, but it's one more thing that Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud have had to overcome is, I mean, statistical leaders on the season and recently in a couple of games. Those guys get to rocking and rolling, boom, they're out for a week, and they just keep on keeping on. So the Noah Brown story here is unfortunate because the guy's been balling out of his mind. It seems like his career is kind of starting to take off a little bit of a late bloomer there. Again, with what looks like there'll be some downtime.
No, it's crazy. The guy who has gone for well over 300 yards the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
It does feel like a hit, but not as big as a hit as the rookie who Henry To'oTo'o, who, like the rookie middle linebacker. You would think it'd be the other way around, but that's one to watch. Denzel Perryman, why we said that, Denzel Perryman, his suspension was reduced. He met with James Thrash. They came to an agreement and reduced his suspension from 3 games to 2 games. So he'll miss Sunday against the Cardinals, and he'll miss the AFC South tilt against the Jags. But that's it. Those 2 games he'll miss.
Well, that's nice up.
They saved him a little money on that fine.
They saved him about 128 stacks. I mean, that ain't no big deal. Saved him about $128,000.
Saved him a few dollars.
I mean, still bull job if you ask me, but they saved the man a little bit of money. And what does that put him? Obviously, won't play against Arizona
and
Jacksonville.
That's it. He'll be back for Denver December 3rd.
Be back for Denver. That'll be big.
Taking the whole family to that game, by the way.
You are?
Yeah.
When you say the whole family, how many tickets you asked for?
I got 4.
Okay.
4 strong. You thought
you've been known to dip off in the double digits.
Teresa might come in here.
Well, I thought you just might bring the neighbors and everybody, call them all family. Just get your double digits, man. Gotta get 10 of them sweet tickets. It's a big suite.
It's just 4.
It's a big suite.
Take them to it. Yeah. Nicholas ain't been to a football game. He want to go.
Has he not?
Not been to a football game yet. Gonna go. So it'll be a good time. Lauren's gonna go up there and not watch. She won't
watch a lick, huh?
Yeah, no, probably not. She'll be up there and that.
She'll have a good time. No.
In the suite.
It's going to be a better game than I think we all anticipated.
Yeah, it should be. So that's the latest there with the injury report. When the official report comes out, we'll let you know that here in just a bit.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, we are here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and there are TVs everywhere. And if you're looking for a place to come and watch the game tonight, a big one tonight, and big implications to the Texans as well. The Ravens and the Bengals get going. And finally, Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit have a real game. I'm sure they're saying to themselves to really get excited about as they. I guess you got to do Panthers Bears to be able to get Bengals Ravens this week. So that'll be the game tonight. You can come watch that game here or listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610 if you're around in your cars. But this is a big one for the Bengals, Clint, and I think the playoff chances also for them, and this could help the Texans. If you're a Texans fan, you are rooting big time for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. They're 7-3 right now. They get a win over the Bengals, and the Bengals move to 5-5. That would be the fifth AFC loss for the Bengals, and that would shove them further down. And that could be a team way back in the mirror for you with a head-to-head win.
Yeah.
So this is a big one for the Texans and very big one for the Bengals. I've heard people feel like that they think this will be the season for the Bengals if they don't win tonight.
Well, I mean, look, you're in a division. I don't know what it's going to look like with Deshaun Watson going down. I mean, the Pittsburgh, they just continue to win, even though Kenny Pickett does absolutely nothing for me. But you're not going to win the division if you're Cincinnati at this point in time with the slow start and now last week's loss to the Texans. And if you don't win this ball game, I believe if you don't win this ball game,
you think
it's the season for the Bengals. Yeah, I mean, they may with Joe Burrow, and I think they are a well-oiled machine. I think over a 17-game span, they're going to win a lot more than they lose. But when it's all said and done, I think this game tonight, if they lose this one, could cost them their season ultimately.
Clint, they go after tonight. They go home Steelers, at Jags, home Colts, home the resurgent Vikings, at Steelers, at Chiefs, and then home to the Browns.
Yeah. I mean, I just that's not a schedule that you want to put yourself in a position where you got to dig out of a hole.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already last in the division right now, a game behind Cleveland, a game behind Pittsburgh, and 2 games behind Baltimore. If you lose head-to-head to Baltimore tonight, you drop 3 back with, 8 to play, 7 to play on the season. I just don't see Cincinnati being even remotely in the running for the division. We'll see what happens with the wild card, and I would never count Joe Burrow and that crew out to sneak in somehow, some way. But it's going to be difficult as hell.
All right, we got to talk through a decision. Has a decision been made? Has a decision been made for a position here for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
First down from the Houston 44. Here's a handoff. Singletary running left, 25, 30, 35, and he's up to the 38-yard line, picking up the first down. 10 yards for Devin Singletary.
All right, there it is, Devin Singletary, the reigning AFC Offensive Player of the Week with his 30 rushes, 150 yards last week against the Cincinnati Bengals. It looks like, Clint, as we just rolled through the injury report, that he will be the primary back again, as Dameon Pierce has not practiced this week, and he has that ankle issue, missed the last two games, and it looks like he is on track to miss a third game with this ankle injury. And Clint, the thought is he'll come back right at some point. The thought is with this ankle issue, he'll return at some point. And it's been a mixed bag. The first game, I mean, it seemed like much of the same against the Buccaneers. They did not run the ball well at all. He averaged 2 yards a carry. And then last week, the offensive line and Devin Singletary were able to put together easily the best rushing effort for this team. And I throw this out to you and the folks out here, the Drive family, 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch can respond as well. This is clearly the best running game they had this year. Are we to a point now that even when Dameon Pierce returns, that Devin Singletary moving forward should be the primary back for the Texans? Have you at least what you've seen, especially last week, have you gotten to that point yet?
I mean, for me,
the guy who gets the most carries, the lead back.
No. I still think you're in a spot where it's a rotation, and the ultimate goal going in is for Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary to ultimately split the carries down the middle. Now, if somebody gets hot, you obviously don't throw a wet blanket on the hot option, right? You let that guy rock and roll. But right now, Devin Singletary is not a guy that's going to give you 30 games to carry. Hell, Dameon Pierce isn't a guy that's going to give you 30 games to carry. And
30 carries in a game.
That's what I meant. 30 carries in a game. Yeah, you're going to have to split that up. And I don't look at last week's game and say, well, that's because you made a switch at running back. That's because one guy was injured and the other one wasn't.
You don't look at this like you did last year, where it is evident that Dameon Pierce and Rex.
No, not even remotely close. I mean, look, I don't want to minimize what Devin Singletary was able to do. That was a hell of a football game, no doubt about it. He ran the hell out of it. I mean, you're talking about burst and speed outside. You're talking about the twitch and the ability to make guys miss in the backfield. There were times when he tucked it up and inside and ran big. And so I don't want to minimize it in any way, shape, or form. But the reason he went for $150, the reason that the Texans ran the football better last week was one reason, and that was the offensive line and Dalton Schultz played tenfold better than they played all year.
Had he had those opportunities, would have had a big day too.
Absolutely. It don't matter who you handed the rock off to on last Sunday, they were going to have a big day.
That makes it different.
Would it have been $150? Would it have looked like Devin Singletary? No, they got different backs, different styles. But they would have ran the football well regardless of who was running it last weekend against the Bengals. There were far fewer, I don't remember, but maybe one, and I think Devin Singletary made the guy miss, where there was a free runner and it was a blitzing safety. It wasn't a defensive tackle or a linebacker scraping or an edge rusher that's just unblocked all the damn sudden. It was a blitzing safety that you didn't have a hat for that Devin Singletary was able to make miss. And so they eliminated the immediate penetration from an interior defensive lineman or an edge rusher. They eliminated completely whiffing on an edge rusher that's shooting upfield in some of their kick-out concepts, whether that's the split zone or it's some kind of pin and pull where they're kicking out the defensive end. I mean, they completely eliminated those from the game last week. And that's why they ran the football better. So
it did feel like up front was such a was such a cause and reason.
That's the biggest, Ron. That's the biggest thing going into this game this week. It's not can CJ Stroud continue to do what he did. Like I think you're gonna get really, really high level quarterback play from CJ Stroud. I think you're going to get an aggressive approach from Bobby Slowick every week. Now, there's no reason to backslide into trying to be balanced or trying to establish a run. You're going to get those things. The only question is, was last week a
fluke on the
was it a game where, hey, everybody knew who the hell they had, so they cleared some things up in the run game. Guys all of a sudden got a little bit of that dog in them, and they got physical and took it personal and started pushing other grown men around. Did Dalton Schultz all of a sudden did he decide he wants to block, and did they decide that they've got some different schemes where he actually fits better? Or was it Cincinnati was that bad? That's the biggest question that can't be answered until we see these guys on the field Sunday
against another opponent.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
do they go right back to early penetration and guys getting hit in the backfield and not being able to run the football consistently, or do they show signs that last week was the real deal?
Yeah, that was really evident to me in the game. Was one, there was space as soon as they took the handoff for them for Devin Singletary to move. Not to say them, hell, nobody else really ran it. There was space there. There were holes for them to run through. I didn't even see that he had to cut back a lot. It felt like the touchdown. His touchdown run is the one that you see a seal and you see Dalton Schultz just pancake somebody to clear out the edge, and there was no cutback. He took the ball and ran right where it.
Ron, there were multiple times where two offensive linemen double a down lineman, whether it's an edge rusher or a interior defensive lineman. More times than not, it's an interior defensive lineman. But you double that guy and then all of a sudden the linebacker can't do his job. Whereas before, they were patty caking the double team. That guy ends up splitting the double team. The other offensive lineman gets to the second level, and then there's all kind of space where you're trying to block a smaller, more athletic player in all kind of space. And so you're losing on both layers, on both levels. Whereas when the double team wins and gets that push up to the second level, hell, if you dominated enough and you push that D lineman into the lap of that linebacker, you've indirectly eliminated both guys from the play. So that's to me, there was a lot of push up front, and at times it was big time. And we just have not seen that at all season long. No, even in the games where they rushed for 90 yards or whatever it was.
Yeah, I would need to see it more. Now, I will say Dameon Pierce might want to get himself back, though. Because if Devin Singletary, if this is real, and he comes up with another performance where he's averaging 5+ yards a carry like this, 4.5 yards a carry.
Yeah.
And at that point you just can't say, well, hell, I mean, this is multiple opponents and we're seeing our best run game happen with him. And this isn't the first time when they've played at the same time. Devin Singletary's been more successful in the run game than him. So, listen, I don't think we're there yet because I would not be shocked if we saw a 13 carry for 33-yard performance coming up on Sunday against the Cardinals. But if we see something, I think there may be a little different thought of maybe he should be the guy that gets the bulk of the carries. I think that'll be a conversation.
It matters what it looks like. The smaller, shiftier back is obviously going to produce more when you got a bunch of leakage up front and nothing's clean. You're not getting any push. That guy's clearly going to have a handful of plays where he makes something out of nothing. If that's what you want and that's what you're banking on, and that's what you're making decisions around, then shame on you. That's just not. Yep. I mean, that's not the answer.
All right, it's time for me. Something that's happening in Houston sports. I might have to pull my wallet out and put some money on it.
Well, you ain't gonna pull your wallet out because you ain't got but 2 singles in that joke.
Yeah, but I got a card.
You better pull a credit card out.
I got a card. I got a new fresh Visa card.
Call Beyonce.
I'm gonna put my money on it. We'll discuss that coming up next on the drive.
All right, it's a great time of year to view live sports out and about at the bar, happy hour.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, having ourselves a great time out here. Clint in the building. Tyler is back at the station holding it down. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can take a look and have fun and catch up with us. We always love interacting as you all get to see us live on TV or streaming on your screen. You can hang out with us as well on that location. All right. By the way, if you're in the building, your chance coming up here to win a second Visa gift card, $25 Visa gift card. If you're in the building, we'll be hooking up somebody after this segment with a $25 Visa gift card. So if you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name there, put it in our raffle bowl, and you'll have a chance to win one of our 4 prizes today. Fellas, I don't generally gamble, but I'm feeling really – I don't know what the payout is. I'd have to talk to Tyler. He seems to be the gambling person. But I wonder, could I stand to win good money if I placed a bet right now about the Rockets making it to the playoffs? And not just, I mean to the playoffs, not even just the play-in. I mean the playoffs. I wonder, you think that's a good bet or a bet that could bring a good amount of money, Tyler? You think that's a bet? I mean,
I feel like coming off being the worst team in the NBA multiple times, yeah.
Like I could get some good odds for that. I'm feeling it, man. I'm really feeling that this team. I just think this team is going. I think this team has a chance to be a real surprise team. We've seen it before. Last year was the Kings. Now I'm not sure. I think they'll be the 3 seed. But I am feeling really good. This little 3-game trip they got on the West Coast. They play the Clippers tomorrow, then the Lakers, then the Warriors. Listen, I want to see they go 2-1 in that puppy. They do something there. I think about putting about 200 down.
200.
I'm thinking about Tyler. If you could help me out.
Have you checked with Courtney on this?
Man, stop, man.
I don't believe you.
What do you mean you don't believe me?
I just know if you're serious,
Come on, man.
you will have talked to Courtney.
Hey, man, listen, I got this.
Oh.
You never wager. You're not doing this.
If that's the case, can I get my money?
Let's do it.
What do you mean, let's do it?
Well, let's get it.
No,
let's get the money.
You owe me.
I know, but I'll put the 200 in and that's how you get yours.
No. That's not how this thing.
All right, maybe we do. I'll put 100 down. I'll give Clint that other 100.
I'm not betting on the Rockets.
I think this is like I think they're going to surprise. Not surprise. I think teams aren't taking them serious. I think about the All-Star break. I think teams are walking in playing the Rockets very similar to like they've approached playing the Rockets in the past.
Let's go Rockets.
And I think that may last for a good All-Star break. And I think the Rockets potentially can – I think they're going to make the playoffs. I've seen enough of them, enough of the other teams around, and especially in the regular season. Now, I don't feel great about them in like a series. But night after night, teams – it's the Rockets. Like teams aren't strapping it up to play the Rockets right now like teams do a lot of the other teams. And the Rockets are going to find themselves, and I think that happened a big time for the Kings, and it took about the second half of the year before teams start taking the Kings series. I'm good about 250. I'm feeling it. Tyler, can you give me some numbers?
He done bumped it up to 250.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You always
give me
talk
some
about
numbers,
not
Tyler?
betting, and you won't even bet like $10 or $15 on a game, and now you're saying, I'm gonna drop 250 and risk it on the Rockets.
Do you hear my voice?
Yes.
I'm not kidding.
Well, my bookie doesn't offer that.
I feel like it doesn't offer it.
The best I could do for you is the Rockets' odds to win the Western Conference.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that.
But if you did, you'd win 1,500.
There has got to be something. There's got to be a bet that you can make of the Rockets making the playoffs.
Oh, I know there is, just not with my book.
So, I mean, you mean to tell me that right now the Rockets to win the division is only 15-1
to win the conference? 15-1.
I mean, it seems like that should pay about 100-1 right now.
Yeah,
I mean, good.
People believe in them. There's some level of belief. But I really this little trip. is this little road trip. They've won 6 in a row. They've been able to play some teams that haven't been whole.
Okay.
And hell, they made. We know they're going to play the Warriors without Draymond because he's been suspended for 5 games for his grab and drag. And hell, they may not have Steph because Steph's got some knee issue and he may not.
Well,
not be able
what
to
are
go
your
either.
Lakers going to look like? Any of those guys going to play this go round?
They're going to be on the court. I'm not certain. They're going to be on the court. I'm not certain what AD wants to do. AD gave us a 9-point performance yesterday. Make
the playoffs plus 290. Bet 100, win 290.
Oh God! I'm telling you, man. Is that your bookie?
I'm seeing plus 600.
Plus 600?
Yeah,
you're getting ruined.
Oh my God! I'm getting horny on this right now.
To make the playoffs?
Do you think? Hold on.
Yes.
Now, Tyler, you're a pro. You're a pro in this gambling thing. If they were to go like 2-1 on this trip against the Clippers once James arrived, the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Warriors, how much do you like if they go 2-1 or 3-0 in that run? Do you think it would be a big drop? Like, would it be a big drop in terms of what I could win back? Should I go in it right now to pay, or would it be a big drop if they like? I just don't know how this stuff works.
He doesn't want to miss the opportunity.
I wonder, like, is my opportunity going to be missed? I am. Are you serious about this? Oh my God!
Yeah. So if you risk $250 at plus 600, you're looking at $1,500.
That's money to make the playoffs, right? I'm
That's
thinking
correct.
about doing this. I'm thinking about doing
Well, that's
this.
not plus 600.
Yes, it is.
250 at plus 600 is only $1,100. That math don't math.
$1,500.
It gets it pays out $1,500.
Yes,
That
guaranteed.
makes it. You got to bet 250 though.
I think I'm going to do this. I think I might come down to 200. I may save on that 50 bucks.
See, you're already
I may
saving.
come down, but now I'm set at 200. I feel this. I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I believe in these suckers so much. I'm going to do it after this Clipper game. I'm going to watch this Clipper game
How are you
going
to do it, though? Like, what's your avenue going to be? Like, how are you going to get this bet placed?
I believe that you're going to help me.
I just told you my book doesn't put the playoff odds up. I could ask
DT
him.
Here. I'm going to find somebody. I'm going to find a way.
I'll ask my guy.
This thing. 1,500, 250.
Tyler, you actually talked to your guy?
Yeah, we went to school together. He's a good friend.
Oh,
I like this.
See if he'll give it to you.
I bet he will.
Let's do this, man. Come on, Tyler. You want to get in on this?
Nah, I'm all right.
You don't believe?
I want to believe, but no, not right now. No.
Just trust me. I know you haven't really watched a lot of them,
I
Tyler,
mean,
but
from
just trust me.
worst in the NBA to a playoff berth.
To a playoff
I don't think
spot.
I'm ready, and I guess that's why the odds are plus 600. But I'm not ready.
Seeds. Top 8 seeds, baby.
Not ready.
This is going to be they're going to be the surprise of the league. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this money. When I make it, I
think you should. I just want to watch you squirm.
I'm going to do it, and I'm going to buy our listeners drinks. With the winnings we get, I'm going to buy all our listeners drinks. This is all coming together in my head right now as we sit here, Tyler. With our winnings, I think we invite people out and buy them all drinks.
That could be a fun event.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Natty Lights for everybody. I just think Natty Lights can stretch us to $1,500. I think they can stretch us. Hey, by the way, I just want to send a shout-out and a thank you to the people at Chuck E. Cheese. And Chuck E. Cheese is, if you didn't hear Tyler, I know this is probably someone you I feel like you can get with me on this one. They've decided to remove their animatronics from all locations except for one. They're removed them scary ass.
These was my jam growing up.
Oh my God, them things are scary as hell. My son won't go to a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese.
What?
Because of them. Oh, and he's not alone. I used to be scared to death of them things. What do they call them? Animatronics.
Animatronics.
I used to be scared to death of especially the one with the drums in the background. Nah, man, I'm
your
good
friends,
on that.
man.
No, you used to love those?
I love Chuck E. Cheese, even to this day.
Oh, my God. No, I as a grown
You
adult.
go to Chuck E. Cheese and listen to the Spice Girls, Tyler?
They don't usually play Spice Girls, but no, I take my nephews to Chuck E. Cheese pretty often. Their pizza is way underrated, and I'm being dead serious. The pizza at Chuck E. Cheese is delicious.
In high school, I dated a chick who worked at Chuck E. Cheese, and I would stay away from the area from.
Did she wear the mouse costume?
No, she wouldn't wear the mouse costume. But I would stay away from the area where them damn things was playing their band. It was just
why they're just there to have a good time, play you some music.
Man, I think them weird. I think I was talking to Matt earlier when they would blink and they slow blink them damn things. I'm scary as hell, man. I don't mess with them. Because the room would be dark and tinted like it is in here at Buffalo Wild Wings. I didn't mess with them damn things. Scary as hell. I'm glad they got them. I don't know what kids like that. I tell you, I wouldn't even get mad at my son.
They'd start playing that music, and I'd get hyped.
I'd tell him, man, I don't want to go in there either. I'm good.
Man.
I'm good. You know what? Someone cared. I thought you would be too, Tyler. I'm surprised that your ass was running in there. Somebody texted and said I should just drive to Coshada. I might do that.
Absolutely, you should. They got a sports book, the Res Sports Book. TVs everywhere, Cajun cuisine, convenient betting kiosks.
Schedule your plan to visit now.
There you go.
Yep.
Show isn't allowed.
CCRLA.
Show isn't allowed 150 feet from a Chuck E. Cheese. Either is Ron, and I don't want to be near one.
No, Ron's not allowed near schools.
No, I'm serious. If there were I would have like, Courtney, you go ahead and take them. You take the kids to Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not going to that birthday
Dude, that
party.
pizza is for real.
It might be for real, but them damn what do they call
animatronics?
They scary as hell. I don't fool with them damn.
I'm not a big fan either, man.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know who made those and said the kids will love this one. What you got coming up at the Fort?
One of the most famous celebrities in our country has made a huge announcement.
Oh my God!
Breaking news. One of the biggest celebrities, and it don't matter where you're from, what part of the country you live in. I'm talking about one of the biggest celebrities in this country has made an announcement. There's breaking news. I'm gonna tell you what that is. Next, we'll cuss and discuss. But before we get to that, fellas, if you got a big, beautiful.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza out off Tomball Parkway. Y'all come through, hang out. Again, it's Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza. Great place. We've been, what are we on, about stop number 10 right now, Buffalo Wild Wings, this tour run? Stop number 10 probably, somewhere along
10 or
those
11,
lines?
yeah.
I guess with the season, what is this, week 11? So, yeah. we're on 11. Come on through and hang out with us. Ron's giving away all kind of gift cards and threatening to make bets and buy people drinks. So come on out,
man. Natty Lights.
Come on out and hang out with us. I told you guys on the backside of this that last break that in our world, let's say our country, because I don't live in a different country. I don't necessarily know who people know and don't know, but in our country made a huge announcement. Ron, you have any idea where I'm going with this?
Absolutely not.
Snoop Dogg, you a fan?
Yeah, I like her.
I don't know anybody that's not a Snoop Dogg fan to some degree. You may not know him, you may not like rap in general, but like if you listen to rap, have ever listened to rap, I don't know anybody that's not a
fan of
Snoop Dogg
Mr. Broadus.
Like my mom is not she don't listen to a lot of rap. I know that shocks you. She doesn't listen to a whole lot of rap music, but she's a Snoop Dogg fan.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Snoop. Yeah, murder was the case.
Snoop's fixing to shock you, man.
What?
After much consideration and conversation with my family, I've decided to give up smoke. Please respect my privacy at this time. Snoop Dogg is giving up marijuana. Snoop Dogg,
dude.
If I'd have said, give me, when I say marijuana, who's the first person that comes to mind? Outside of your immediate family or somebody that smokes.
I was going to say.
Not your immediate family.
I was about to jump out with a name right there.
Like, Snoop is synonymous with marijuana.
Yeah.
Snoop is synonymous with smoking weed.
Yeah, I don't believe him.
I mean, him and Willie Nelson are the two that are. I mean, those two guys right there. I don't know who smoked more weed in their time. Willie Nelson. I'm giving up smoke is actually what he tweeted. The image, the visual was he had that little personal message. You don't believe it?
No, I don't believe you.
Well,
I mean,
let me help legitimize
like
this.
just because you move to vape and things like that don't mean you're giving up smoke. I don't believe you.
Well, I mean, you can have edibles and all that, but I mean, I just think this is a huge step for Snoop
You believe
Dogg.
him? You believe him, Tyler?
Yeah, I believe him. I mean,
He's done this before.
Okay.
Oh, has he done this before, Tyler?
Early 2000s, we heard the same thing from old Snoop. He'll be back.
Matt, he did.
Yeah, it feels like when Jay-Z said he's retiring after the Black Album.
Well, I mean, look,
all right.
I just got a feeling that Snoop's he's for real this time.
Yeah.
Now he may still go with the edibles and things of that nature, but I think he's through inhaling smoke.
You don't believe
carcinogens.
this. Stop.
Huh?
You don't believe this.
I'll tell you who does believe it.
I don't think he can go. I don't think he can go 6 months.
You don't think he can go 6 months?
Yeah, I don't think he can go. 6
Well,
months.
I'm glad that you're not in Snoop's corner because you wouldn't do him any good. I'll tell you who is in Snoop's corner.
Who?
Conor McGregor.
Well, another great person to have in your corner.
We'll help legitimize this thing for you. Hey, Tyler, let's hear Conor McGregor's thoughts on Snoop Dogg giving up the smoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, a mega announcement, a major announcement. The icon that is Snoop Dogg is off the marijuana, is off the weed, is actually off the smoke. Was what was announced after deep consideration with his family, with his close family. He decided to give up the monopoly. God bless that man. God bless him. Legend, living legend, icon. Snoop Dogg is off the smoke. God bless you, Snoop. We don't want smoke. Yeah, no more smoke. Peace and love is what we're after, not the smoke, yeah? We're about peace, we're about love, we're about family, we're about health, we're about happiness. It's the new death row, baby. We're living till we're 100 plus in this bitch. God bless you, Snoop.
Does that help you get there?
No.
Connor didn't do it for you?
No. No,
I could listen to Irish people talk all day,
man.
I don't know why.
I enjoy Connor.
Conor McGregor's a scary dude. Like, I don't know why. Like, I laugh at his ass constantly when he's talking.
He's off the marijuana.
It is classic. He is doing his damnedest to sell it. He is a show. Man, have y'all seen that documentary? Have y'all seen his documentary?
Yes, it's very good.
No, I haven't.
He's
It
nuts.
probably is entertaining.
I'm talking about Conor McGregor, not Snoop. It's entertaining, yes. Yeah, he's nuts.
I might have to find that one.
I didn't realize. Now, I should have known, but like, I don't know that I realized how much of a showman he is. Like by design, like how much. Like I just thought he was just an idiot that was on the verge of going off the deep end.
It's calculated.
Hey, he's dead serious. I had to get Tyler to shut it down. He went for 3 minutes on Snoop giving up smoke.
He did, man.
What about health?
And he's delusional enough to believe it.
Hey, but his reporting is what's so good. The exact terminology he gave us. And he said, here's the question that I would have. I would like to know, is it marijuana? Is it edibles? He went down that road. He was an investigative a reporter on Snoop Dogg. But Snoop, so anybody out there with a problem? Anybody out there with a problem, man, it's not too late. If Snoop can give up smoke for the second time, you can beat whatever it is that's
it's a good message.
That's holding you back.
Yeah,
Tyler,
it's a good lie.
Maybe you ought to take that to heart, Tyler.
It's a good lie.
Well, what's that supposed to mean, man?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think you guys
really took you out.
You just got some things in your going on that
like what?
It's time to give up, and we just need to move on.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
good Lord.
What? What is it?
God, your ass is going to get in the damn In the Loop slime off twice this week. What is wrong with you?
You got some things that you need
dramatic,
to give
man.
up.
Relax.
But dramatic, what are you talking about?
You just said I need to change something about myself. That I need to do it and like it.
Yeah, we've talked about this, Tyler.
What?
4 a.m. Ubers at some point you're going to have to give up.
Yeah, man, you've crossed that 30-year-old.
I don't plan on ever quitting fun.
There. At some point, I mean, getting white boy wasted, you have to give up.
Yeah, he's getting 21st, man. Like
you have to move on from it.
Like he's turning 21 every time.
I don't plan on retiring from fun, man.
I wasn't insinuating that you had a crack problem or something. I was just generally speaking.
I'm glad we got that out. I thought you were leaning towards cocaine.
Tyler was like, that hurt him right there.
Oh, God. God bless you, Snoop.
What's he replacing the weed with?
Love.
Edibles?
Red 22.
Yeah, love. Apples. Love. Peace. And
God
happiness.
bless you, Snoop.
Hey, we know there's been a coordinator change in Buffalo, Ron. This got me to thinking. I like Joe Brady, by the way. Joe Brady, one could believe that he was the brains behind the best college football season of all time. Up at LSU with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and them boys. Hadn't done a whole hell of a lot since. That hype kind of died on the vine, if you will. But I do think he is a good offensive mind. I think he's a good offensive play caller. I just firmly believe it. But Joe Brady is taking over for Ken Dorsey in Buffalo. And so Joe Brady, obviously, Josh Allen has come out and said he feels like ultimately it's his fault that Ken Dorsey doesn't have his job. Joe Brady was obviously interviewed and asked about his thoughts and said it was a bad situation, but now Ken's gone. He is the play caller. And in his interview, he was quoted saying that Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the NFL. You think he's crazy?
Yes. But I understand why he's saying those lies. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback of the NFL. And Joe Burrow's the second best quarterback of the NFL.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. My line of thinking
is he saying talented?
Is he the most gifted quarterback in the NFL?
No.
Who is?
Patrick Mahomes is the most gifted quarterback. I mean, your decision making has to go in my opinion, a part of gifts. And he may be one of the worst decision makers when it comes to.
Yeah, I hear.
He's got a great body. He can run. He can do. But then he.
Yeah, no. I guess my only pushback, because we're splitting hairs here with the three guys you mentioned. From a talent standpoint,
Joe is the least talented of the three, clearly. But I would take
physically, yes. Pat's got the real benefit of Andy Reid. That's the one thing. I wonder what Josh would look like with Andy Reid. Like, I think physically,
you know what he would look like?
What's that?
Favre.
That's fair. That is really fair.
He would look like Brett Favre, and he would be better.
Sure,
but he would turn the ball over a lot more than we've seen with Mahomes.
How do you think this thing goes? How do you think this thing goes with Joe Brady?
I'm intrigued by it.
If Buffalo, I mean, if the game tonight, Thursday Night Football, Baltimore, the Bengals go to the Ravens. If the Bengals lose, I mean, they are going to put themselves in a bad spot in terms of making the playoffs. To hell with the division, just making the playoffs, right? So we're looking at the Bengals being down. Now another one of the big boys, the teams that are thought to be a deep playoff run, if not Super Bowl contender, the last handful of years with Josh there, they're changing OCs and they're in trouble as well. How do you think it works with Josh Allen and Joe Brady?
It'll be interesting to see what Joe Brady is able to do in terms of scheming and creating things for them, because I think one thing that the Bills haven't been real honest about over the years is they've really been Josh one really great skilled player, and the rest of them haven't been. Like Gabe Davis has fallen off and not really that great. They try to go get Dalton Kincaid, but they haven't been really good at the tight end position. He was starting to come on a bit. Their running game has not been great. They've had Singletary before that. Now they have Cook, who seems to have a fumbling problem. Their offensive line isn't great. They've really, we've looked at them as an explosive offense, and I think Josh has been a big part of it. But if you really get down to it, outside of Diggs, it's not a lot of depth in terms of weapons that they have out there. So I think obviously Joe has something ahead of him to try to create things outside of it, and they got to get the ball to Diggs more. That's another thing. They've got to find a way to get him the ball a lot more than they had been before under Ken Dorsey.
Yeah, if Josh Allen ever needed a wake up call to kind of revert back to some of the more conservative ways of approaching the position, not taking so much risk with the football, I think get Ken Dorsey, if he does care about the guy at all, getting fired, I think is a wake up call along with Joe Brady. Look, I don't know. I'm shocked every time I turn the Buffalo game on at how random their quarterback run game is. Like, you would think, I understand if you're high on the hog and you're 8-2 and you're rocking and rolling, I would understand why you would protect your quarterback down the stretch. But they're in fire your offensive coordinator mode, and you've got a horse at the quarterback position, and they attempt to use him. It disappears randomly. It's interesting what Buffalo does, to your point, schematically. I think Joe Brady gets them right. I think Joe Brady.
You think he gets them right enough to weather the storm of their? They just got their schedule is ridiculous.
Yeah.
They've got.
Well, I don't know what it ends up looking like, because they've got some big time injuries, and I don't know what it ends up looking like in terms of winning the division and being a powerhouse in the playoffs. But I do think he gets them right, and this offense gets on track.
That's the big thing to want to look at. It is some of Josh's turnovers have been offset by, hey, he's just going to make big plays.
Yeah,
he's going to make that. That has clearly not been the same this year. They haven't made a lot. It takes them so long now to get down the field now, and they just don't make big plays. And then his decision-making, he gets antsy, he can't take it, and then he's going to have to do something.
We'll see what happens in Buffalo. That dude is awfully gifted, man. It'd be a crying shame if they fall by the wayside and that thing in Buffalo ends up imploding.
Oh, I think they're hiring a whole new coach.
After this season?
Yep.
Hey, what you got any of your kids got Thanksgiving like homework? What do you call it? Projects?
I hadn't seen nothing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm sure they probably do. I haven't seen nothing.
I had another situation where I think I pissed my wife off.
Cool. Okay.
Well, I mean, tell me what you've done here.
10 months pregnant.
Tell me what you've done. Tyler, listen to this one.
Oh boy.
Hey, Tyler knows my wife, so he probably ain't gonna be surprised. I walk in and my wife is a picture of a popcorn box.
Okay.
Right? And I said, babe, what are we doing? She said, this is Liv's project. I said, okay. I said, well, what is the project? She said, we got to disguise the turkey. I said, why are you disguising a turkey? She said, well, the turkey is hiding so nobody eats it. I said, well, what are you going to do? She said, I'm going to put him in this popcorn box and put popcorn all over his wings, all over his feathers.
To disguise them, I guess.
So what would your response be?
Oh, okay.
That's what you gave her?
Yeah.
Probably would have been a better. I said, think about this for a minute, babe.
Yep, here we go.
The whole point is to be disguised so nobody eats you, and you're putting him in a bag of popcorn. The hell, that don't make sense.
Just 10 months pregnant.
She didn't take too lightly to it. She did come to her senses and go, at least I didn't like your approach, but that did make good sense.
Sure. Okay. Got it.
So she had my daughter, with that being the theme of the project, she had my daughter take that popcorn turkey to school.
I loved it. Yeah, hit her up, man. Just let her have it, man. She ain't getting graded on it.
Took the baby.
Who's going to get it?
I took the baby to school, and I let the teacher know.
Because that's my thing is, were you prepared to do something different? Were you prepared to get your hands dirty and cut some things up and come up with an idea?
For my baby girl, I damn sure would have.
But you didn't.
I would not have put the turkey in food.
That's what you – so you got to be – if you're going to do that, you got to step up and say, all right, here, I'll take it.
Nah, I work till so I don't get home.
Well, then you have to go
I can't do
suggestions. All right. Coming up, if you're in the building, we're going to hook somebody up with a $25 gift card right now as soon as this segment's over. All you got to do is sign your name up right here and put it in the raffle bowl, and we will do that coming up next. Kyle Tucker, I want this thought. I know he is annoyed a lot of Astros fans, and he was looking for a big deal. Would you sign him to a long-term big money extension? Are you comfortable with doing that with Kyle Tucker? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook Plaza. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back. Welcome back in. Such a jokester. Welcome back in as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And you can hang out with The Drive here. As congratulations, Patty, our latest winner, as she won a $25 gift. She walked in. She said she comes in here all the time. She got a big, nice glass of water in a nice glass. Is what she got there. I see that beer in front of it though. But no, come on in. We've got two more opportunities for you to win as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. So going in, if you're in the building and you hadn't signed your name in and got a part of this raffle, all you got to do, write your name in, and you have a chance to win like Patty did, as we do each and every Thursday. The text line, God, you guys, ridiculous. Clint told that story. One texter texted in, Clint, you need to learn Ron's way and just learn to say okay. Yep, almost 13 years in the game, baby. I got a few tricks. And then this one, Tyler. What is wrong with people? Clint should have disguised the turkey in that stale-ass cowboy cookie he had yesterday. Nobody would have eaten that.
That is a very good point.
Damn, Tori is still getting.
I would have eaten it, Tori. Got that cookie at a 4.5. I would have eaten that cookie, Tori. I kid you not, but
yeah, I just don't have on the first text. I just ain't got it in me.
I know you'll get it.
I mean,
I don't know if you do. I don't know if you will.
Now, there's certain things I feel like I've matured.
Just fought it. Understand. You got to understand when to pick your battles.
Well, there's something like, look, if me telling my wife that the theme is to hide the turkey from being eaten and you put it in a bag of popcorn, like if I get in trouble for that, like if she can't go, you know what, that's pretty damn.
You just got to pick a couple of battles.
No, don't, I'm not going to sit around here and puff my chest out and act like I just say and do what the hell I want to do now. But, I mean, I feel like that. I feel like my wife, she got some sense. I mean, she's a pretty sharp old gal. I mean, I feel like she's going to listen and be like, you got a good point right there.
Is that how that went?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. She
ultimately,
she eventually came to her senses and was like, that's a good point.
Yeah, you don't think in her mind she was thinking, your ass ain't get down here and doing nothing.
I think
I'm over here. I'm over 10 months pregnant.
I think
and you gonna come in here and tell me what I ain't doing, but you ain't gonna get down here and do nothing with me. That probably did cross her mind.
I think at first everything you just said crossed her mind until she realized what she was actually doing. Then she said, "Damn, I can't defend this one." But no, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of times where I'm just like,
you should have called me and Tyler and discussed it with us.
The younger Clint would. I don't know that we could categorize him as happily married.
I'm thinking about people like some of the guys on that doc that you was in the other day saying, yeah, Clint will tell you. He'll tell you what you did wrong, and he'll tell you. feel like you're going to have to pull back on that.
I'm just trying to win, man. That's all. I'm on a play clock, and I just want to win, man. I don't have time to. I don't have time to worry about feelings, and every now and then that approach doesn't work with my pregnant wife.
Losing for a little bit last night, but yeah, there you go. There you go.
All right, briefly.
All right, I'm curious from the people. It's been almost a month, and I know Kyle Tucker. Many of you are. I know I saw the tweets. I saw people as soon as some of them games were over and that series was over. Done. Don't pay him nothing. Get him off. I'm done with him. I know many people had issues with Kyle Tucker. I feel like almost a month out is enough time to kind of back off from it. Because ultimately, when this thing ends, the MVP award is going to come out. Kyle Tucker is probably going to be in the top 5 when he finishes. He had a great season, nearly a 30-30 season, led the American League in RBIs, led all outfielders in OPS. He had a great season, He sucked ass in the postseason. I mean, he was awful. And I'm not going to lie to you. He was a major – if Kyle Tucker played anywhere near the level of what Kyle Tucker could play, this team probably gets past the Rangers. And I believe that, and I think he knows it. And you could see it in his eyes and his face. He was terrible in the biggest moment. So I push this to you now. You've had some time, and you put that together, and you put together his entire season. 26 years old. Are you in favor of Jim Crane, Dana Brown saying – we want to get something done, big money, long-term deal with Kyle Tucker? Are you in favor of that?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I think the future of the Astros right now depends heavily on Yordan Alvarez, obviously, who you got under contract, and the other pillar that you got to build around is Kyle Tucker. There's just Altuve's getting older. I don't know what the hell they're going to do with Bregman. I don't know what they're going to do at first base with Abreu. Brantley's gone. There's just you're going to have to pay some hometown guys. You're going to have to keep some people in the fold here to build around. And I think that first and foremost starts with Kyle Tucker. I mean, with the way that you've moved recently, you don't have another Kyle Tucker coming up. You don't have a Carlos Correa coming up. You don't have the next Yordan Alvarez coming up that we know of. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't study the minor league system for the Astros.
I think you traded the highest guy to get Verlander back.
Yes. So, I mean, I think at some point you can't just continue to let guys walk out. Your system's going to be somewhat depleted, which I think it is. And I think Kyle Tucker. The other thing with Kyle Tucker, like, there ain't no debating how bad Kyle Tucker was in the playoffs.
No.
But I didn't view that as boy, the stage is big, the lights are bright, and damn it, Kyle Tucker just can't handle it. I feel like that slump could have came at any point in time, and it didn't matter what pitcher was on the mound.
We've seen Kyle have these slumps.
Yeah.
Remember last year, early in the year, he was switching
Batting
gloves and
gloves,
softs, but it just happened to the wrong
But
time.
as we watched him in the playoffs, like I don't think it was because he was facing better pitching. I don't think it was because it was you know what I mean? Like it don't matter who it was. It's like Fromber. Like I don't think Fromber was just like getting shelled because the other team is that much in the moment. I think there's something wrong with Fromber. Like I think Fromber was in a funk. But as it pertains to Kyle Tucker, I think you got to sign him. I think you got to sign him to a long-term deal. I think he's one of the two pillars, the other being Yordan Alvarez, that you got to build around for the future.
Yeah, as I see on the text line, some people most people are saying, they're comparing him to Bagwell and Biggio in the postseason, but they would still sign him, pay the man. Someone comes in, and someone comes in with, I don't want to pay him big money because he doesn't show up in the playoffs. And for me, I stand by the thought that Clint, man, he's 26 years old. I don't think, as someone compared him to James Harden, I don't think it is now you can just say this guy he is just not a performer. He is not what George Steinbrenner used to call him Mr. May, Dave Winfield. I don't think it is fair to put that on Kyle Tucker. I think he just had a really bad stretch of time when he struggled. I don't necessarily believe that means that's what he's going to do next year, the next time he gets in the postseason. You just can't, a guy that plays that well, you just can't let them ride, and you can't. I hope they get something long-term done immediately with Kyle Tucker. So I'm with you on that. I would sign him and not allow that month to make a full decision after what he did over a longer period of time. All right, I'm going to admit this. And I'm with Kyler Murray really concerns me for Sunday's game. Are you concerned, or you're like, nah, man, it ain't nothing with Kyler Murray. He's a bum. We'll discuss that coming up next. Before that, though, hey, all those football fans out there, everybody that is enjoying this NFL season and
43 and Zamora Company USA remind our friends to please drink responsibly.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook Plaza. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live. Buffalo Wild Wings, a little Thirsty Thursday. Come on out here and hang out with us. I'm glad to see this, man. It seems like I would say the majority of people have been able to take a deep breath and just kind of let, these near month go, and if cooler heads have prevailed. And I would say the vast majority of people are like, hey, let's roll with Kyle Tucker. Let's bring him back. Not going to let that 3 weeks kind of let him get away from him. And as Tyler said earlier, I'm still mad at him.
Hell yeah.
He came out of left field with that.
I didn't know he was going. I didn't know he was going Steve Williams on.
Oh, we should have put out an Amber Alert for his ass during October this year.
Okay. All right.
Because he was missing.
I put it together. We pieced that together.
Okay.
Hard.
I was just trying.
Hard to confuse that one.
Yeah. My man came through like Stone Cold, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's good to see that. Good to see that. A few people, but I think the vast majority was like, move. All right, Clint, I'm not going to lie to you, man. This was D'Amico Ryans as he was talking about Kyler Murray. You gave me some thoughts about are the Texans catching a break seeing Kyler Murray instead of potentially Josh Dobbs, who was the quarterback earlier in the year. Josh Dobbs, he led them to a victory at home against the Dallas Cowboys, preceding one of the best teams in the league, and Dallas was rolling, blowing people out when they ran into them, and they were able to win that game. But this was D'Amico Ryans talking about where it starts, and he said it all starts with the quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray.
With the Cardinals, I think it starts with Kyler Murray. First and foremost, getting him back. You talk about an explosive, dynamic playmaker, the quarterback position, one of the premier athletes in the NFL right now. Does a really good job passing the football, but as we all know, him with his scramble ability, that's what won them the game this past week. So it's going to take everybody, right, to get him down, right? We have to be tight in coverage, and we have to, as we say, we have to cover him twice. We got to rush twice. We have to stay after him, right, because he's going to continue to keep plays alive. That's where he's thrived in the league of, extending plays. He's done a really good job of that. So we have our hands full, and he's been a really good player, but it starts there.
Yeah, listen, I watch, as I told you, I watched bits and pieces of it, and I was like, man, Kyler looks like himself. He looks more like himself in that game, Falcons. And then you said, who would you rather have? And I was like, in media, I'm like, let me get the talent. And I was like, all right, let me really think through it. Boy, I went back and I watched more of that game against the Falcons, and he was just much more together than I thought he would have been. His first game back, coming off of the knee injury, not playing, not getting time, he didn't look like he had played for a long time. Right? It was in more sync than I thought he would be. And then the thought is, well, he's probably going to get better with that. There was a long touchdown pass he was just off with Hollywood Brown that he just threw a little bit past him that I think we'll get better with. But he still was able to use his legs to extend plays and use his legs to get first downs or things you just can't account for. That what you would call like his eject button, to use his ability to move around, to make throws and big plays either with his arm or his legs. I was surprised how much that showed the first week out. And I'm serious for me, and I'd like to see the concern level, 713-572-4610, those on YouTube and Twitch. My concern level is like a 7.5 for Kyler Murray in this game coming up on Sunday. I am a bit concerned for him because he's a different player than Joe Burrow. I think they did pressure-wise pretty well against Joe Burrow, but he made some plays. He's a different player, a more obviously mobile player. I'm kind of concerned about Kyler Murray in this game.
Look, I think there's always for a defensive coordinator when you're playing Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray. I mean, I think those are the two guys to me that really can beat you with their legs and beat you with their arm. And there's no doubt Kyler, fits in that category. And the biggest concern for Kyler Murray is also what gets you excited.
For a Texans fan.
Yeah, if you're a Texans fan. Like, yes, he is going to hold the football in retreat, like D'Amico said, and sometimes it's going to end up in a big play, and then sometimes it's going to end up in a 20-yard loss or a 15-yard loss. And the same thing that can beat you and can be the reason that he beats you, it can also be the reason that you choke them out ultimately, that you put them in a position where they're playing from behind. Now you got them throwing the football every down. Now you're dictating, what the game to them, and it's going to be tough sledding. So yes, Kyler Murray in a vacuum. Kyler Murray, the player, definitely concerns you because he can hit his head on the goalpost from anywhere on the damn field. He's that fast and that explosive and has that much twitch. I'm a big twitch guy. I think him and Lamar Jackson are the only two guys in the league right now that play the game predominantly with twitch. There's speed associated with it, obviously. They got a good arm. But the twitch that those guys play with is elite and a huge weapon. And so concern, yes, I think Kyler brings some of that to the table for sure.
Yeah, someone texted in, I'll be honest, I'm feeling cocky as a quarterback. No, as you should. Obviously Kyler is on the field when CJ's not. Yeah. And I'm just saying for this defense in particular, he is an absolute talent. There was a reason he went number one overall, and there's a reason that he has shown. He's won multiple Pro Bowls and has been at times talked about in the MVP conversation a couple of years. And from what the actions and what we saw, that be the reason what he did in those past years, he was showing that in the last game. I mean, as you talked about, there's some moments where he'll give it back. Like the Falcons were set up on 2nd and 35, I believe, one time, and a 3rd and 30 one time because he was sacked and things of that nature. But there were things about him getting the ball out on time quick, using the middle of the field, which has kind of been an issue for the Texans at times. If you kind of look back at the Falcon game with the tight ends lit him up. The combination between him and his tight end, McBride, was something that they really found. He goes 8 for, I think, 130-something in that game that he connected with him. So for me, I still have the expectation that the Texans are going to win the game. I'm just saying in this game, Kyler kind of makes me a bit concerned in this game on what he's going to do because I think the biggest thing for me is, Clint, is I didn't think that Kyler would be at the spot that Kyler was in game one. And the thing is, you feel more comfortable. Some of the rust comes off. That improves the more and more you play. I was surprised that he was playing at that level. As I said, I expect the Texans to win the game. But Kyler, offensively kind of concerns me in this game.
Yeah, the player in general concerns me. As a Texans fan, I'm all right. I think the Texans win this game convincingly.
Yeah, Tyler, you concerned?
No. I don't got a lot of love for Kyler Murray, man. I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback, but I don't like his game. I don't think he's durable at all. Hit him a few times, see what happens, and I'm not a Kyler guy. So
your decision's not due to your personal feel towards him. It feels like a little bit of your decision.
Well, I mean, I've watched him play a lot of football too, and I know he can make some big plays. But at this point, I think CJ Stroud and the boys can take care of business on Sunday.
Yeah, look, I think CJ Stroud. Again, I've just watched a little over a half now of the Atlanta game, and he was very comfortable. There was a lot of quick stuff that was there time and time again. The pocket, for the most part, was very, very clean. Yeah. There's, as you said, I think he's very comfortable with his tight end. They had him, used him in the screen game, used him in a quick game. He was able to stay very comfortable in this Atlanta game throughout, which is critical, especially being his first game back. I think D'Amico forces him to make more. I don't think D'Amico's going to sit there and tic-tac down
and
the
that's
field.
the other part. D'Amico does have experience with them, being in the NFC West. He's seen them a lot, as he talked about.
And as we talked about, if Stingley and Nelson and Shaq Griffin are all three healthy, boy, that gives you a real advantage to be able to go man and lock these guys down and not give him the immediate throw, the quick throw, force him to hold the football and throw the ball either down the field where it's a lower percentage or throw that mid-range game. You know, you can. It's going to be a much bigger challenge, I think, this week. I like the Texans.
Yeah. Let's hope someone texts in. Let's hope Will Anderson has a breakout game. Yeah, you could see that the relentless rush from Will Anderson. You could see as Kyler can run into some things. If you watch the signature play of that game, where it was like, oh, that's old, that's vintage Kyler. It's 3rd and 10 on the drive. They got to have the drive. They go ahead with the go-ahead field goal. And the rush gets there. Everything that the defensive coordinator wanted to do worked. Got there to him. He spun out and basically ran what appeared to be 30 yards, a full 30 yards to get the first down they needed to get and basically get them close to field goal range. And then the very next play, he throws the ball and hits his tight end down the field that pretty much ends the game. So that's just the concern. The talent is really, really high as usual with Kyler. As I said, I expect the Texans to win the game, but Kyler is somebody that does and kind of concern me. All right, let's get the injury report to you. As it is, we're seeing right now, who didn't practice, who was a full participant, what concerns to have for the game coming up, on who may not play on Sunday, and one of the biggest stories in sports has come to an end. We'll tell you that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. They're not hard to order. Let me show you how it's done. Ma'am, can I get a cold Coors Light? Thank you. That's all you got to do. You just got to ask, raise your hand. Be nice, Tyler. Be respectful, and ask for a cold Coors Light. It's the world's most
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dill, and Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is we are live here, enjoying ourselves here.
The Dilf is really rolling off his tongue well, isn't it?
It is. We are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday, Willowbrook Plaza. Come hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. There you go. There's the good people out here. Hey, and coming up, if you just walked in, you got a chance to win a couple of prizes. We got 2 more prizes we're hooking people up with. You can be like Patty right there. Patty, who's got a glass of water and a half beer. She won a prize here. You can be like her. All you got to do is sign your name, put it right in our raffle bowl, and you'll have a chance to win 2 of our prizes that we'll be hooking somebody up with in the next hour. And TV's all around, so come on out, man. Big game tonight. We'll talk about here in a bit. That matters a lot to Texans fans. So if you want to watch a little Thursday night football, this is a great spot here to do that. All right, Clint, let's look at this. The big thing here with the Texans, one, we wondered about this with Denzel Perryman. Denzel Perryman, he did appeal, and he did win his appeal. The suspension that he had, which was for 3 games, he was going to miss the Cardinals game, the Jags game, and the Broncos game. It has been taken down to 1. Or I'm sorry, to 2 games. 1 game taken off, so he will miss Sunday against the Cardinals as well as next week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So 2 games he will miss. Now, when we connect that with what we're seeing on the injury report, Clint, this bolds even bigger because Henry To'oTo'o is one of the major names that sticks out, Clint, with the concussion. He did not play last week. He has not practiced all week long. That's the last 2 days, still in concussion protocol. He didn't practice. Now we see there's a potential that they don't have the 2 guys that have played the middle linebacker position, more or less the guys who are calling out a lot of the defense. That is something to really, really look out for. This is not bode well for Henry To'oTo'o that he's on the field.
Ron, it's interesting to me because, yes, you lose the 2 guys that have been your main communicators in the middle at the linebacker position, and you lose your 2 guys that are arguably your better inside linebackers versus the run. But in their place, you play 2 guys in Christian Harris and Blake Cashman that are much more athletic, much more versatile, and you wonder, they're obviously better in coverage than the other 2. And you got to believe that with those 2 guys, their speed, their coverability, you got to believe that they're the better 2 linebackers in terms of being equipped to defend Kyler Murray, right? But then on the flip side of that, this is a really good run football team.
James Conner's a punishing runner, too.
And they are physical. You watch Arizona play. It's not great, but they are very physical up front. They're getting after folks. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword. You get better athletes at the linebacker position that can cover and maybe handle this more athletic quarterback than the 2 that you're missing. Missing communicators, and you are missing your better run defenders. So it's kind of one of those 6 one way, half a dozen another. You got to give up some things, but you're gaining a lot on the other end. But we'll see how DeMeco Ryans plays this thing out. In my mind, I'm trying to think, what would I rather have? You can't have both, obviously, but what would you rather have? I think I would rather have the speed guys in there. I think I would
rather. For this game in particular?
Yes. I think I would rather have the guys in there that are going to allow me to buckle down and play man coverage and force Kyler Murray to throw it over the top or throw the mid-range game, take all the quick stuff away. I think I'd rather have the speed and athletic ability in there in moments where you want to play zone and you want to spy Kyler Murray. I think I would rather have that than 2 guys that really are – I mean, they're going to hurt you in versus the pass. Quarterbacks are going to target them. Offensive coordinators are going to target them in the pass game. And if Kyler Murray starts running around, I think I would rather have the more athletic guys.
Yeah, for this group with Kyler, who moves around a lot, and you think one of those guys in the middle would spy him, and there's going to be some quarterback run game in this. It would make sense unless the Cardinals just say, "Hey, we're going to really make James Conner a major part because we feel like they may be light in the middle." That's the only thing. Is their offensive coordinator, and that's the thing. We don't really have a lot of understand, especially with Kyler Murray in the game. Yeah. Like if he feels like Kyler is who we want to get the ball to. The middle of the field, I think they operate a lot in. And it's just whether they operate a lot in the pass or in the run. If they operate a lot in the pass, I feel like the Texans won't miss as much. But to the point you made, that was one of the other things that jumped off the page to me watching their game over against the Falcons is they're physical at the point of attack, and they like to run kind of downhill. It's very similar to Joe Mixon, except they just do it more.
They just do it more. Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean,
great
right?
point.
That was something, and there was a thought of like, wow, the Bengals. You understand because they got Burrow and Chase that they're going to put the ball in his hands more. But if they wanted to, you felt like they could have gotten more success out of that. It is just an interesting thought of how the Cardinals will look at it. The rest of the injury report, Clint, Noah Brown, who has been this team's top receiver production-wise the last 2 weeks, over 300 yards in the last 2 weeks. He did not practice for the second straight day, so he is not trending towards playing. Jake Hansen didn't go, another linebacker back there. He didn't practice the last 2 days with the hamstring. Dameon Pierce again with the ankle. He is out. Jimmy Ward again with the hamstring. He is out. But some news I think you'd love to hear that we see some guys just flat out off it. Derek Stingley Jr., Tank Dell, no longer on the injury report at all. I thought Tank might be on after that hit he took. There'd be a potential there, but no injury. Henry Tunzel yesterday seemed to be a rest day. He practiced in full as well. Nico Collins limited for 2 days in a row. Hopefully that means he's trending towards playing on Sunday.
Yeah, the Noah Brown situation with him not practicing again on Thursday. I think I just think Noah Brown and Nico Collins, not comparing the two in terms of who's better or who's worse, but I think they are very interchangeable. And so that may end up being a luxury moving forward here this season is you can get Noah Brown an extra bye week. If something does happen like this, you can say, man, let's take a week off. You got Nico, you got Mechie, you got Robert Woods, you got Tank Dell. I mean, you got a crew of guys that I think that you can roll through there, and you're not going to miss Noah Brown as much as you might think. The crazy thing is we're talking about a guy that's received for over 300 yards, 325 in the last 2 weeks. It's crazy to sit here and with a straight face say, I ain't gonna miss him much. But that's the truth.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Yeah, it seemed like every single one of these receivers have had their turn to make a big impact. So we'll definitely look at things tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a big day to see potentially what this may be because they'll potentially rule some of these guys out for the game on Friday. So we'll keep you updated on that moving forward.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this has come to an end, and I'm going to tell you, when I first heard it, I was shocked. I've said a bit surprised that Michigan and Jim Harbaugh this quickly stood down. This is a statement coming from the Michigan program. This morning, the university and coach and the Big Ten resolved their pending litigation. The conference agreed to close its investigation, and the university and Coach Harbaugh agreed to accept the 3-game suspension that was handed down by the Big Ten last week. Coach Harbaugh, with the university's support, decided to accept this sanction to return the focus to our student athletes and their performance on the field. Clint, I listen, they were so cocky, headstrong, like, no, we got something. Hell no, we're not going down quiet. I thought they were going to fight this thing, appeal this thing, push this. And apparently somebody made a decision, got to Jim Harbaugh, got to somebody and said, hey, we got to stand down. We got to stand down. So he will miss these next 2 games against Maryland and Ohio State. But I was a little surprised that they didn't at least get to Friday and let their case be heard, because Jim Harbaugh's been saying that all week.
Ron, I know we talked about this last week, but I thought from jump, I thought from the very beginning that Michigan wanted to get out of this investigation as quickly as they possibly could. Now, their initial reaction, their appeal, or what it did, had me in the spot where I was like, well, hell, maybe they do want to play hardball. Right? Not hardball, but hardball.
Yeah.
Maybe they do want to play hardball. But I'm going to tell you, man, in investigations like this, I've never been around a coach at the college level that wants the NCAA or the Big Ten, their conference, they don't want outsiders digging through their closet, cleaning out their closet. Yeah. And when you go through an investigation like this spans well beyond anything that could be sign stealing related. They don't go in there and go, oh, we're only going to look at and we're only going to see and we're only going to take note of what dealt with this Stallion guy that was cheating. You open up them when you agreed and you sue and you agree to move forward with lawsuits, everything is fair game. And in this situation, I'm not surprised at all that Michigan said, hey, all right, we want this investigation in. We want you out of our closet. We don't want you anywhere near our organization. Harbaugh's already suspended 1 game. He's got 2 more. Let's move forward. I'm not surprised that that's where this thing ended, but I'm not going to lie. Michigan, the way they responded initially, had me thinking, well, damn, maybe they will.
You thought this might get real worse for Michigan if they get this thing pushed out. Real quick, you think they win their last 2 games?
Ooh, no, I don't think they beat Ohio State.
Yeah,
I don't think they beat Ohio State. I think they win this week
at
versus
home.
Maryland. I do not think they beat Ohio State. No.
Yeah. All right. So we'll see the latest there. As he's going to serve his suspension.
5 o'clock fire.
Update on a story from yesterday, Clint. Draymond Green. He went ahead and got 5 games. 5-game suspension for softly choking Rudy Gobert, as nobody else was suspended. 2 others were fined. He got fined. What did he get?
$769,000. Good.
Look that money.
You thought Denzel Perryman lost some money.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, look, this is one of those deals where, I mean, when you start talking about this, I understand Draymond Green is a loose cannon. I get it. I understand he's wealthy. I get that. But like at some point, Draymond Green, like this is enough to get your attention. Like this is enough to get your attention to be like, all right, let me pump these. Ron, that's $750,000, man.
Tyler and Cheryl, I am scared to even think about how much Draymond has been fined in his career. Like Draymond, I mean, listen. Hell yeah, it gets anybody's attention.
Well, but I mean,
I'm just saying he seems to just not give a damn.
Well, I'll argue,
over $2 million.
I'm sure that Drake. There you go. What's there? 770,000 of it right here. I'll argue that Draymond.
Is that including this?
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, this
$2,230,000. Jeez.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, hell, that's right at $3 million in. But there is, I bet you there is between his marketing agent, his business partners kind of deal. Draymond Green and these kind of actions is directly correlated to how much he makes off the field, off the court.
Yeah.
Like Draymond Green is not making the money off the court that he's making if he's not doing stupid stuff like this. I don't think you're winning.
His reputation.
I don't think you're winning championships as a third wheel and a guy you're not turning anybody on the offensive end of the floor. Like what you do while it's extremely valuable, it's not uber marketable. So if he wasn't this bad boy that was acting a fool, I don't know that he would be as valuable as he is on the marketing front.
Listen, I think he's a really, really smart dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's thinking in these situations. I don't think he's thinking. I think when he starts the antics afterwards, Like when he did the grab and drag and then circle the arena, I think that stuff is going to – because, yes, he has a deal with Turner. I mean, listen, they signed with Charles Barkley, so they're like, hey, give us all this controversy when he speaks. He's got, obviously, his podcast with the volume, so he's doing a lot of stuff. I don't think it's calculated, Ron, but I do think like the people. It doesn't hurt him in this. I don't think the people in his corner are going, "Hey, man, we got to back up. You got to pump the damn brakes, man. You're going to break yourself." I think the people in his corner are saying, "Hey, go do whatever the hell you want to, because every time you do this, the value of what we can get for you off the court doubles." Because he doesn't get in trouble, you know what I mean? Like he's not. It's not off the stuff where like he chooses violence on the court. Yeah, his is his, and in practices with Jordan Poole. Like I'm just and like he got fined for that. Like I am wondering if they're going to hit him with stiffer penalties though. I mean this is like. He stepped on Sabonis' sternum in the playoffs. Wrong with a little stomp. He stomped on his sternum in the playoffs. I mean, he just like this was a long time ago, but he just went through that period where he just kicked dudes in the nuts. Like I mean, it was just like he just knocked out about 7-8 guys just in the nuts. Steven Adams was a real find for him. Like it's just over his career. He just does these things to where. Like it feels like they're gonna have to move up on his punishments. All right, coming up, have we reached the point where, no matter what happens with Dameon Pierce, that Devin Singletary should be the primary running back for this team? We'll discuss that coming up next. All right, right now you can save big on Silverado 1500s at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. I'm talking about $9,000 off select 2023, 2024 1500s, y'all, at Ron Kraft. And check this out. If your trade-in is 2014 or newer, you can get another $1,000 off. That's $10,000 off, y'all. I sent 2 family members by there this morning. Called them, said, hey, here's who I got coming by. Y'all take care of them. And I've already got text back, hey, man, that was a hell of a deal. They took care of us. Great people. Ron Kraft Chevrolet knows what's going on, man. They're top to bottom, first class. Good. You're looking for 2023 or 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get there ASAP. They got them on the lot, ready for you to drive off. Ron Kraft, it's in Baytown. They're on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's.
Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friend Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook Plaza. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are enjoying it here, man. We are here until 6 o'clock. TVs everywhere. Big game coming up tonight with playoff implications for the Texans. The Bengals, who are, I think a lot of people believe their playoff lives are on the line. They are on the road in Baltimore. Team you just beat, you can really, really separate yourself from them if they lose tonight. And actually, I think if the Bengals win, they'd actually take over the 7th spot because they'd be 6-4 as the Texans are 5-4. So a big game.
That wouldn't last long.
No,
Huh?
well, yeah, a big game. Well, hey, we thought Buffalo was going to do it when they played the Broncos, but they.
Well, I don't want to get too cocky here. I don't. Look, they're playing really good football right now, but I don't want to get too carried away. That's the Bengals, and they've earned the right.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they do lose. That means they'd have 5 losses in the AFC. That means they'd get to 500, and you'd be clear of them with also a win head-to-head against them. So it'd be really big for the Texans if the Bengals will go ahead and lose this game tonight.
Who do you got tonight?
I got the Ravens. I got the good Harbaugh. What do you think it was like? Clinton Tyler. I feel like John had to clean up all kinds of messes for Jim Harbaugh his whole life. Don't you think he had to come behind him like the brother that's like, hey, that's Jim, man. He didn't mean nothing by it, or like, yes,
Jim strikes.
He's just drunk, man. Ignore him.
He was just drunk. Yeah, just how he is, man. Because John is so nice. Like John is one of the most likable guys.
Jim strikes me as the old boy that really thinks highly of himself.
Yes.
Steps on everybody's toes. Doesn't really care about anybody else's feelings or what they may think, and he's just going to be.
He's going to be Jim.
Yeah.
He's going to be Jimbo.
Yeah.
And
Who's older?
John is. Like John's so like, hey man, that's my. Like I bet you there have been plenty of times where he's had to come behind and clean up Jim Harbaugh messes. And to what you said, that I don't think Jim knew he did.
Right. He just follows him around, apologizing.
just apologize. What was it like them two growing up in the same house?
Our parents raised us better. Sorry about
They're
that.
so different. They are so different, like how they are. And I just look at him right now on TV. Just that smile. Oh my God! I've been just said. Like that's what Tyler said. Yeah, he's drunk. Like I don't even think he was drunk, man. It's just that's how Jim is, man. He didn't mean nothing by it, man. Just had to clean up all his messes, man. All right, I said this on the other side, and I'm curious the people's thoughts on this. We clearly saw, without question, the best run game that the Texans had all. It's a situation in which they have struggled mightily all year long. And you said it last week. I don't think you thought you were going to see the AFC Player of the Week be Devin Singletary, but you said they're going to have to run the ball to improve and have a chance to win this game against the Bengals. Well, it was clearly the best we've seen them. And I'm curious, from you and the people watching it all year long, are you feeling to a point, because it looks like Dameon Pierce isn't going to play Sunday again, but at some point he will return. Are you of one that thinks you've seen enough to believe that, all right, it should be Singletary to be the primary ball carrier? Like he is the one that would get more. He starts, he'll get the more bulk of the carries. I'm not saying he's going to get it. It's going to be 30-0 like he was Sunday. But are you one that believes that he should take over and be the primary ball carrier? Have you seen that much?
No. I don't know any more right now about Devin Singletary in this run game than I knew before. He is the faster, shiftier back, and Dameon Pierce is a more physical downhill runner. Those are still very, very true. Now, Devin Singletary may have earned the right to go out there and be the guy that gets the first series. But to me, watching that game, the difference wasn't the running back. That was the same Devin Singletary that had 2 yards of carry a week ago against the damn Tampa Bay
Buccaneers.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Clearly the offensive line and Dalton Schultz. And look, I'll say Noah Brown had a couple of blocks in there too, where he's manhandling big boys, and that don't typically happen. So this offensive line was extremely more physical than they've ever been all year long. Now it's 8-1 in that category. We've had 1 game of it. We've had 8 games of not so much. They were more confident in blocking schemes. They were more confident in techniques and getting the job done. They were more dominant up front. They were taking the fight to the Cincinnati Bengals defenders multiple times. And, again, I'm talking the whole offensive line, Dalton Schultz and even Noah Brown at times. We hadn't seen that all year long.
Yeah.
And that is precisely why we saw a running back go for $150, and that's precisely why we saw 188 total rush yards by the Texans last week. The biggest question, number one question this week versus the Arizona Cardinals is, do we see an offense that is doing things differently and the run production is significantly better, or do we backslide back into what we saw before Cincinnati, which would tell us that it was more about the opponent than the Texans getting better? Did the Texans get better last week, or did they take advantage of a bad opponent versus a run? That's the question.
Yeah.
That's the number one question for me on the offensive side of the ball this year going into Arizona.
Yeah, I look at this and I didn't watch the game, and because the points you're making is right. Like, it was one of the first times this year consistently he had room immediately.
Yeah,
he had room to make decisions and could hit the first hole that was there. There are many moments he didn't have to use cutbacks, and I watched that game and I thought Dameon Pierce would have had a big game too.
Without a doubt.
Like, Dameon Pierce would have had a big game, too. I didn't come away from that thinking, man, Devin Singletary did things that Dameon Pierce couldn't do.
Right. Devin didn't just all of a sudden overcome the issues that have been the run game all year long. It didn't happen. Like, again, now Devin Singletary may be the guy that gets the first series, but I don't think in any way, shape, or form all of a sudden we've seen something that we're going to try to get 30 carries, 30 touches a game for Devin Singletary or something.
Yeah. No, I don't think that'll happen. No, I don't think we should get to a point where Devin Singletary doesn't get carries.
No.
Like the Saints game, I believe, or one of those games. It was one where he didn't. The Falcons game, he didn't get a single touch. I think he should be involved. But
I said this a month ago. I've said it every week since. At some point, one of these running backs is going to go for 100 yards. At some point, the running game is going to look good. It's just over 17 weeks, you run into an opponent, whether it's just a lesser opponent, they're not very good, or it's your game plan, your play calling, the timing, everything is perfect, and you run well. These guys string a few games together of some dominant run blocking. And I'm not talking about for 4 quarters, just spells of dominant run blocking when the opportunity presents itself. We don't need to overreact to it.
Yeah.
And it would be an overreaction to all of a sudden start calling Devin Singletary the starting running back, and he's the guy that's got to get 30 carries, and he's the guy that's got to be the primary back. And to me, that would be an overreaction to a 1-8 record.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But I mean, as I said earlier, Dameon Pierce, if he starts continuing to have success like this, it's going to be hard not to ride a hot hand.
Yeah.
And you might want to get yourself back. I wonder if we'll see Mike Boone more this week, because 30 carries, I don't think that's sustainable for Singletary every single week. Coming up, award news coming out of baseball. We'll give you the latest on that. And CJ Stroud, do you have any concerns that the success of things could go to his head? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here from O'Karam Law Firm.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Willowbrook Plaza. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back as we are live, and congratulations to Michaela. Our fine prizes that we're able to hook people up with today, and we do it every single Thursday. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings, a different one around the city, and we always enjoy a good time here, and we always have a good time. A little fun day. Thanks to our good people at Bud Light and Neutral as well, who helped us put this together each and every week. And come on out, have fun with us, as they will take good care of you as well. Remember, tomorrow we are out at Sam's Boat in Pearland. Little Football Friday. Little Sam's Boat in Pearland. So come hang out with us. Hang out with the Drive. It'll be a good time. Did I hear you say something?
No, you didn't. You are going to be up in Pearland.
Man. Just say it like it's 2 words, bro. So he'll leave you alone.
Like a land of pears.
We'll be out at Pearland tomorrow.
See, he does it just to be spiteful. He
No,
knows
I just. Why don't you just sit? Why don't you just not go to the game Sunday? How about you do that? How about you stop it? And you worried about me saying
I don't like your
Pearland
tone
or
right
Pearland?
now.
Why don't you sit your ass at home Sunday and stop messing with people's?
Why don't you
chances
just
and
pronounce the destination
chances to go-
correctly?
I'll pronounce it right if you promise not to take your ass to the game.
Fresh.
Shut up.
Pearland.
Pearland. You know what I'm talking about? You know what Sam's Boat is? Thank you. Somebody give me a damn drink.
I'm not sure if everybody else does.
Yeah, that's what you
I'm
need.
not sure everybody else does.
I mean, why'd you
Talking
turn
about
on me,
Casario?
man?
I'm cornered.
Why'd you turn on me, man?
Because I'm cornered.
Hurt people, Clint.
I'm just being honest. I'm just trying to help a brother out. That's all. Pearland.
He can't handle constructive criticism.
713-572-4610. How many of you were like, oh, my God, he said
I guarantee.
Pearland. Text in 713-572-4610.
See, why are you opening yourself up to that?
I'm just saying,
They're obviously sensitive. Don't open it up more.
He's had enough of your stuff, Tyler.
It's not sensitive. Just shut the hell up.
Yeah, Tyler.
I'll shut the hell up when you pronounce things right.
That's all right, man. That's all right. That's why we got the number 8 producer and all of.
See, I know that's just out of hate. I know that's not even the real rankings.
You're right. No, that's just wrong. I can't let that. I got to be a better leader. He's the number.
Hey, thank you,
number
Tyler
4
Milner.
producer. He's the number 4 producer in our afternoon drive, night in L.A. And New York.
Where are we at tomorrow?
We had to drop off with the Mad Dog situation. We're in Pearland. Come out. No, we're in Pearland. We're in Pearland tomorrow.
I mean, he can't.
Sam's Boat.
Be serious. Can you though? I'm just curious if you can.
Sam's Boat. We're in Pearland tomorrow. Sam's Boat. Come hang out with us and enjoy yourself. Please enjoy yourself. And if you want to be a jackass, come on out. That's fine, man.
You'll fit right in. Come on out.
Yeah, it's from the text line. All of us cringed when we heard it. Quite disrespectful to Pearland show.
I agree.
It's Ron. Thank you. I don't care. You know where the hell we're going. Come. If you don't want to come, don't come.
Hey, look, we're going to be at Sam's Boat in Pearland, man. Y'all come check us out.
I'll be in Pearland tomorrow. Sam's Boat. Come hang out with us.
We've been there before.
We have. I enjoyed Sam's Boat. In any of the locations.
Yeah.
And I especially
You ought to
enjoy
take
the
your
one.
family to one off of Nassau Road 1.
Never been
It's
there.
Nassau Road. Went on the water in Clear Lake.
In the water, huh?
It's on the water.
In it or on it?
It's on it.
On it, okay. On the water.
Yeah, you can sit right on the water. Probably not a good time in the winter to go sit on the water, but
it's not really winter.
Well, that's right. You're used to a lot colder than this. You probably would go sit on the water.
My wife's got coaching our daughter's softball playoff game tonight. A parent asked them, is it going to be too cold to play? It's 67 damn degrees outside.
Looking for a reason.
And then people call me soft.
Well, you did celebrate practice being canceled.
Yeah. It needed to be canceled. I needed a lot of things. I had a lot of things I needed.
You had a lot going on. You needed a day to yourself, didn't you?
By the way, Shohei Ohtani has won the AL MVP. Not a real surprise there. and won't be a surprise either when Ronald Acuna wins the National League MVP. But Shohei Ohtani, who, could be coming to the Rangers. They've been connected to him. He could be coming to the AL West, but he wins the MVP, well-deserved. Hell, that bodes well for under 500. Baseball's a little different the way they do things, but he was the best player in baseball. He's the best player in baseball right now with everything that he's able to do. I'll be interested to see when they come out the voting who finished where, to see where Kyle Tucker finished in the MVP voting. But he is your MVP for the American League, Shohei Ohtani. Good for him. Good for him. All right. Any concerns for you, Clint? Any concerns? Because CJ Stroud is, he has been the talk of the NFL, and it is growing. Whether you're in New York, whether you're in Minnesota, Chicago, Pearland, no matter where you are, he has been the talk of the league. And it has grown from last week against the Bucs to this week against Joe Burrow. It's felt like a real he's arrived moment. Now they're talking about him being in the MVP race. People like Shannon Sharp said he's playing the quarterback position. He's been the best quarterback this year. Any concerns for you that this thing grows and gets to his head at all?
Ron, I watched David Beckham's documentary, at least episode 1 of David Beckham's documentary last night. And he was the CJ Stroud of golf, of soccer, not golf, of soccer for a couple years. And there was only one thing that I don't know if it derailed him, but at the very least I think it distracted him. I'm not through the whole documentary yet. But there's one thing. And that's a lake. Posh Spice came along, and all of a sudden the game wasn't as important to David Beckham as it once was. That is my only concern with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's a good-looking single young man that's taking the NFL by storm right now. And at some point in time, as we all do, you meet that significant other. And you just hope it's that happens, and you just hope it's the right one. You hope it doesn't derail his focus, his concentration, his commitment to the game. And that's honestly my only concern. I say all that to say, no, I don't have any worries. I don't have any worries that C.J. Stroud is going to let this attention go to his head, the success go to his head. I think the dude's grounded. I think he's got great people around him in the organization. I don't know. I'm very convinced that this dude is the real deal, authentic, genuine, sincere, and what we see is what we get. Until he gets David Beckham.
Yeah. I don't even have the concern of that, man.
Some careers.
That will, yes, that it will derail his career. He seems to have his head on his shoulders, and he seems to be a really good decision maker both on and off the field. And I know it's not a lot of time, and I'll be honest, I have been tricked before. Deshaun Watson, I think everything that you just said and everything that I'm saying right now, we would have, I think, pushed and said towards Deshaun Watson after his first year, after his first eight games, after his first 2 years, hell, up until the time that we didn't say that anymore about him. So I'd be shocked if that were the case. But I just think, man, I think he seems to have the head on his shoulders, the family around him, that he makes too good of decisions to have that. And I damn sure, Clint, don't believe he's not somebody to me that I would get worried about. Oh man, everybody's saying all these positive things about him. It's going to go to his head. He's about to start. No, I don't. I don't sense that is in his makeup. So, no, I don't think, and I don't have major concerns. I just believe he is a really, really good decision maker in a lot of things. And I think when we look at all of the great quarterbacks that have played over time, Tom, Peyton, Patrick Mahomes currently in the league right now, and Dak and all of these guys that are the good to great quarterbacks in the league, They have outside lives. They have women in their lives. They haven't had situations where they have had women just cause upheaval in their careers.
It's not likely. It's not likely, but you asked about concern, and then to make the point of that I don't have any other than one.
What the hell happened to David Beckham?
Well,
Posh Spice really just turned him around?
Well, I mean, look, I don't so, but it is very clear. They're interviewing a bunch of his teammates. Great documentary, by the way, because everybody knows who David is. Like, kind of how did he get to become the brand that he is today? It's pretty cool, man. But yeah, I mean, he was raised in a family where Manchester United was the only thing. He was picked up by him at an early age in that soccer club, and I mean the thing that made him great was that he literally there was no distractions for a long period of time outside of soccer. It was all about soccer and nothing else mattered. And then the minute that he saw her, literally on TV, he said that I'm gonna marry that one right there.
Changes.
A couple weeks later, she happened to be at a game. Next thing you know, they met. Damn. Next thing you know, he's staying up all night.
Got her.
He's driving 4 hours to spend 30 minutes with her the night before he's got a game at 11 a.m. He's not sleeping well. Lord knows what kind of energies he's expending when he's with her for 30 minutes.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it was he lost focus. He lost focus, Ron. To say the very least.
Lord knows.
To the point where his locker room, his teammates noticed it. His teammates started commenting on it, but he still went out there and would play lights out, so it never really affected his play. But they said the only reason it didn't is because he was just that good.
Yeah.
Like, they could tell, like, bro, you've been up all night, you've been driving, but dude would go out there and score 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to run into a Posh Spice. He don't seem like a Posh Spice guy.
He's going to have plenty of opportunity.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just telling you.
Thrown to him.
Look, I got faith in the guy as well, but if there's one thing that concerns me, and it's that. Most powerful thing in the world. It's untied and undefeated.
That and just influence, outside influences.
And the strongest one, the strongest outside influence is what, Ron?
He ain't laying down for nobody.
Well, actually,
John
what we're
McClain.
talking about, we hope you don't.
Maybe it's John McClain, who'll be on
he
Texans.
ain't even remotely close.
He'll be
not even in his prime was he remotely close.
Booger butt.
Texans All Access following us, the Hall of Famer. You can catch him tomorrow with us on the drive at 4 o'clock. We'll see if he has concerns about women for CJ Stroud because he's seen it all, baby.
Tiger.
Old man Doug.
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, Tiger was just, yeah.
Well, you can't make excuses for all of them.
Mike's nuts. All right.
Well, yeah, part of why.
And Tiger, Lord knows what happened to Earl. Earl just, he had so much pent-up energy from what Earl did to him. He couldn't get out.
I'm just telling you, man, it's taking out some of the best.
Great job out here. Hey, give yourselves a hand. It's been a great crowd today as well here.
There we go.
Good crowd out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll see you tomorrow in Pearland. We'll see you tomorrow.
There it is.
At Sam's boat.
Nailed it.
Come
Proud
hang
of
out
you.
with us.
Ron just got a standing ovation.
Buddy.
Come hang out with us.